Chapter 121, The Helpless Venerable Undying. Enslaving 500 champions. Has Earth been exposed after all? That means the great axe founder has returned from the universe sea. Shen Chen thought to himself after seeing the call request from Venerable Undying. However, for the current Shen Chen, it didn't matter at all. He was not the Luo Feng from the original story. In the original story, Luo Feng was only a territory lord rank member of the primitive mystical region at that time. But current Shen Chen was different. He had just fought his way to the title of King of Blade and Sword in the outside territory battlefield, and his combat strength had reached the level of an invincible king. Shen Chen then stood up and chose to connect the call. Soon, a screen appeared before him. As the screen flickered, a heart-trembling pressure was transmitted directly through it. Shen Chen frowned upon feeling this pressure, but he remained standing straight, completely unfazed. After all, he had seen Palace Master Tian Shi in the outside territory battlefield and had even met the primordial Chaos City Lord in a state of rage. So what if it was Venerable Undying? As expected of the primordial Chaos City Lord's star pupil. Such strong willpower. At that moment, a strange laugh came from the screen as a figure appeared. He wore a very peculiar battle armor, which was covered in dense, crawling vines. His pupils reflected an eerie green light. Even with Shen Chen's current willpower, he felt the influence. Venerable Undying. Shen Chen looked at the figure and gave a slight, indifferent bow. Venerable Undying's eyes flashed instantly as he stared intently at Shen Chen. Although Shen Chen was indeed a top genius of the human race, who was he? He was a universe overlord. Within the human race, although he couldn't compare to the three top universe overlords, Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and the Demon Lord Xing Yu, he was still a genuine universe overlord. In all his long years, he had never imagined a world lord would treat him with such an attitude. But remembering Shen Chen's actions in the outside territory battlefield, Venerable Undying understood somewhat. After all, geniuses like him possessed great arrogance. Moreover, no matter how eccentric Venerable Undying's personality was, he had to admit that Shen Chen, as a world lord, rivaled an invincible king. He was indeed the top genius of their human race. King of Blade and Sword, you are the Milky Way Lord, correct? I wish to purchase the Milky Way galaxy. If you sell it to me, I can offer one heavy treasure. Venerable Undying looked down at Shen Chen with a smile. At this moment, he was gambling that Shen Chen didn't know the secret of Earth, so he wanted to buy the entire Milky Way galaxy. Although he knew Shen Chen possessed a true treasure, he felt Shen Chen was a smart man. Trading a galaxy for a heavy treasure was an absolute profit. Venerable Undying absolutely did not dare to provoke the primordial Chaos City Lord. So, after learning of Earth's importance, he thought of using a heavy treasure to buy it. Once the ownership of Earth belonged to him, surely the primordial Chaos City Lord wouldn't say much, right? Not selling. However, Shen Chen spoke calmly. The indifference in his eyes caused Venerable Undying to daze for a moment. He hadn't expected Shen Chen to be so calm. Could it be he already knew the secret of Earth? A trace of helplessness flashed in Venerable Undying's eyes. He knew very well that as long as Shen Chen didn't want to sell, he truly had no way to force him. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord had personally killed the Lord of Dream Weaving in the outside territory battlefield for Shen Chen's sake. If he enraged the primordial Chaos City Lord because of this, even as a universe overlord of the Great Axe battleground, he would certainly suffer. As an ancient being of the human race, he also understood the relationship between the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord. How about this? I will only buy a single island on Earth, is that acceptable? Venerable Undying then took a step back. He was truly out of options, but if he owned an island on Earth, its future value would likely be heaven-defying. Not selling. Shen Chen looked at Venerable Undying and said indifferently. You. Venerable Undying's laughter changed, becoming incredibly grim. He hadn't expected that when he only wanted an island, Shen Chen would dare to ignore him. No matter how much of a genius he was, at the end of the day, he was just a world lord rank. He was a universe overlord. The dignity of the strong was not to be trifled with. His gaze locked onto Shen Chen with intensity. Venerable Undying, I respect you as a universe overlord, but in my eyes, you are no different from any other universe exalt. I'm sure Palace Master Tian Shi or Venerable Ancestral Tree would not use such a posture to deal with me. It's still the same answer, not selling. Shen Chen simply didn't want to deal with Venerable Undying anymore and rejected him again. He didn't believe Venerable Undying would actually dare to make a move against him. Venerable Undying was only known as Undying. It wasn't as if there were truly no ways to kill him. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. As expected of the human race's top genius, I haven't seen you fear me once from beginning to end. Interesting, very interesting. I like people with guts. If you won't sell, then you won't sell. Anyway, I am a solitary man. I don't establish universe nations, I don't build my own faction, and I don't fight for power. I only enjoy roaming those dangerous universe secret realms. If there's a chance in the future, I'd actually like to invite you to roam a universe secret realm together. Venerable Undying's thoughts calmed slightly, and his laughter changed again, filled with genuine admiration for the current Shen Chen. Of course, only he knew that he was simply out of moves. He couldn't actually force Shen Chen. There will be a chance. A smile finally appeared on Shen Chen's face after hearing what Venerable Undying said. He knew very well that Venerable Undying's temper was indeed eccentric. You are very confident. Interesting, King of Blade and Sword. I look forward to you becoming a universe exalt on the same level as me. Venerable Undying also heard the confidence in Shen Chen's words. After a sigh of admiration, his figure slowly faded away. Seeing Venerable Undying disappear, Shen Chen shook his head. However, since the secret of Earth has been exposed, then it's time to send some people to guard Earth. There will always be some people who don't follow the rules. Shen Chen soon turned his attention to Earth. The Shen family also had arrangements on Earth. In the Gamu secret region, before Shen Chen, figure after figure appeared. During these decades, Shen Chen had cultivated the soul enslavement technique from within the true explanation of beast controlling. He had also paid a price to obtain a 100-fold soul amplification technique from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Currently, his soul amplification had reached 100 times. He could be considered a soul great master, and the soul enslavement technique he cultivated was enough to enslave a universe exalt. Although Shen Chen's current strength was only at the World Lord rank, he had already enslaved 500 alien champions. The weakest among them were soul great masters at the peak king level. Go to Earth. If you find anyone infiltrating Earth with ill intentions, take action immediately. Upon receiving Shen Chen's command, a total of 100 figures left immediately. Through God Country teleportation, they headed towards Earth. Chapter 122, Ravaging King Yanzu. Rebuking Venerable Shi Huo. On Earth at this moment, within a primeval forest. A red light enveloped the area, and then space vibrated. Powerful beings wearing battle armor appeared one after another. The leader was the beautiful and somewhat eerie King Yanzu. Fortunately, after the conflict with that fellow Luo Feng last time, I had someone leave an undying crystal on Earth. Among so many universe exalts, I am the one who helped my father arrive here ahead of time. This can be considered a contribution to my father. As long as father finds King of Blade and Sword and discusses everything, we can act immediately. King Yanju's face was full of a smug smile. The same was true for the few champions beside him. After all, they came here this time following the orders of Venerable Shi Huo. If they did well this time, they truly might receive a reward from Venerable Shi Huo. They had no intention of showing any mercy to the natives occupying Earth. If not for a King of Blade and Sword emerging from Earth, they probably would have acted long ago. King of Blade and Sword, what invincible king. He just relies on that true treasure. It's likely that the primordial Chaos City Lord is just looking after him. His luck is truly heaven-defying. In King Yanju's heart, Shen Chen was just like him, except even more heaven-defying because his backer was the primordial Chaos City Lord. The king-level immortals beside him all expressed their agreement after hearing King Yanju's words. However, they still felt some disdain in their hearts. After all, they had heard of King of Blade and Sword's achievements on the outside territory battlefield. While King Yanzu also possessed a top-tier heavy treasure, when he drove that heavy treasure, his combat power was actually only equivalent to a peak king level. One could only say he was as useless as could be. But who told him to have a powerful father, Venerable Shi Huo? Thinking that the planet, where that fellow Luo Feng was born will soon belong to us makes me very happy. At this moment, King Yanzu thought of Luo Feng, that fellow who showed him no face at all in that trash star domain. Especially since that fellow Luo Feng was actually the disciple of King Sixen, he became even more furious. King Yanzu knew very well that for the strong, their home planet was clearly important. Thinking of this, he became even happier. Prepare to seal off the entire Earth. As soon as my father purchases Earth, take away all the Earthlings immediately. Wait for King of Blade and Sword to hand it over. Then King Yanzu looked at the few king-level immortals below him, as well as 12 marquis-level immortals, and gave orders directly. Yes, those king-level immortals also knew the weight of this matter, so they nodded in agreement. Then, a lizard man stepped out beside King Yanzu. He was King Sixen, who was proficient in space locking. With his skills, he could easily seal off the entire Earth. However, just as King Sixen was about to act, several terrifying auras erupted directly from Earth. Those auras erupted directly, suppressing their group. Then, figures appeared before them, the aura of each figure being incredibly heaven-defying. If they hadn't considered that this planet belonged to their master, King of Blade and Sword, they wouldn't have had any scruples. Heavens, 100 champions. And the weakest among them is at the peak king level, and there are even several with incredibly heaven-defying auras, holding heavy treasures. And these champions are all from foreign races. King Sixen exclaimed in surprise after seeing these 100 champions. How is this possible? King Yanju's expression was also somewhat ugly, because he never thought Earth would be guarded by so many terrifying champions. The auras of some of these champions made even him feel alarmed. He knew very well that even if he drove the top-tier heavy treasure integrated into his soul, he would absolutely not be a match for these champions. Had other universe exalts already taken action? Or was it King of Blade and Sword's doing? King Yanzu thought to himself. However, at this time, those 100 champions had already received Shen Chen's orders. As long as someone had ill intentions, they could act directly. Thinking of this, they erupted immediately. 100 king-level undying spiritual gods charged down directly. Get lost. There was a look of madness in King Yanju's eyes. On his forehead, an ancient secret engraving lit up, and a terrifying aura spread from his body. A purple vertical eye seemed to be able to freeze the surrounding space. Trash. Humans like the master are indeed a minority. Exactly. Among those 100 king-level undyings, the 10 leading champions were all limit champions with heavy treasures. They looked at King Yanzu, who was erupting with a terrifying aura, their eyes full of disdain. To drive a heavy treasure of this rank can only have the combat power of a peak king level, yet still put on such an act. After King Leihu erupted with terrifying lightning power, the battle armor on his body granted him unparalleled strength, and he sent King Yanzu flying with a single punch. The other champions were not to be outdone and acted together. Damn it, you all deserve to die. King Yanzu, who was being beaten and tumbling through the starry sky, roared. He never would have thought that there were actually champions who didn't care about him. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended directly from the starry sky. That terrifying pressure left everyone with no power to resist. Even those 100 king-level undyings were the same. A figure slowly emerged in the starry sky. Father! King Yanzu cried out in joy when he saw this figure appear. That towering figure stood there, surrounded by billowing black flames. Even the cosmic starry sky was burned to nothingness under these billowing flames. The space fragments within the space layers were also the same. The entire solar system was suppressed. Father, these champions bullied me miserably. Out of necessity, I could only come to beg Father. King Yanju's voice carried a sob. Because he had truly been beaten miserably by those 10 limit champions, his entire body was covered in marks from being ravaged. HMPH. Just then, a cold snort resounded through the starry sky. This cold snort carried incredibly terrifying anger. Everyone knew very well how much Venerable Shi Huo doted on King Yanzu. When he saw King Yanzu, whom he himself was reluctant to hit, being treated like this, one could imagine how angry Venerable Shi Huo was now. Those 100 king-level undyings showed expressions of pain in the face of the pressure erupting from Venerable Shi Huo. Is the quality of these foreign race champions a bit too high? The weakest are peak king-level soul great masters, and there are 10 limit champions. The leader is actually an invincible king with 3 heavy treasures. Although Venerable Shi Huo was angry, he was no fool and saw the level of these 100 king-level undyings at a glance. At this moment, a divine kingdom passage slowly appeared, and space vibrated. Shen Chen teleported here through a king-level undying's divine kingdom. He fixed his gaze on King Yanzu and Venerable Shi Huo. Just by standing there, the terrifying aura erupting from his body made King Yanzu feel alarmed. So this is King of Blade and Sword. Seeing Shen Chen's figure, King Yanzu swallowed hard in fear. But thinking of Venerable Shi Huo behind him, he regained his usual demeanor. King of Blade and Sword. Venerable Shi Huo also fixed his gaze on Shen Chen. His voice was no longer as angry as before. They knew very well that the Lord of Earth was Shen Chen, so they had obtained Shen Chen's appearance beforehand and were very clear about him. King of Blade and Sword, I want to talk to you personally. I am willing to exchange a heavy treasure for Earth. If you think it's too little, we can add more. Venerable Shi Huo looked at Shen Chen below with a smile. Venerable Shi Huo, your courage is even greater than that of Venerable Undying. You actually dare to send people to Earth, intending to seal off Earth's space. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Chapter 123, Shen Chen's Confidence. Shuo apologizes. 10,000 eras in the Star Prison. As soon as Shen Chen arrived and saw King Yanzu along with the champions under his command, his expression became extremely grim. Consequently, he had no intention of showing Venerable Shi Huo any respect. Presumptuous. King of Blade and Sword, how dare you show such disrespect to my father? When King Yanzu heard Shen Chen's words, his voice was filled with rage. He knew very well that the reason he could be so arrogant was entirely due to his father's authority. Thus, no matter how domineering he was in the outside world, he always upheld his father's prestige. So, hearing Shen Chen being disrespectful to his father naturally incensed King Yanzu. Of course, deep down, King Yanzu felt more of a secret joy. So what if King of Blade and Sword was a genius? He actually dared to provoke his father. One must understand that geniuses are geniuses, and the powerful are the powerful. In the human race, the distinction is clear as day. Even if King of Blade and Sword was the disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, so what? HMPH. At that moment, Shen Chen looked at King Yanzu and gave a cold snort as a terrifying soul ripple erupted. It struck King Yanzu directly. If he hadn't had that top-tier heavy treasure fused into his soul would likely have been shattered by Shen Chen. Currently, Shen Chen's soul strength was even greater than those peak king-level soul masters. PFF'd. King Yanzu never expected that a mere burst of soul ripples from King of Blade and Sword would make him feel as if he had been severely wounded. One must remember, he was still only at the World Lord rank. King of Blade and Sword, Yanju is my son. Even if he is to be punished, it is not your place. No matter how much of a genius you are still a world lord. You must show respect before and exalt. Within the black flames, Venerable Shi Huo's face was also somewhat unsightly as he spoke with anger. However, at this moment, Venerable Shi Huo didn't dare to treat Shen Chen the way Shen Chen had treated Yanju. He knew very well that if he released his pressure and damaged Shen Chen's soul, no one knew what the primordial Chaos City Lord might do. Venerable Shi Huo, how do you perceive my strength? Yet, Shen Chen simply looked at Venerable Shi Huo and spoke calmly. He asked a question that seemed completely irrelevant to the matter at hand. Your strength is great, at the World Lord rank, you are comparable to an invincible king. On the outside territory battlefield, you have even slain pseudo-invincible kings. You are far stronger than I was when I was a world lord. You are undoubtedly the benchmark for all future geniuses of the human race. But that does not mean you can ignore and exalt. Venerable Shi Huo was also becoming irritated. After all, he was a high-level universe exalt. Even if Shen Chen was the disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, he himself was the disciple of Palace Master Tian Shi. Venerable Shi Huo, you still don't understand geniuses. From what I know, you are merely a high-level exalt. Once I break through to become an undying, I will immediately be a match for a high-level exalt. If I weren't seeking the ultimate power, I could break through to undying right now and suppress you. If you don't believe me, how about we have a life and death battle once I break through? Shen Chen was also feeling a surge of anger in his heart. He knew it. Could someone who raised a person like King Yanzu really be that noble himself? Clearly, Venerable Shi Huo's situation was only slightly better than King Yanju's. Thus, Shen Chen was currently very angry. If Venerable Shi Huo remained stubborn, he wouldn't hold back. He still had 15 true treasure points in his account. He believed that if he offered those 15 points, any universe overlord would be happy to help him teach Venerable Shi Huo a lesson. Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, Venerable Shi Huo's pupils constricted violently. He knew that what Shen Chen said was very likely true. After all, to be comparable to an invincible king at the World Lord stage. The things he was hiding were definitely not as simple as they appeared. Could it be that, like Palace Master Tian Shi or Venerable Ancestral Tree, he possessed a clone with a very high life gene level? With an ordinary human body, no matter how high one's law comprehension was, it was impossible to match a high-level exalt at the undying stage. Venerable Shi Huo thought to himself, feeling a faint sense of unease. Having reached his level, he was well aware that at the undying stage, there were indeed heaven-defying special lifeforms that could rival an exalt. Too arrogant. Hearing these words from Shen Chen, King Yanzu was filled with disbelief. Because what Shen Chen said was simply too shocking, wanting to rival his father right after breaking through to undying. Shuo, who gave you permission to send people to Earth? Matters regarding Earth are for us universe lords to discuss. It is not your place to go down and compete with Shen Chen. And that son of yours is becoming increasingly reckless. Is King of Blade and Sword someone he can just provoke at will? Apologize to King of Blade and Sword, you were in the wrong first. Then, have your son get himself to the 9th star domain prison to serve a sentence of 10,000 eras. Just as Venerable Shi Huo was stuck between not daring to touch Shen Chen and being unwilling to lose face by retreating. A notification caused Venerable Shi Huo's pupils to shake. Because this notification came from his teacher, the leader of their faction, the Lord of Void Gold. He never imagined that this matter would actually draw the attention of the Lord of Void Gold. And from the Lord of Void Gold's words, it wasn't hard to see that he was truly angry. The Lord of Void Gold was famous for being protective of his own, yet today, he was being told to apologize to King of Blade and Sword and send his own son to prison. At this thought, his gaze toward Shen Chen was filled with doubt, shock, helplessness, and lamentation. Ultimately, all these emotions transformed into a trace of apology. This matter was my, Shuo's, mistake first. It was also my son Yanju acting on his own, becoming more and more reckless. I will now sentence Yanju to 10,000 eras in the 9th star domain prison. After first expressing his apologies to Shen Chen, Venerable Shi Huo turned his gaze toward Yanju. Father. King Yanju's entire body shook. Not only did his father not punish Shen Chen, but he had turned around to punish him instead. He never expected his father would treat him this way. The champions under Venerable Shi Huo were equally stunned. Hearing these words from Venerable Shi Huo, Shen Chen nodded. Seeing this, Venerable Shi Huo waved his hand to take all the champions under him away. After expressing his apologies to Shen Chen once more, he left with King Yanzu. Shen Chen figured that the person behind Venerable Shi Huo must have notified him. As he watched Venerable Shi Huo depart, Shen Chen thought to himself. This was for the best, otherwise, he really would have spent true treasure points to ask Palace Master Tian Shi to give Shuo a good thrashing. News of this event spread quickly. The universe exalts within the Great Axe battleground. Upon hearing this information, one by one chose silence and stopped sending messages to Shen Chen. Good heavens! Shen Chen is even bolder than I imagined. His backing is even stronger. I was indeed a bit arrogant before, should I give him some compensation? He actually has the confidence to rival a universe exalt at the undying stage. And even the Lord of Void Gold stepped in. Venerable Undying was also somewhat dazed after learning the whole story. He quickly chose to send an email to Shen Chen, offering a heavy treasure. Chapter 124, 124, Primordial Chaos City Lord's Shock. Still 20 true treasure points. Venerable Undying actually gave me a heavy treasure as an apology. Interesting. Shen Chen looked at the armor-type heavy treasure in his hand and tossed it up and down. A slight smile appeared on his face. After all, no one could ever have too many heavy treasures, he could auction it off for plenty of resources to cultivate his Shen family. Teacher is looking for me. Just as Shen Chen was still pondering how to handle this armor-type heavy treasure, the Primordial Chaos City Lord contacted him. Within the Chaos Temple, Shen Chen's figure appeared. Dressed in golden robes, the Primordial Chaos City Lord fixed his gaze upon Shen Chen. Shen Chen, you truly are bold. You rejected Venerable Undying and Venerable Shi Huo one after another. You even injured Shi Huo's son right in front of him. The Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. He understood Shen Chen's strength better than anyone and was well aware of his goals. The words he had spoken to Venerable Shi Huo were indeed true. With his golden horned beast reaching a 10,000-fold gene level, once it broke through to the undying rank, its divine power would truly be comparable to a high-level exalt. Furthermore, the beast god bone that the Lord of Ganwu had obtained for Shen Chen previously likely allowed Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone to improve once again. Even the Primordial Chaos City Lord did not know exactly how strong Shen Chen was at this moment. That's because they were too arrogant. Shen Chen shrugged, his face full of indifference. I need to clarify the matters regarding Earth with you. After encouraging Shen Chen with a few words, the Primordial Chaos City Lord quickly shifted the topic to Earth. He informed Shen Chen of everything the Great Axe founder had discovered. He also expressed his hope that Shen Chen would sell Earth to the human race. Teacher, do you think I lack mixed element units, heavy treasures, or true treasures? Shen Chen shrugged and spoke with complete nonchalance. Hearing Shen Chen's words, the Primordial Chaos City Lord chuckled. He knew that this disciple of his indeed lacked for nothing. After all, he was only at the World Lord rank. However, the Primordial Chaos City Lord was also somewhat helpless, as Earth's value had far exceeded their estimates. It was simply not something Shen Chen could hold onto on his own. After all, Earth could nurture human infants with special mental will. Given a little time, the human race could definitely create a powerful branch. Teacher, I know you are in a difficult position. However, I have an idea. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at the Primordial Chaos City Lord with a smile. Shen Chen knew very well that for someone like the Primordial Chaos City Lord, public interest outweighed private gain. For the human race, having someone like the Primordial Chaos City Lord as a steward was an absolute blessing. Therefore, Shen Chen had no complaints against the Primordial Chaos City Lord whatsoever. He also hoped that someone with a character like the Primordial Chaos City Lord would emerge from his Shen family. Oh. Hearing Shen Chen's words, a hint of curiosity appeared on the Primordial Chaos City Lord's face. I have a beast-taming secret technique. Shen Chen said, looking at the Primordial Chaos City Lord. A beast-taming secret technique. Shen Chen, you must understand one thing. Earth is a special product created by an existence comparable to the Great Axe founder. Its value is far higher than any so-called secret technique. Among the leaders of our human race, many experts have secondary professions. For instance, among those at my level, one is a master smith capable of forging true treasures. But for pharmacists, beast tamers, and the like, there isn't even a single universe exalt. Hearing that Shen Chen was about to produce another secret technique, the Primordial Chaos City Lord felt surprised yet somehow found it to be expected. However, he was also curious about what secret technique Shen Chen would present. Teacher, this secret technique is called the true explanation of beast controlling. It contains cultivation methods for 12 types of tamed beasts. They can be nurtured from scratch all the way to the universe exalt rank. With such a secret technique, as long as one is willing to expend resources, one can cultivate combat power at the universe exalt level. Those existences at your level would surely be very pleased to obtain such a secret technique. After all, Earth requires their descendants to slowly bear children, but this secret technique allows them to gain universe exalt level combat power simply by paying resources. Shen Chen acknowledged the primordial Chaos City Lord's words, but he knew very well that the secret technique he was offering was entirely different. Is that true? Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, the primordial Chaos City Lord's figure instantly appeared before him and took the true explanation of beast controlling. How fast the primordial Chaos City Lord's mind processed information, he easily understood that these 12 paths could truly cultivate tamed beasts of the universe exalt rank. For the human race, this was indeed significant. Being able to cultivate tamed beasts of this rank within a short time by spending resources was invaluable. In the future, when exploring dangerous universe secret realms, such tamed beasts would be of great use. Excellent. With this beast-taming secret technique, those fellows will likely have nothing more to say. However, I have also learned about the planet where you were born. Let's do this. This beast-taming secret technique will be considered your contribution to the race. The race will also compensate you with true treasure points. However, I still hope you can set aside an area to allocate to them for nurturing their descendants. However, the fees will belong entirely to Earth. You can also use the resources they provide to cultivate the experts of your Earth lineage. With the Virtual Universe Corporation overseeing it, they will absolutely not harass you Earth humans. The primordial Chaos City Lord then looked at Shen Chen and continued. Although he was pleasantly surprised by this beast-taming secret technique, he was also very aware of another point. If the descendants of those universe lords were to be born on Earth, once their mental talents are enhanced, it will create even more experts for our human race. That's fine. The Antarctic glaciers can be partitioned off. But the ownership must still remain with me. If I wish, I can make them leave at any time. Hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord's words, Shen Chen nodded. Although the Shen family didn't lack money, the other people on Earth did. He would treat it as securing benefits for them. Of course, the ownership remains yours. I will do my utmost to facilitate this. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded at Shen Chen's words. Soon, the primordial Chaos City Lord's figure vanished from the Chaos Temple. Virtual universe. It was the same plane of space. The same temple. The same long stone table. Figures arrived one after another, having received the primordial Chaos City Lord's summons. Many universe lords fixed their gazes upon the primordial Chaos City Lord. There was anticipation in their eyes. As time passed, too many people had learned the secret of Earth. Thus, they were eager to know the outcome of the negotiations between the primordial Chaos City Lord and Shen Chen. Had Shen Chen not already made an appearance before, they likely would have pressured the primordial Chaos City Lord to command Shen Chen to hand over Earth long ago. After all, in the eyes of the universe lords, what did a world lord rank genius matter? To them, compensating Shen Chen with a single true treasure was already more than fair. If one were in the monster race or any other race and possessed a special region comparable to Earth, they could just try and see what happened. Unfortunately, Shen Chen was clearly different, solely because of his clone with a 10,000-fold life gene level. Shen Chen has presented a secret technique as a contribution to the race. He has also agreed to partition an area for your descendants. For every child born there, you must pay the Earth lineage. Seeing the expectant looks of these fellows, the primordial Chaos City Lord spoke plainly, manifesting the true explanation of beast controlling and placing it into everyone's hands. Shen Chen had already simulated the secret technique within the Virtual Universe Corporation. Naturally, the primordial Chaos City Lord could do the same. What? 12 types of universe exalt level tamed beasts. How could he possibly have obtained such a secret technique? Just like star-eating grass or cloud contact vine, one can cultivate universe exalt level combat power simply by providing resources. Although the upper limit is only at the elementary universe exalt level, it is incredibly suitable for exploring secret realms and racial warfare. Compared to this, Earth seems like nothing. Lord of Huangjian, Lord Qingdong, and Lord of Void Gold, the universe lords spoke up one after another. Of course, it was mainly because they hadn't had any descendants born on Earth yet, so they hadn't realized how terrifying Earth's cultivation of heart nature was. Thus, in their eyes, Earth truly couldn't compare to this secret technique that could cultivate exalt-level combat power just by providing resources. As Chaos said before, the secret technique Shen Chen contributed to our human race is the same as the previous Time Ruins Tribulation body. Give him 20 true treasure points. As for your descendants wanting to be born on Earth, just pay the Earth. Lineage. The ownership of Earth belongs to Shen Chen. Sitting at the head of the table, the Great Axe founder nodded with satisfaction and immediately set the tone. Agreed, agreed, agreed. One universe lord after another expressed their agreement. Chapter 125, Great Axe's Amazement. The shock of Luo Feng's trio. The universe lords also expressed their agreement one after another. After all, they were the highest existences of the human race, and they usually contributed resources to the race. Now, there was finally a secret technique that could improve the strength of their lineage. The strength of the human race as a whole would also increase externally, so they were naturally extremely satisfied. After all, things like Earth were secondary. As universe lords, how could they not have resources in their hands? Those resources were of little use to them as universe lords and could only be used to cultivate descendants and geniuses. Although Earth could improve mental talent, it would take a long time to see the effects. After the voting was over, the universe lords left one by one. Once the universe lords had departed, only the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord remained in this plane. Just like last time, I will personally subsidize Shen Chen with another 30 true treasure points. The Great Axe founder turned his head, fixed his gaze on the primordial Chaos City Lord, and spoke slowly. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. The tacit understanding from spending long ages together had already made them clear on how to handle this matter. Chaos, there is one more thing. It is regarding this disciple of yours. At this moment, a look of admiration appeared on the Great Axe founder's face. Seeing the look of admiration on the Great Axe founder's face, the primordial Chaos City Lord frowned, somewhat puzzled. I have already investigated Mountain Sitting Guest's methods through time reversal. But since Earth produced geniuses like Shen Chen, Luo Feng, Shen Chengzhou, and Hong all at once, I focused my investigation on the trajectory of their rise. I can basically see through the others, but I cannot see through Shen Chen. The secrets on him are simply too great. I even have a premonition that if I were to forcibly probe Shen Chen, I might suffer a backlash. The originally wild and unrestrained Great Axe founder could not help but sigh with emotion now. To think that he, a universe strongest, would express shock. But this was indeed the result after his investigation of Earth. What? The primordial Chaos City Lord was also somewhat startled at this moment. Clearly, he had not expected that even with the Great Axe founder's true body returning to the primordial universe, he still could not see through Shen Chen. However, after thinking about it carefully, the primordial Chaos City Lord felt it made sense. After all, the primordial universe had gone through too many reincarnation eras, and they could not clearly investigate those previous eras either. Alright, let's not talk about this matter anymore. I heard that Teacher Ganwu has fallen again, and since Teacher Ganwu is his disciple. Since I've happened to return, I'll revive Teacher Ganwu along with 2 other universe exalts. After thinking it over, the Great Axe founder did not dwell on the issue any longer. After all, the Time Ruins Tribulation body and the true explanation of beast controlling that Shen Chen brought out were indeed beneficial to the human race. Now, he was thinking about reviving that unlucky fellow, Teacher Ganwu, first. Teacher Ganwu has already fallen 4 times. Teacher Ganwu's net worth is not even as high as that of his disciple. Hearing the Great Axe founder's words, the primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head helplessly. He was also very exasperated. After all, Teacher Ganwu had truly risen from the era when humanity was weak, and like them, he had heard that person give a lecture. Unfortunately, his luck was truly quite bad. But even so, even in a blank state without equipment, Venerable Ganwu was still a high-level universe venerable. Therefore, even if teacher Ganwu had died 4 times, they still had to revive him. While Chaos and Great Axe were still discussing, in 9-star Bay on Black Dragon Mountain Island within the virtual universe, the Earth Trio, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, were gathered together. Hong had indeed joined the Great Axe battleground and even had the authority to look into the matter of Venerable Shihuo. So, he told Thunder God and Luo Feng about it. My God, 100 champions facing off against a universe exalt. Uncle Shen is even stronger, he actually dared to disregard the pressure of an exalt. With Luo Feng's current authority, he could understand how powerful an exalt was. That was an existence completely comparable to the Lord of Ganwu. But he hadn't expected that even in front of such an existence, Uncle Shen was completely fearless. Yeah, Shen Chen even earned the title of King of Blade and Sword while at the World Lord rank. Moreover, in the Great Axe battleground, those exalts are also quite amazed by Shen Chen. However, I'm not sure why either. Logically speaking, a genius is a genius, and a powerhouse is a powerhouse. My teacher didn't tell me the reason either. Hong spoke with a sigh, he had now become a named disciple of the Great Axe founder. However, they also told me about Shen Chen's current strength. To be able to rival an invincible king while at the World Lord rank. Hong sighed with emotion. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. Because early on, all the legacies they received told them that there was a world of difference between a World Lord and an Undying. But now, someone was telling them that there was a genius who could rival a king-level immortal while still at the World Lord rank. Clearly, the impact on them was immense. Fortunately, the ownership of Earth is in Uncle Shen's hands. If it were in our hands, it probably would have been snatched away by those exalts long ago. Even if it weren't snatched by exalts, it would have been taken by the virtual universe. Corporation, right? Uncle Shen rivals a champion at the World Lord rank. Luo Feng marveled in his heart, admiration for Shen Chen rose in his eyes, and alongside it, a trace of battle intent. Another 50 true treasure points. I'm not surprised. In the Chaos Temple, Shen Chen understood after learning that the race's upper echelon had given him another 50 true treasure points. Although that secret technique of yours is worth 20 true treasure points. Logically speaking, Earth belongs to the Ganwu Universe country, and the Ganwu Universe country belongs to the virtual universe. Its value should be quite a bit higher than the Time Ruins Tribulation body. But considering that the ownership of Earth has been fully transferred to you, it's only 20 true treasure points. However, the Great Axe founder also took your special situation into account, so he subsidized you with another 30 true treasure points. The primordial Chaos City Lord clarified the whole story to Shen Chen. The Great Axe founder is a good man. When the time comes, I'll give him a supreme true treasure. After hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen once again promised a supreme true treasure to the Great Axe founder in his heart. You now have 65 true treasure points. Is there anything you want to exchange for? The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and asked with some curiosity. After all, things like true treasure points had to be spent in order to increase one's strength. He then waved his hand, and a screen appeared in front of Shen Chen. On that screen was a list with 4 major categories: true treasures, heavy treasures, materials, and special resources. However, Shen Chen took a look and saw that for the true treasures category, he could only exchange for ordinary true treasures. The heavy treasures, materials, and special resources categories were mostly open. Teacher, I need treasures to improve my life gene level. Chapter 126, Investment. Life Source Core. Breaking the 100x universe limit. Shen Chen thought carefully. He knew that current true treasures and heavy treasures were useless to him. After all, he had enslaved too many champions in the outside territory battlefield. On average, 1 out of every 100 champions possessed a heavy treasure. So, he wasn't lacking heavy treasures. True treasures had too harsh usage conditions for a World Lord rank, so there was no need to exchange for them. He already had a normal soul type true treasure and a normal ceiling type true treasure. Treasure to increase life gene level. Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded after hearing Shen Chen. But your human original body has already reached 100x life gene level. Are you planning to upgrade your other clones? As far as I know, your temporal Thunder Hu clone seems to have several thousand times life gene level, and your Lihuo Mountain clone is also 3000x life gene level. The resources needed to upgrade these two clones are far beyond your imagination. Even for some universe lords, their life gene levels haven't increased by much. Primordial Chaos City Lord was right. After all, it becomes harder to increase life gene level the further one goes. Otherwise, there would be many tier 3 or 4 universe lords in the universe. No, teacher, it's to exchange for my third son. My third son's life gene level has reached 10x. I plan to raise it to 100x. Shen Chen didn't hide it and said directly. You certainly have bold ambition. Directly raising your third son's life gene level to the universe limit. Even Venerable Shi Huo, whom you faced before, wasn't as generous as you to raise King Yanju's life gene level to 100x. If Venerable Shi Huo really had that confidence, King Yanzu wouldn't have lost to Zan Yan King. After all, after raising life gene level to 100x, King Yanzu would possess 10 million times World Lord power, plus the top-tier heavy treasure he possesses. Although Zan Yan is known as an invincible king, he would likely only be able to barely contend. Although Zan Yan King is Virtual Universe Corporation's invincible king, what Primordial Chaos City Lord said was a fact. A strong foundation allows one to fight across ranks. After all, a person with no foundation who breaks through to Universe Exalt after comprehending one of the two major superior laws from peak king level would only have 10 million times World Lord power in their god body. Shen Chen understood what Primordial Chaos City Lord said. He knew this better than anyone. After all, he had upgraded his human original body, from 10x to 100x, which cost him 35 true treasure points. I rethought it shouldn't take that much, but it was already written in the previous text, so it's hard to change. I'll be careful next time. Many universe overlords in the human race have human original bodies at this level. Except for those universe overlords who underwent possession on super large god bodies. Teacher, my third son, Shen Chengzhou, is also a member of the highest beginning mythical region at the territory lord rank in the Virtual Universe Corporation. But he is about to start passing the Sky Thunder Bridge. I plan to add more burden to him so he can enter the primitive mystical region all at once. To establish a firm foothold in the primitive mystical region, he walks the path of comprehending the origin law of time through the origin law of thunder and lightning. This Thunder God Blood Crystal, worth 20 true treasure points, seems very suitable. Shen Chen explained to Primordial Chaos City Lord while searching through the special resources. Soon, he found a resource called Thunder God Blood Crystal. This Thunder God Blood Crystal was also found in that secret realm where Teacher Gamu fell. It's the same as the Beast God Skeleton you used before. But its value is even higher than your Beast God Skeleton. 20 true treasure points could be exchanged for a high-grade true treasure battle blade or high-grade true treasure armor. But since you insist, then exchange it. I will have someone send the Thunder God Blood Crystal to you shortly. Primordial Chaos City Lord didn't say anything more after hearing Shen Chen's explanation. After all, this was Shen Chen's own harvest. He could use his treasures on whoever he wanted. Thank you, teacher. After obtaining the promise from Primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen left happily. Watching Shen Chen leave, Primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head helplessly. He could certainly see how much Shen Chen valued his family. Just for one son, he could throw away 20 true treasure points for cultivation. Like Venerable Shi Huo, even though he was a high-level universe exalt, he only gave King Yanzu a top-tier heavy treasure. Among high-level universe exalts, only a small portion possess true treasures. True treasures are standard equipment for universe overlords. Even those universe lords probably aren't that extravagant, casually taking out a high-grade true treasure to bestow upon their offspring. You must know that the Thunder God Blood Crystal is worth 20 true treasure points. It was delivered directly by the guards from the City Lord's mansion. Your Highness Shen Chen, the leading envoy in purple said respectfully as he looked at Shen Chen in front of him. He took out a metal box from his hand and handed it to Shen Chen. You must know that they were merely envoys belonging to the City Lord's mansion. But Shen Chen was the personal disciple of primordial Chaos City Lord, and just by his own strength, he could sweep through them. Who doesn't know the reputation of King of Blade and Sword nowadays? After taking the metal box, Shen Chen nodded, feeling extremely satisfied. The several envoys in purple left quickly after completing their mission. Soon, Shen Chengzhou was called before Shen Chen. Shen Chengzhou looked at Shen Chen standing in front of him with extreme confusion. Shen Chengzhou could have broken through to the World Lord rank long ago. But he felt his accumulation was not enough. Plus, once he broke through to the World Lord rank, he would have to compete with those veteran World Lords in the highest beginning mythical region, and even participate in the life and death trials for World Lord rank geniuses. Additionally, he wanted to stay at the Territory Lord rank to earn points in the Gamu Universe country branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation. With your current foundation, there is no need to stay at the Territory Lord rank anymore. Take this treasure and consume it according to the instructions. Looking at Shen Chengzhou below him, Shen Chen sighed and handed the metal box in his hand to Shen Chengzhou. After Shen Chengzhou opened the metal box with a puzzled look, he saw a blue blood crystal inside emitting a terrifying aura. And after he finished checking the usage instructions on the side, he was even more shocked. Nowadays, he naturally had the permission to know about the so-called life gene level. This blue blood crystal could actually continue to raise his 10x life gene level. One can imagine how high a price his father paid for this treasure. Just as he was about to refuse, Shen Chen's gaze made him feel as if he had returned to the past. In the end, he didn't speak, but instead began to consume the Thunder God blood crystal in front of Shen Chen according to the instructions. The Thunder God blood crystal was different from the Blood River crystal of the Shuiluo continent. How could a treasure worth 20 true treasure points have such high usage requirements like the Blood River crystal? Plus, the Virtual Universe Corporation had perfectly developed how to use the Thunder God blood crystal. So Shen Chengzhou used the Thunder God blood crystal with extreme ease. Auras of the Time Thunder Law permeated from Shen Chengzhou's body. Clearly, this blood crystal really came from one of the 8 beast gods, the Time Thunder Beast God. Bestowed Thunder God blood crystal to Red Aptitude clansman Shen Chengzhou. 1000x return, obtained life source core. I knew it. There would be a treasure that could allow me to break the 100x universe limit. After hearing the prompt, Shen Chen quickly learned the function of the life source core from the creation treasure tree. If used by a life form under 100x life gene level, it could directly break through the 100x universe limit. And if used by a life form exceeding 100x life gene level, it could directly increase the life gene level by 100x. The 100x life gene level wasn't the most important part. What mattered was that it represented that Shen Chen had already broken the universe limit, and subsequently, he only needed to spend resources to gradually increase it to the life gene level of the Golden Horned Beast and the Chronos Thunder Beast. After obtaining this treasure, Shen Chen wasn't in any rush. Only after Shen Chengzhou stabilized his aura, and seeing his aura reach the 100x life gene level, did Shen Chen breathe a sigh of relief. The effect of the Thunder God blood crystal exceeded his estimate, directly increasing Shen Chengzhou's life gene level by 90x. Now, Shen Chengzhou's speed in comprehending the origin law of time and the origin law of thunder and lightning far exceeded other human geniuses. Once he breaks through to the World Lord rank, his speed in comprehending origin laws will be even more heaven-defying. Overjoyed, Shen Chengzhou hurriedly said goodbye to Shen Chen. He wanted to go down to familiarize himself with the brand new power he had obtained, and then prepare to break through to the World Lord rank. Shen Chen's human original body smiled and shook his head, then took out the life source core from just a moment ago. The life source core was a transparent crystal core filled with terrifying vitality. On it flickered unparalleled life auras and streaks of law secret engravings. Shen Chen didn't hesitate at all and, following the prompts of the creation treasure tree, began to use the life source core. In just an instant, that surging life aura began to directly impact the universe limit. Not long after, those terrifying law secret engravings reflected everything. You must know that Luo Feng in the original work also relied on the 9-volume manual to successfully break the 100x universe limit. But now, Shen Chen also successfully broke it with the life source core. 101x life gene level. Although it only increased by 1 time, this represents that I have already broken the limit. Now I still have 45 true treasure points, excluding some true treasure points prepared to pay back the teacher. All other true treasure points will be used to exchange for materials to increase the life gene level of my human original body. However, 45 true treasure points don't seem to be enough. I need to think about how to get treasures. Chapter 127, Teacher Ganwu Resurrected. A bewildered Teacher Ganwu, no longer the biggest debtor. Within the human race, universe exalts can be considered the backbone. Even champion-level existences have permanent residences in primordial Chaos City, and these universe exalts are no exception. At this moment, in a huge garden within primordial Chaos City, an unparalleled aura of time and space permeated, time and space were constantly reversing, and shadows were flowing within this garden. If it weren't for the fact that the primordial Chaos City Lord has absolute control over the primal universe, this terrifying aura would have spread out. Then, a figure was forcibly dragged out from the torrent of time and space. Who? The figure of the Lord of Ganwu slowly emerged in the garden, and then memories flowed into his mind. I fell in the blood spirit secret realm. I was killed by that universe overlord of the insect race. But fortunately, I only borrowed a set of top-tier heavy treasure from other universe exalts. After all, that secret realm is still very dangerous. Fortunately, at the cost of about 1 true treasure point, I brought that beast god skeleton back for Shen Chen. After recovering all his aura, Teacher Ganwu felt a little emotional at this moment. He hadn't gone out to adventure for many years, ever since he had fallen 3 times. This time, if it weren't for helping Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone reach perfection, he wouldn't have gone to the universe secret realm. Now, he owed another true treasure point. Teacher Ganwu, many geniuses in this universe genius battle basically came out of the Ganwu universe country. There is even the King of Blade and Sword. So, you shouldn't go out adventuring during this recent period. Stay in the Ganwu secret region with peace of mind and cultivate geniuses for my human race. However, at this moment, the voice of the Great Axe founder reached Teacher Ganwu's ears. Feeling that familiar and terrifying aura of divine power, Teacher Ganwu immediately bowed respectfully in that direction. Obviously, he was very clear that the one who resurrected him was the Great Axe founder. After the Great Axe founder's aura left, the Lord of Ganwu slowly straightened up. I already owed the race 2.2 true treasure points. I owed other universe exalts 1.6 true treasure points. This time, I fell and owed a set of top-tier heavy treasure, 1 true treasure point. I estimate I also owe the race about 1 true treasure point. In other words, I now owe the race about 6 true treasure points. Even for some universe overlords, their net worth is only about that much. After thinking carefully, Teacher Ganwu felt more and more pitiful for himself. However, when Teacher Ganwu thought of Shen Chen, a smile appeared on his face again. But what does the King of Blade and Sword that the Great Axe founder mentioned have to do with me? Could it be that another one of my disciples has become a champion-level undying? Could it be? Teacher Ganwu recalled what the Great Axe founder had said just now, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. After all, he had gone to the Blood Spirit secret realm before Shen Chen went to the outside territory battlefield, so he didn't know the specific situation at all. However, the title of King of Blade and Sword gave him an idea. Could it be Shen Chen? That shouldn't be the case. How long has it been since I left? His strength shouldn't be that heaven-defying. Even if his golden horned beast clone has the beast god skeleton I gave him, it only has a life gene level of 10,000 times. Converted, that's just an ordinary champion. The title passed down by the golden horned beast clone wouldn't be something like King of Blade and Sword, right? After shaking his head, Teacher Ganwu dismissed this thought in his mind. Maybe it really was one of the marquee-level undying disciples he had taken in who had achieved a breakthrough to become a champion. But as soon as he thought of this, he felt a bit distressed. After all, it was his disciple who had achieved a breakthrough to become a champion, so he had to give some treasure as a celebration. But now, he was as broke as one could possibly be. It was only because he, Teacher Ganwu, had a wide enough network within the human race that those universe exalts would lend him treasure points, allowing him to exchange for a set of heavy treasure from the human race treasury. Why don't I owe the race anymore? However, when he started to check his debts, he was surprised to find that he no longer owed the race anything. Full of confusion, he began to look through his emails. He was surprised to find that the universe exalts he originally owed money to had sent him emails one after another, telling him that the King of Blade and Sword had already repaid the treasure points to them on his behalf. This made Teacher Ganwu even more bewildered. He didn't quite understand why. King of Blade and Sword. Could it be? Teacher Ganwu thought to himself, and soon he realized it and hurriedly went into the virtual universe. He kept sending emails to Shen Chen, asking him to hurry to the virtual universe to see him. Soon, at the mountainside of Thunder Island, Shen Chen also arrived at the palace where the Lord of Ganwu lived. Shen Chen, the King of Blade and Sword is you helped me pay off all my debts. While notifying Shen Chen, the Lord of Ganwu also learned about the whole situation through his intelligent life. Outside territory battlefield, obtained a ceiling-type true treasure, 1 star suppresses 10,000 kings. It even caused the primordial chaos city lord to kill a universe lord of the insect race. Shen Chen even intimidated venerable Shi Huo for the life planet where he was born. After learning everything that had happened to Shen Chen during this period, Teacher Ganwu could hardly believe his eyes. After all, how long had he been dead? How did it feel like what Shen Chen had experienced was more exciting than the lives of some universe exalts? Teacher, this is also to thank you for getting that beast god skeleton for me in the blood spirit secret realm. Teacher, you don't have to be like this. That beast god skeleton is extremely important to me, it helped me perfect everything. Its value is simply not something that a few true treasure points can solve. However, at this moment, Shen Chen was looking at the Lord of Ganwu before him with a respectful face and bowed to him. The Lord of Ganwu, sitting on the throne, looked at Shen Chen below with a complex expression. He remembered the first time he met Shen Chen. It had only been 200 or 300 years, and now this disciple of his had created the title of King of Blade and Sword, and the feats he had accomplished were simply not something that an ordinary champion could compare to. And he was only at the World Lord rank. Thinking of this, the Lord of Ganwu shook his head. He felt that he was really a bit old. And because of this disciple of his, the debt he was worried about had been paid off overnight. It's just a few true treasure points. For a disciple like you, it's not important at all. However, just at this moment, a confident smile appeared on Shen Chen's face. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the Lord of Ganwu was also a bit bewildered. You have to know that those were true treasure points. Shen Chen was only at the World Lord rank. Even if his combat power was truly an invincible king, he wouldn't dare to say that he didn't take true treasure points seriously, right? Teacher, I have already used up 100 true treasure points. I contributed 2 secret techniques to the race, of which 40 true treasure points were given to me by the race, and 60 true treasure points were given to me separately by the Great Axe founder. Teacher, don't go out and publicize this. Let's just know it ourselves. Looking at the expression on the Lord of Ganwu's face, Shen Chen did not hide it from the Lord of Ganwu. Is this really my disciple? Is this really a disciple I could have taught? However, the more Shen Chen spoke, the greater the impact on the Lord of Ganwu's heart. Soon, Shen Chen left, leaving the Lord of Ganwu alone to digest it. He went to deal with matters that were more important to him. Chapter 128, Refining Heavy Treasure. Thunderhu Magic Armor. Ordinary True Treasure. Within the Ganwu secret region at this moment, Shen Chen looked at the giant volcano in front of him with an excited expression. It was exactly his Laotian clone. As a special life form with a 3,000-fold life gene level and a massive divine body, the Laotian clone possessed 3 innate secret techniques. The first is Burning Flame Spirit Tempering, which can increase the grade of treasures through its own flames. The second is Flame Incarnation, which can split off an incarnation formed from earth fire to fight. However, Shen Chen uses this incarnation to refine treasures, and this incarnation's life gene level is also at 100 times. The third is gestating fire core, which can gestate a type of fire core within its own body. It is a material that can be used to forge heavy treasure. It can regenerate, but the longer the gestation time, the higher the grade of the material. Previously, Shen Chen had already gained a wealth of experience in refining heavy treasure by teaching Shen Chengzhou. He also had a classic book on refining heavy treasure called True Explanation of Treasure Refining. However, due to insufficient experience, Shen Chen had not yet refined a single piece of heavy treasure. Therefore, today was somewhat important to him, as he needed to focus his energy on refining his very first piece of heavy treasure. From within the Laotian clone, an incarnation composed entirely of flames walked out, possessing an incomparably terrifying aura of fire upon it. It connected with the terrifying earth fire that the Lihuo mountain itself possessed. Then, it picked up a terrifying giant hammer and continuously struck a piece of metal. Rumble. The terrifying roaring sound resonated throughout this entire area. If Shen Chen hadn't isolated this area, many geniuses within the Gamu secret region would likely have been affected by these roars. It is the critical moment. The most important thing about heavy treasure and true treasure is the secret engravings within them. The reason heavy treasure and true treasure can greatly increase the combat power of experts is entirely because these secret engravings are equivalent to an additional secret technique for the experts. Moreover, this secret technique is incomparably powerful. It's just that for me right now, it is still because my law comprehension is insufficient. I also don't understand secret techniques too well. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he still felt some regret in his heart. However, since it was the critical stage of refining heavy treasure, he didn't dwell on it too much. Rumble. Under the hammering of the giant hammer, the piece of metal continuously deformed, turning into a sharp sword. The terrifying, sharp aura emanating from this sharp sword showed that it was a treasure with gold and space attributes. It's just missing a little something. Subsequently, from the flame incarnation, streaks of law secret engravings continuously headed towards that sharp sword. After a while, under Shen Chen's observation, a secret engraving slowly emerged within the sharp sword. Clearly, after completing this step, a piece of heavy treasure had been completed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After finishing this piece of heavy treasure, even the current flame incarnation directly collapsed. Too much earth fire was lost, and it needed to replenish energy in time. Fortunately, the massive divine body of the Lihuo mountain could continuously absorb starry sky energy through the Ganwu secret region. Although it was only a piece of ordinary attack-type heavy treasure with one secret engraving, for me, it has epic-making significance. This represents that my Lihuo mountain truly possesses the ability to refine heavy treasure. Moreover, the speed at which the Laotian clone refines heavy treasure is far beyond my expectations. After all, this is a special life form particularly suitable for artifact refining. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Shen Chen's face. After all, selling heavy treasure can also exchange for too many resources. Shen Chen wanted to quickly improve the life gene level of his human original body, temporal Thunder Hu clone, and Laotian clone, and the true treasure points required were simply too many. However, in the human race treasury, there are still some resources that can be exchanged with treasure points, which can be used to improve the life gene level of his human original body. As for the temporal Thunder Hu clone and the Laotian clone, every treasure that can improve them must be settled with true treasure points. Let's continue like this. The Laotian clone will refine heavy treasure. The temporal Thunder Hu clone will spend resources to raise tamed beasts and guard the Shen family. The human original body and the golden horned beast clone will head to the primal universe to comprehend secret techniques. Strive to improve law comprehension to the peak level below the 21st floor as soon as possible. After Shen Chen had finalized his plan, his human original body and the golden horned beast clone headed to Primordial Chaos City in the primal universe. Time passed bit by bit like this. 1,000 years had passed since Shen Chen handled the Earth incident. During these 1,000 years, all the geniuses in this genius battle had shown their sharpness. However, it was a pity that even with the emergence of Bolin, who appears once in 10,000 eras, Shen Chengzhou, who appears once in tens of thousands of eras, and Luo Feng, who appears once in 10 million eras, no one could touch Shen Chen's record. 300 years in primal, 1,000 years in primordial. That's right, Luo Feng stayed in primordial Chaos City for 300 years, broke through the 13th floor of the 9 Universes Heavenly Bridge in one go, and even caused the primordial Chaos City Lord to accept him as a named disciple. As for Bolin, he stopped at the 9th floor of the Universe Heavenly Bridge. Shen Chengzhou broke through the 11th floor of the Heavenly Thunder Bridge. However, none of this was important, because within these 300 years, Shen Chen had already broken through the original heaven-reaching mountain and broken through the 20th floor of the Universe Heavenly Bridge. Finally, he was defeated by the gatekeeper of the 21st floor. This disciple will definitely do his utmost. Within Primordial Chaos City at this moment, Luo Feng stood in front of the Primordial Chaos City Lord's incarnation with a respectful expression. Just at this moment, the figures of Venerable Golden Axe and Shen Chen arrived from afar. This is your 9th senior brother, Venerable Golden Axe. As for the other one, I don't need to say much, you already know each other. The Primordial Chaos City Lord pointed at Venerable Golden Axe and said. As for Shen Chen beside him, he did not introduce him. 9th senior brother Shen Chen. After Luo Feng bowed to Venerable Golden Axe, he quickly focused his gaze on Shen Chen. Just as he was about to bow, Shen Chen waved his hand. Soon, the Primordial Chaos City Lord gave orders to Luo Feng and Venerable Golden Axe. Afterward, he granted Luo Feng 20 opportunities to comprehend the 9 universes Chaos Steel. Soon, after Luo Feng bowed, the figures of Venerable Gui Yi, Venerable Golden Axe, and Luo Feng disappeared from here. Shen Chen, in these 300 years, you have far exceeded my expectations. However, your title of King of Blade and Sword has long resounded throughout the universe. The original heaven-reaching mountain and the 20th floor of the Universe Heavenly Bridge simply cannot stop you. The Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said with a sigh. Teacher, this is what I should do. Shen Chen was very respectful in front of the Primordial Chaos City Lord. Teacher, I have come this time because I want to contribute treasures. You also know that I have a Laotian clone, and my second son is also a genius in refining treasures. So, to teach my son, my Laotian clone has also refined quite a few heavy treasures over these years. After the Primordial Chaos City Lord heard what Shen Chen said, there was surprise in his eyes. After all, this was the first time he had heard Shen Chen say that his Laotian clone was now able to refine heavy treasure. One must know that his Laotian clone was only at the World Lord rank. At this moment, the Primordial Chaos City Lord sighed continuously, thinking about what a multifaceted genius Shen Chen was. Previously, you didn't know how to contribute treasures to the human race. The location for contributing treasures is in the side hall next to the City Lord's mansion. I have enabled the permissions for you, you go there. Soon, Shen Chen headed to that ancient side hall. After entering that hall door, Shen Chen walked to the stone disc in the center. Subsequently, Shen Chen dumped the pieces of heavy treasure into it one by one, contributing them to the human race. The time flow in the primal universe and the primordial universe is not the same. The Lihuo mountain had actually been refining treasures in the primordial universe for 1,000 years. As for the materials, they were purchased directly in the Great Alliance. In these 1,000 plus years, Shen Chen had refined more than 250 pieces of heavy treasure. On average, one piece of heavy treasure every 4 years, and among them, there was even one set of ordinary heavy treasure. However, these heavy treasures were basically all ordinary heavy treasures. There were mostly attack type and armor type. Among them, that set of ordinary heavy treasure was exchanged for 400 treasure points. The other heavy treasures averaged only 4 treasure points each. Shen Chen had only obtained 1,400 treasure points. Added together, it wasn't even one true treasure point. Of course, this was also because Shen Chen could not refine Soul type heavy treasure, domain type heavy treasure, and palace type heavy treasure. His strength was insufficient to support him in handling these. However, it was enough for him. What he needed to do was use these treasure points to buy heavy treasures suitable for Shen Chengzhou, Shen Chengyun, and Shen Chuyang. After bestowing them, according to Shen Chen's estimation, he would be able to get ordinary true treasure in return. At that time, he would use them to exchange for treasures to improve the life gene level of his human original body and clones. In the end, it was because the realm of those geniuses in his Shen family was still too low. Even if Shen Chen wanted to bestow very top-tier treasures, he simply had no way to start. However, Cheng Zhou is about to go participate in the World Lord rank life and death trial. Equipping him with a full set of heavy treasure, attack type heavy treasure, armor type heavy treasure, soul type heavy treasure, these are basically all necessary. If 1400 treasure points are not enough, I still have an enlightenment star core here that I haven't used for so many years. Might as well just exchange it for true treasure points. Anyway, after one wave of investment, it will directly return double. Given my status in the human race right now, Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others probably won't ask much. Alright, let's do it this way. The more Shen Chen thought about it, the more he felt this matter was feasible. After all, the combat power he had displayed was already enough. To improve the life gene level of his human original body and other clones, Shen Chen was going all out. A few days later, within the Gamu secret region, bestow Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengzhou the Thunder Imperial Armor, 1000-fold return, obtain Thunder Hu Magic Armor. I knew it. Chengzhou currently has a 100-fold life gene level and 16-fold body amplitude, which is already enough to drive the first secret engraving of this top-tier armor type heavy treasure. The Thunder Hu Magic Armor returned to me as a piece of ordinary armor type true treasure. Good. In these few years, I will summon Cheng Zhou to Primordial Chaos City, teach him law comprehension, and bestow him heavy treasure once a year to arm him to the teeth. Let him go participate in the life and death trial. Chapter 129, True Treasure Shenshao, Wengxing, Earth Soul Orb. Human Original Body 1000x Life Gene Level. Dad, the things you gave me are simply too many, too precious. Ordinary members of the primitive mystical region probably don't have the same treatment as I do. Shen Chengzhou looked at the flame incarnation of Shen Chen in front of him. His face was full of shock. After all, he was now a member of the primitive mystical region. He had previously entered the primitive mystical region through the qualification battle at the Territory Lord rank, and subsequently broke through to the World Lord rank. With his authorization level, he was already able to understand what a heavy treasure was. So he was able to understand how precious the armor named Thunder Imperial Armor in his hands was. He feared that even those king-level immortals would come to snatch it, right? It doesn't matter. It's just a heavy treasure. Shen Chen waved his hand dismissively at this, not caring at all. After hearing these words from Shen Chen, Shen Chengzhou shook his head helplessly. Over these years, he had come to understand how powerful his father was. After breaking through to the World Lord rank, you have to face the life and death trials of the World Lord rank members of the primitive mystical region. Either the universe secret realm or the outside territory battlefield. However, before that, you still need to improve your means. Next, come to Primordial Chaos City just like Luo Feng. My human original body will teach you about the origin law of time. By the way, I will also improve your other aspects. The flame incarnation continued to look at Shen Chengzhou and said. Shen Chengzhou naturally chose to obey Shen Chen's order. After all, he also realized that his current means were indeed a bit low. Although he had passed the 11th level of the Heavenly Thunder Bridge, among all the World Lord rank members of the primitive mystical region, he was not considered top tier. So he also needed to improve himself. Primitive mystical region members naturally had time to comprehend in Primordial Chaos City. Soon, Shen Chengzhou met Shen Chen's human original body. Get ready for the improvement. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou below and said with a serious face. Shen Chengzhou accepted this gladly. In the following time, whenever Shen Chen had free time, he would teach Shen Chengzhou how to comprehend the origin law of time. When he had spare time, he would also bestow other heavy treasures upon Shen Chengzhou. 100 years later in Primordial Chaos City, Shen Chen had now comprehended the three major mysteries of the origin law of time: acceleration, deceleration, and stillness. As long as he broke through to undying, he would immediately be at the peak king level. However, Shen Chen did not care about this. He looked at Shen Chengzhou in front of him. Shen Chengzhou was indeed worthy of being recognized as a member of the Shen family with red aptitude. Although his speed of comprehending the origin law could not compare to those geniuses of the human race who appeared once every 10 million eras. But it was much better than those other primitive mystical region members. Now he had passed the 13th level of the Heavenly Thunder Bridge, and among the undying spiritual gods, he could be considered very powerful. And on his person, there were also the heavy treasures that Shen Chen had carefully selected for him over these 100 years. They were an attack-type heavy treasure named Thunder Spirit Sword, a mental weapon-type heavy treasure named Nine Heavens, a soul-type true treasure named Soul Mirror. Every heavy treasure reached the level of a top-tier heavy treasure. After all, the path Shen Chengzhou started on was that of a Psyker Master. As for that attack-type heavy treasure, it was simply bestowed upon him. The soul-type true treasure, Soul Mirror, cost the most, consuming 2 true treasure points of Shen Chen. It was only after Shen Chen offered the Enlightenment Star Core in his hand to the ethnic group treasury that he got 3 true treasure points to settle it. After all, an Enlightenment Star Core had a huge effect even for a universe exalt. Of course, what Shen Chen lacked the least now was the Enlightenment Star Core. Basically, when he had time, Shen Chen would bestow Black Demon Crystal Cores upon Shen Chengzhou. He now had a total of 20 Enlightenment Star Cores in his hands. This was the reason why Shen Chengzhou's law comprehension could improve so quickly. The Black Demon Crystal Cores played a huge role. After all, it was extremely difficult to improve with each level of the Heavenly Bridge. Dad, in these 100 years, my improvement has been too much. Next, I am prepared to go to the outside territory battlefield for trials. Shen Chengzhou knew better than anyone the resources Shen Chen spent on him. It was far more than that of King Yanzu, the son of the so-called Venerable Shihuo. Even that guy King Yanzu could become a champion, and Shen Chengzhou felt that he was not inferior to others. Moreover, he did not want to be a spoiled disciple who only knew how to stay under his father's protection like King Yanzu. Shen Chen was also satisfied with what Shen Chengzhou said and waved his hand directly, not stopping him. After all, Shen Chengzhou was different from Shen Chenyan and Shen Chuyang. Shen Chengzhou had reached red aptitude during the battle process from the very beginning. Watching Shen Chengzhou leave Primordial Chaos City, Shen Chen also set his sights on the 3 true treasures he had obtained. Invest in red aptitude clansman Shen Chengzhou with the heavy treasure Thunder Spirit Sword, 1000x return, obtain the true treasure Shenshao Sword. Invest in red aptitude clansman Shen Chengzhou with the heavy treasure 9 Heavens, 1000x return, obtain the mental attack type true treasure Wangxing. Invest in red aptitude clansman Shen Chengzhou with the heavy treasure Soul Mirror, 1000x return, obtain the soul type true treasure Earth Soul Orb. This was the prompt sound that had appeared every time Shen Chen made an investment over these 100 years. And Shen Chen had obtained a total of 4 true treasures and 20 Enlightenment Star Cores from Shen Chengzhou. Just these things alone were enough to rival the net worth of a top-tier universe overlord. And Shen Chen was prepared to use these things to improve the life gene level of his human original body. It could only be said that the true treasures returned to Shen Chen by the creation treasure tree were basically all top quality. The mental attack type true treasure Wangxing, plus the attack type true treasure Shenshao Sword, and the soul life bead that the primordial Chaos City Lord had previously bestowed upon Shen Chen. After all, the Earth Soul Orb was a little better than the soul life bead, so Shen Chen kept the Earth Soul Orb. Plus 10 Enlightenment Star Cores. As for the remaining 10 Enlightenment Star Cores, Shen Chen prepared to keep them for his own use. With 3 true treasures plus 10 Enlightenment Star Cores, Shen Chen obtained 120 true treasure points. Adding the 1 true treasure point left before, Shen Chen's net worth now reached 121 true treasure points. I'm not a fool to have true treasure points and not use them. Subsequently, Shen Chen couldn't wait to start spending. Piece by piece, treasures to improve the life gene level were redeemed by Shen Chen from the human race treasury. In the following time, Shen Chen's human original body stayed in primordial chaos city to digest these treasures. 10 years later, now my human original body's life gene level has reached 1000 times. Those treasures that can be used between 100 and 1000 times are still very precious. Not to mention those treasures that can be used after exceeding 1000 times. But fortunately, I have the creation treasure tree. I don't feel the pinch when spending. As Shen Chen said this, he felt the terrible power contained within his body. A smile appeared on his face. However, he also understood why there were so few top-tier universe overlords in the human race. After all, the foundation of the human race was very poor. 1000 times life gene level, Shen Chen, oh Shen Chen. Where did your true treasures come from? But what Shen Chen didn't know was that the incarnation of the primordial chaos city lord had been watching him all along. He watched with his own eyes as Shen Chen improved from 101 times life gene level to 1000 times. Should I let Shen Chen go to that place? Chapter 130, Venerable Combat Power. Human Changes. 3 Races Suppress. Elder God Cult. Currently, my human original body has a 1000-fold life gene level. The Golden Horned Beast clone has a 10,081-fold life gene level. The Temporal Thunder Hu clone has a 9,000-fold life gene level. The Laotian clone has a 3,000-fold life gene level. My main combat units, the human original body, the Golden Horned Beast clone, and the Temporal Thunder Hu clone, all possess invincible king combat power. Plus, I have the Thunder Hu magic armor. This true treasure, the Thunder Hu magic armor, was completely prepared for the Chronos Thunder Beast. The first set of secret engravings of the Thunder Hu magic armor requires 1 million times the World Lord rank divine power to drive, which can grant the user 10 million times the World Lord rank divine power. The Temporal Thunder Hu clone has a 1000-fold life gene level, multiplied by 10 from driving the Shueluo power. The Time Ruins Tribulation body I am cultivating has also increased to 100 times during this period. That is exactly 1 million times the World Lord rank divine power. In other words, my current Temporal Thunder Hu clone can rival the weakest, plain vanilla universe exalt. Shen Chen said, a smile appearing on his face. Of course, he also understood that this was under the most ideal circumstances. After all, how could an existence capable of reaching the universe exalt rank not spend time improving their life gene level and acquiring a few heavy treasures for themselves? However, Shen Chen was very satisfied with this, as his Temporal Thunder Hu clone was only at the World Lord rank. In this universe, are there any beings at the World Lord rank who possess universe exalt level combat power? Shen Chen thought carefully and felt it was impossible. I have already comprehended 3 great profound mysteries of the origin law of time, and the path forward is to slowly fuse these 3 great profound mysteries. 2. Completely comprehend the origin law of time. As for the origin law of space, I have only comprehended 2 great profound mysteries. After all, the speed at which that fellow Chungyun comprehends the origin law of space is a bit slow, and the returns are not that great. However, Shen Chen was very satisfied with this. Just by relying on his human original body and the Golden Horned Beast clone staying in primordial chaos city for a few hundred years, he had comprehended the lock profound mystery. If those slightly inferior king-level immortals were to find out, they would probably doubt their lives. Teacher is looking for me. Just at this moment, Shen Chen looked toward the City Lord's mansion. Because at this time, the primordial chaos City Lord had sent a message looking for Shen Chen. Shen Chen had nothing to say about this and hurriedly headed to the Chaos Ruins. In the Chaos Ruins, looking at those corpses now, Shen Chen's reaction was indifferent. After all, a large portion of these corpses were merely at the Universe Exalt rank. Now that Shen Chen's Temporal Thunder Hu clone drives the Thunder Hu magic armor, it can also rival the weakest Universe Exalt. Once Shen Chen breaks through to the Undying rank, the gap will be even greater. Soon, Shen Chen met this clone of the primordial chaos City Lord. Your human original body has also increased to a 1000-fold life gene level. Our human race grants 100 true treasure points to newly broken through universe lords. You spent a full 120 true treasure points on your human original body. I must say, Shen Chen, you are truly extravagant. However, the few treasures you contributed to the race are indeed worth it. The primordial Chaos City Lord fixed his gaze on Shen Chen, and upon confirming that Shen Chen's soul was still human, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Chen smiled at this without offering too much explanation. There was a tacit understanding between them. Previously, when Shen Chen brought out the Time Ruins Tribulation Body Secret Technique, both he and the primordial Chaos City Lord maintained this secret without prying further. Shen Chen, your current strength is already heaven-defying. I have an idea. Are you willing to go to the Elder God cult? After thinking carefully, the primordial Chaos City Lord decided to let Shen Chen go to the Elder God cult. After all, Shen Chen possessed the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Temporal Thunder Hu clone. These two clones were naturally suited for the Golden Space Fusion Dao and the Thunder Time Fusion Dao. Although Shen Chen's title, King of Blade and Sword, had already resounded throughout the universe, given the combat power Shen Chen currently displayed and his clone talent secret technique, the primordial Chaos City Lord really couldn't imagine how other races would assassinate Shen Chen. Of course, this was the primordial Chaos City Lord's thought, so he needed to communicate with Shen Chen. Geniuses have the pride of geniuses, and the primordial Chaos City Lord could not rely on his status as a teacher to order Shen Chen to do things. Haha, teacher, your thoughts coincide with mine. I cannot improve much by staying in primordial Chaos City now. It would be better to go to the Elder God cult to mess around. Moreover, the Elder God cult is dominated by special life forms, and the path I intend to take next is also related to special life forms. Furthermore, I am still missing a fifth clone. After hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen immediately nodded and agreed. After all, the fifth clone he envisioned was the Sea of Nine Nethers of the Lord of Nine Nether. After all, the original talent clone of the Nine Nether Blood Sea has a talent secret technique called creation. It is the most suitable talent secret technique for the divine power flow path. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below him and nodded. With your current talent, it is no big deal for me to apply to the race for a Beast God inheritance token. No Universe Lord would vote against it. After all, you are only at the World Lord rank, yet you can rival an invincible king. However, do you want the Golden Space Beast God inheritance token, or the Thunder Time Beast God inheritance token? The primordial Chaos City Lord fixed his gaze on Shen Chen and asked. Teacher, it is about the same for me. If there is an extra Beast God inheritance token, you can give it to me, if not, I can buy it with true treasure points. I still have 1 true treasure point in my account. I only used 120 true treasure points to increase my life gene level. Shen Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. He could actually walk the Golden Space Fusion Dao, the Thunder Time Fusion Dao, and the Fire Space Fusion Dao. After all, he still had the Lihuo Mountain clone. That is not necessary. Theoretically, you are still at the World Lord rank. Although your combat power is heaven-defying, you still belong to the stage of being supported by the race. The primordial Chaos City Lord said, even wanting to laugh himself. However, this was indeed the truth. There is a Thunder Time Fusion Dao Beast God inheritance token within the race. I will apply for it for you. As the primordial Chaos City Lord spoke, he finished checking the Beast God inheritance tokens within the human race. After a while, Venerable Gui Yi arrived here holding a hexagonal metal plate. After receiving this hexagonal metal plate, Shen Chen nodded. Teacher, I will take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the primordial Chaos City Lord, he prepared to go down, pack his things, and head to the Elder God cult. Teacher, is it a bit risky for junior brother Shen Chen to go to the Elder God cult? Venerable Gui Yi said with some hesitation at this moment. For your junior brother, pressure is motivation. Didn't you notice that his speed of improving strength while staying in Primordial Chaos City is not as fast as in previous years? The Primordial Chaos City Lord glanced at Venerable Gui Yi. Venerable Gui Yi thought for a while and felt that it was indeed the case. However, teacher, I heard that junior brother Shen Chen's third son has also gone to the outside territory battlefield. During this time, our human race's strength has increased a bit, and coupled with the reputation of junior brother Shen Chen, the king of blade and sword, our human race has been suppressed by the other three major races on the outside territory battlefield. In these past few hundred years, Shen Chen contributed the secret technique Time Ruins Tribulation Body to the human race, an amplification-type secret technique that only costs 50 treasure points to increase body amplitude to 100 times. The time universe exalts within the human race have also significantly improved their combat power because of this. And there is that secret technique called true explanation of beast controlling. The human race is such a behemoth, one of the 6 peak races of the primordial universe. Its resources far exceed the imagination of those other races. Moreover, the true explanation of beast controlling has step-by-step explanations for the taming of beasts along those 12 routes. This has also led to the emergence of several universe exalt level tamed beasts within the human race. This result far exceeds the acceptance level of the other 3 major peak races. Coupled with Shen Chen's title, King of Blade and Sword, everyone realized that the human race seemed to have a trend of rising again. Therefore, the other 3 major peak races already have signs of uniting. After all, the 4 major peak races have been fighting each other in the primordial universe for many years. Whenever one peak race shows signs of rising, the other 3 major peak races will unite. Previously, the human race had also joined forces with the other 2 peak races to suppress another peak race. Do not worry, your junior brother Shen Chen has a much stronger net worth than you. He gave his third son several heavy treasures. And for a true genius, pressure creates motivation. I hope his third son does not disgrace his own prestige. The primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand and said indifferently. Venerable Gui Yi had no rebuttal to what the primordial Chaos City Lord said. After all, as one who serves the primordial Chaos City Lord, he also knows some secrets. For example, those 2 secret techniques were contributed by Shen Chen. I just do not know how much prestige Shen Chen will create in the ancestral god secret region. When Shen Chen went to the outside territory battlefield, I only thought he would win a king-level title. I never thought he could suppress 10,000 kings with 1 star. The primordial Chaos City Lord thought in his heart, feeling a bit expectant. After all, Shen Chen's rise also involves stepping on other alien races. The day after Shen Chen obtained the Thunder Time Beast God Inheritance token, he teleported through the god country of one of his king-level immortal subordinates to an ordinary life planet. Ancestral God Secret Region, Elder God Cult, the Hall of Special Life Forms. Inheritors from billions of races gather together. What a great stage. Prepare to welcome me, the King of Blade and Sword. After leaving that life planet, Shen Chen drove the Black Demon Tower, accelerated to the speed of light, and entered the Dark Universe, heading toward the Inheritance Land. Chapter 131, The Useful Enlightenment Star Core. Breakthrough to the 3rd level in 10 years. Finally, I have arrived. Since the 500 champions enslaved by Shen Chen generally came from all over the universe, the token left behind by the champion he selected was very close to the Inheritance Land. Therefore, it didn't take long for Shen Chen to arrive at the Inheritance Land. Through the Black Demon Tower, Shen Chen could clearly see the Black Gale ahead. The terrifying Black Gale roared, covering hundreds of millions of kilometers, appearing so fearsome. However, for Shen Chen's Black Demon Tower, it was nothing special. After all, it was just an ordinary palace-type heavy treasure. Ancestral God Secret Region. With a maximum diameter of 160 million light-years, its range was comparable to a universe kingdom. Shen Chen thought to himself that a secret realm of this rank could be considered one of the most terrifying in the universe. When Shen Chen arrived at the coordinates of the Inheritance Land, the Void Realm began to distort. Subsequently, an endless colorful river appeared in front of Shen Chen. Within that colorful torrent, there was an incomparably magical power. It made one unable to resist staring at it. However, Shen Chen's will was still very strong, so he broke free from the illusion instantly. And at this moment, a rock deity about 8 meters tall stood in front of Shen Chen. A terrifying aura of a universe exalt emanated from his body. I am the greeter of the Elder God cult. Human, produce your beast god inheritance token. Without a beast god inheritance token, trespassing into the restricted area of my Elder God cult means death. Venerable Fei Kang looked down at Shen Chen and said, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. He must be a universe overlord. Although Shen Chen's combat power was very strong, he still had no power to resist in front of Venerable Fei Kang. However, this was just his own estimation. Subsequently, Shen Chen did not hesitate at all and directly took out the Thunder Time Beast God Inheritance token. After seeing the Thunder Time Beast God Inheritance token in Shen Chen's hand, a smile finally appeared on Venerable Fei Kang's face. As expected of the human race. After Venerable Fei Kang sighed with emotion, he immediately led the way. Shen Chen put away the Black Demon Tower and hurriedly followed. Soon, Shen Chen and Venerable Fei Kang arrived in front of a vast and boundless river. What you are seeing now is the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Its maximum diameter is 10 light years, and it is incomparably terrifying. If any single aurora erupts, it can severely injure a universe exalt. The entire lake was composed of endless aurora. However, the 5-colored Aurora Lake would protect the inheritors. A domain-type supreme treasure. One day, I will also possess a supreme treasure of this rank. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at the 5-colored Aurora Lake emitting a terrifying aura, and his face showed a look of awe. At the same time, there was ambition in his heart. After the introduction, Venerable Fei Kang did not hesitate at all and took Shen Chen to teleport directly. After a while, Shen Chen arrived inside the 5-colored Aurora Lake. This is Bohemia Island, which is also the place where the Beast God inheritors reside. It belongs to the outermost periphery of the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Venerable Fei Kang said, pointing to the island located within the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Then he flew straight in. Shen Chen had nothing to say about this and followed in Venerable Fei Kang's footsteps. And when Shen Chen arrived on Bohemia Island, he looked up. He saw rings of light covering the entire Bohemia Island. Every circle of light and shadow seemed to be composed of countless laws. Time law, space law, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, and light, various laws were mixed within them. There were even many fusion laws. These laws merged into those light rings, making the rings seem capable of interpreting all the mysteries in the universe. Even at this moment, as Shen Chen watched this scene, he had realizations in his heart. This is the external manifestation of the universe's operating laws. My Elder God cult is the #1 power in the universe and should naturally be protected by the universe's operating laws. Shen Chen nodded at this. Venerable Fei Kang looked at this scene, feeling somewhat satisfied in his heart. As a greeter, what he was most happy to see was the inheritors feeling amazed by the Elder God cult. While walking, Venerable Fei Kang introduced the basic situation of Bohemia Island to Shen Chen. For example, there were more than 100 million residents on Bohemia Island today. You can build a palace here, each palace must not exceed 1 kilometer in length and width. You can leave a token in that palace, and in the future, you can teleport here through your God kingdom. Remember not to bring out your soul slaves. Once brought out, they will be attacked by the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Life forms with vassal attributes, such as plant life and metal life, are fine. Venerable Fei Kang pointed to an open space in a mountain range and said, taking the opportunity to tell him all the matters regarding the palace. Conversing along the way, it wasn't long before Venerable Fei Kang brought Shen Chen to a palace. Go in, my mission ends here. Remember, once you fall, you will need to obtain another inheritance token to come here again. Venerable Fei Kang said, pointing to the island master's palace. After Shen Chen nodded, he walked straight inside. Human. I really didn't expect to see a human inheritor again. And you were lucky today, the island master is in the palace. A man in a black robe looked at Shen Chen and said. Seeing a human at the universe exalt rank as a soul slave, Shen Chen had nothing to say. After all, he himself had enslaved 500 alien champions. It wasn't impossible for other races to enslave humans. Come in. Subsequently, a voice reached Shen Chen's ears. Shen Chen walked straight into the main hall and saw a strange life form resembling a flood dragon coiled on the high throne. It had wings on its body, and its dragon head looked down at Shen Chen. Shen Chen only glanced at it and felt that he was enveloped by an endless world of flames. Guardian Beast God. The guardian beast god who had achieved major achievement in fire, space, and became a universe lord. Shen Chen thought to himself. From this moment on, you are an inheritor of Bohemia Island. I grant you the permission to enter the glory world. I grant you the permission to enter the inheritance land, enter the treasure land, and enter the secret realm. Inheritance land, treasure land, secret realm. After briefly explaining the 3 locations and the glory world, the guardian beast god let Shen Chen leave. Shen Chen didn't care much about this, and after bowing, he walked out of the palace. According to what teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord said, I obtained the Thunder Time Beast God Inheritance Token. I need to cultivate the Thunder Time Fusion Law. However, I have never cultivated this kind of fusion law before. Right now, I can be considered a 0-level beast god inheritor in the Elder God cult. After Shen Chen arrived at the mountain range mentioned earlier and built a manor, he thought to himself. If I go to the inheritance land now, it won't be of much use. The treasure land goes without saying, it must require cultivating the fusion law to trigger the conditions. It just so happens that when I was traveling in the universe earlier, I purchased a secret technique of the Beast God Dao called Beast God Transformation from the Virtual Universe Corporation. I will use the Enlightenment Star Core to improve. Shen Chen had a good solution for this. Subsequently, Shen Chen never left the manor again and began to use the Enlightenment Star Core to improve his comprehension ability and study the secret technique, Beast God Transformation. 10 years later. The 3rd volume of Beast God Transformation has been comprehended. I am now considered a 3rd-level inheritor. Chapter 132, 132, Opening the Treasure Trove. The 5-Spirit Disc. The enraged alien venerable. Inside Shen Chen's palace at this moment, a smile covered his face. After all, he had never touched upon fusion laws before. He had simply traveled too far on the paths of the origin law of time and the origin law of lightning. His foundation was incredibly strong. Therefore, in these 10 years, Shen Chen had only used 1 Enlightenment Star Core to cultivate the Beast God Transformation to the 3rd volume. According to Shen Chen's estimation, he could now be considered a 3rd-level inheritor. However, this Beast God Transformation only had 6 levels. It was time to visit the inheritance land and the treasure land. Still, the 3rd level was sufficient for him. Shen Chen immediately made a decision in his heart and arrived at the plaza in front of the Island Master's palace. Soon, Shen Chen stepped directly into the fountain on the left, entering the inheritance land. Quickly, a terrifying pressure and soul suppression descended. When Shen Chen saw his surroundings clearly, he saw that everything around him was the void realm, and surrounding the void was a dense layer of black fog. King of Blade and Sword. I am Venerable Zhoufeng. There, in the void, on a meteorite, a powerhouse wearing purple armor with a wolf's head looked at Shen Chen and called out with a smile. He was a powerhouse of the werewolf race within the human race. Venerable Zhoufeng was a 7-star overlord within the human race's grandmist, belonging to the universe overlord rank. 4-star ordinary venerable, 5-star medium venerable, 6-star high venerable. He had accepted the complete God General legacy but had not taken the position of God General. Once one sat on the throne of the God General, there would be no possibility of further advancement. Greetings, Venerable Zhoufeng. Shen Chen looked at Venerable Zhoufeng before him and bowed. He was, after all, a universe overlord. This is the important legacy site of the Elder God cult. There will be very powerful pressure. If one does not possess the strength of a champion, it is very likely they will perish. King of Blade and Sword, you truly live up to your reputation. Venerable Zhoufeng looked at the King of Blade and Sword before him and sighed with emotion. After all, on the outside territory battlefield, the King of Blade and Sword had suppressed 10,000 champions with a single star, and a universe lord of the insect race had died because of him. All of this had made Shen Chen's name resound throughout the universe. Enter the black fog to receive the legacy. Venerable Zhoufeng then guided Shen Chen to enter the black fog. Shen Chen had nothing to say about this and flew directly into the black fog. Suddenly, an incredible force acted upon Shen Chen's body. Even with Shen Chen's current willpower, he could not resist this force. In an instant, a unique force took over Shen Chen's entire body and began to use Shen Chen's insights into the laws to interpret everything. Third level. A voice resounded in Shen Chen's mind, which meant that Shen Chen could indeed be considered a third-level inheritor. Soon, Shen Chen fell into a peculiar illusion. The mysteries of the Thunder Time Beast God Dao were revealed before Shen Chen. Previously, Shen Chen had relied on the Chronos Thunder Beast and the use of Enlightenment Star Cores to push the Thunder Time Fusion Law to the third level. Now, these mysteries were far more exaggerated than what the Chronos Thunder Beast and the Enlightenment Star Cores had shown before. He did not know how much time had passed before the peculiar illusion slowly faded away. Shen Chen's body flew out of the black fog. Venerable Zhou, I will go down now to comprehend the Beast God Dao. After pondering for a moment, Shen Chen was ready to leave immediately to have the Chronos Thunder Beast use another Enlightenment Star Core. Go ahead. Venerable Zhou nodded. With a smile, Shen Chen left the place directly. King of Blade and Sword, to be comparable to an invincible king at the World Lord rank. And to be gifted a Beast God inheritance token by the race. His talent is evident. However, within the Elder God cult, the other alien races will likely not let go of this opportunity to assassinate Shen Chen. I must keep a constant watch. The human race's peerless genius cannot be harmed by other alien races. Venerable Zhou thought to himself as he watched Shen Chen's departing back. After Shen Chen left the inheritance land, he did not linger for too long and returned directly to his palace. Subsequently, his figure entered his internal world. Inside the internal world, the golden horned beast clone and the temporal thunder who clone roared continuously. At this moment, Shen Chen threw out an Enlightenment Star Core and handed it to the temporal thunder who clone. Roar, roar, roar. After the temporal thunder who clone roared, it immediately used the Enlightenment Star Core and began to consolidate everything it had gained in the inheritance land. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 years went by. Before entering the inheritance land, I could only be considered as having just entered the third level. But after using another Enlightenment Star Core, I have now traveled quite far in the third level. Shen Chen thought to himself. He was currently using precious treasures to save time. After all, every Enlightenment Star Core was worth 3 true treasure points within the human race. Trading it with other universe overlords who needed it would be even higher. After all, the human race treasury would take a 10% cut. I no longer have any legacy opportunities now. Since I cannot go to the inheritance land, I might as well go to the treasure land and take a look. After all, I am only at the World Lord rank right now, and my human original body has reached a life gene level of 1000 times. I reckon there might be treasures left behind by some super powerhouses that are just right for me. Shen Chen thought to himself. Shen Chen could directly invest the treasures obtained in this way into his clansmen in the future. After all, Shen Chen would never complain about having too many true treasures. Soon, Shen Chen's figure arrived at that plaza. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen stepped into the water curtain of the fountain in the middle, heading towards the treasure land. After the teleportation ended, Shen Chen opened his eyes to see mountain peaks standing tall, and between those peaks were lakes. And above the treasure land, the 5-colored Aurora Lake loomed. At this moment, in the treasure land, various figures appeared there: flesh and blood lifeforms, rock-type lifeforms, energy-type lifeforms, plant-type lifeforms, countless types of life. They came from billions of races in the universe. The number of inheritors was simply too great. Even after Shen Chen appeared, not many people paid attention. However, Shen Chen did not see any inheritors from the human race. He guessed they were probably not in the treasure land. Those inheritors just glanced at Shen Chen, and after discovering that he was just a human inheritor, they paid him no more mind. Shen Chen walked among every mountain peak, intending to trigger the mechanism and obtain a treasure. According to Shen Chen's estimation, there must definitely be treasures left behind by powerhouses that were suitable for inheritors at the World Lord rank. However, as he walked along, Shen Chen did not trigger any changes in the mountains. He walked from the highest mountain peak, the second highest, the third highest. Shen Chen kept walking. Many alien races had their eyes fixed on Shen Chen. Because after they discussed it, they realized they had never seen this inheritor before. He was the newest inheritor of the human race. After all, the human race was one of the peak races, and in the process of rising. Slaughter was inevitable. Naturally, there would be alien races that hated the human race. However, at this moment, Shen Chen completely ignored these guys. As he wandered around, Shen Chen arrived at the 100th highest mountain peak. Just at this moment, the entire mountain began to tremble. Rumble. The terrifying roaring sound attracted countless inheritors to look over, and immediately after, the entire treasure land boiled over. Everyone fixed their eyes on Shen Chen. They could never have imagined that an inheritor from the human race would actually open a treasure. How is this possible? This human inheritor, this is my first time seeing him, right? Indeed, I have compiled all the information on hundreds of human inheritors, and he is not among them. Damn it, he was able to open a treasure just after arriving, and I have been here for tens of millions of years. Among those inheritors, there was no lack of automaton race inheritors. Their mental calculations far exceeded those of others. Those automaton race inheritors, after checking their memories and finding no such human inheritor as Shen Chen, chose to directly expose this secret. After all, it was the goal of their automaton race to have the human race targeted. Recently, the human race had been developing a bit too much. The other inheritors were all teleported away, leaving only Shen Chen remaining on the 100th highest mountain peak. I knew it. A smile appeared on Shen Chen's face at this moment. Under Shen Chen's gaze, a world ring arrived in front of Shen Chen from the summit of the mountain. After Shen Chen took the world ring, he immediately began to investigate. He saw a 5-colored disc slowly emerge within the world ring. Shen Chen's world lord energy immediately covered this disc and began to explore. 5-spirit disc. Such a simple name, yet it is incredibly precious. This is a top-tier heavy treasure of the domain type, with a value comparable to a true treasure. According to Shen Chen's estimation, it should be worth about 3 to 4 true treasure points in the human race treasury. And when Shen Chen touched the 5-spirit disc, a message was also transmitted over. World Lord rank. Life gene level reaching 1000 times or more, within 100 years, reaching the initial stage of the 3rd level from the initial stage of the 2nd level, you can obtain this heavy treasure. This message did not record who had placed the 5-spirit disc there. Shen Chen did not care about that either. However, Shen Chen understood very well that this condition was truly harsh. Ordinary inheritors basically had no possibility of this. After all, the distance between each level was extremely vast. Not everyone could continuously use enlightenment star cores like Shen Chen. When Shen Chen put away the 5-spirit disc, the 100th highest mountain peak returned to its previous appearance. What treasure did the human inheritor get? I don't know. This is one of the 108 treasure troves. They are basically all comparable to true treasures. Damn it, the humans are just too lucky. At this moment, those inheritors looked at Shen Chen, and their faces revealed helplessness, jealousy, anger, and killing intent. Various emotions were intertwined on their faces. The humans are the most annoying. To think he actually obtained a treasure. A towering figure looked at Shen Chen, and anger and disgust flashed in his eyes. Thinking about the human obtaining a treasure, Venerable Beishan was incredibly angry. Subsequently, Venerable Beishan's figure instantly accelerated, heading towards Shen Chen. Terrifying divine power swept through the surroundings, as if clearing out this area. When the surrounding inheritors saw this scene, their eyes lit up. After all, they could not bear to see a human inheritor doing well. Chapter 133, The Cautious, Venerable Beishan. Stirring up many inheritors. Cheng Zhou's ambition. Damn it. Shen Chen's expression darkened, but he moved quickly, dodging the sweep of Venerable Beishan's divine power. To think he didn't get hurt. Venerable Beishan looked at Shen Chen's figure, his expression turning ugly. He had lived on Bohemia Island for a long, long time. He was accustomed to bullying those weak champions. But he hadn't expected Shen Chen to actually dodge. As the Venerable always this arrogant. It's just a pity that today you encountered me, not some other champion. Shen Chen looked coldly at Venerable Beishan in front of him and said directly. I am just this arrogant, what are you going to do about it? You're just a human. You're only at the champion level. Even if you are the most heaven-defying champion among your human race, you must show respect to a universe exalt. Venerable Beishan looked at Shen Chen before him and laughed. At this moment, the other alien races who saw this scene also had smiles on their faces. This new human inheritor must be used to being arrogant within the human race. It's fine, let Beishan teach him a lesson. I wonder which major power of the human race this inheritor comes from. Those king-level immortals and universe exalts exchanged glances and kept talking. PFF'd. At this moment, Shen Chen couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. What do you mean by that? Venerable Beishan's face immediately darkened. He hadn't expected Shen Chen to be so arrogant. Even though they were currently within the range of the five-colored Aurora Lake and he couldn't personally kill Shen Chen, he had already memorized Shen Chen's life aura. Once they left the Elder God cult, he could easily crush a mere champion. The insect race has already lost a top-tier universe overlord and an old-school universe lord because of me. What are you, just a universe exalt, worth? Shen Chen looked calmly at Venerable Beishan and said, he had no need to hide anything at all. After all, Shen Chen was currently within the Elder God cult, and he had the ability to create clones. Plus, his soul was protected by a soul treasure. Furthermore, Shen Chen knew very well that he would definitely make a name for himself in the future. To make a name for himself, he needed tempering. If he had to be timid when meeting a universe exalt from a small race, why would he bother making such a big name for himself? Besides, he only came to the Elder God cult to handle the 9 Nether Bloodsea clone. Once that was done, he planned to immediately break through to become an Undying. By then, who would be able to kill him? What? After hearing what Shen Chen said, Venerable Beishan's brows furrowed. Did I hear that right? He said a top-tier universe overlord and a universe lord fell because of him. When did such a heaven-defying champion appear in the human race? You've been in seclusion for too long, just came out, right? That's the human race's king of blade and sword. Mother Empress Yuxin and Empress Jemeng both fell because of him. My god, the king of blade and sword has come to the Elder God cult. The universe lords and king-level immortals on the distant peaks kept discussing after hearing this. They looked at Shen Chen's figure with amazement and doubt in their eyes. After all, this champion might just be someone the human race put forward to attract the attention of other alien races. How could the human race let such a heaven-defying peerless genius like the king of blade and sword expose his identity so casually? Even the inheritors from the monster race, insect race, and automaton race, no matter how much they hated the human race, had doubts in their hearts at this moment. King of blade and sword. Venerable Beishan's expression was incredibly ugly. Venerable Beishan already had thoughts of retreating in his heart. It was the king of blade and sword. He could bully other champions, but if the guy in front of him was really the king of blade and sword, he didn't have the slightest bit of courage. Because the king of blade and sword was a peerless genius highly valued by the human race. The primordial Chaos City Lord even killed a top-tier universe overlord and a universe lord because of him. He didn't think his Wanshui god race could withstand the wrath of the primordial Chaos City Lord. HMPH. After a cold snort, Venerable Beishan immediately prepared to leave. It was better to be safe than sorry. Beishan actually backed down. If he doesn't back down, what can he do? His Wanshui god race is simply too weak. In front of the 4 peak races, they can't even lift their heads. If today's Beishan were a universe exalt from the monster race, insect race, or automaton race, he would have already killed the king of blade and sword. After all, even if he died, there would be a strongest one to resurrect him. The inheritors watched Venerable Beishan's retreating figure and discussed it one by one. At this time, the inheritors from the monster race, insect race, and automaton race also reacted. If it really was the king of blade and sword, they would rather kill the wrong person a few times than miss a single possibility. However, by this time, Shen Chen had already left the treasure land. Within the territory of the insect race. In a huge Zerg hive, a figure exuding a seductive aura stared at the image in front of her. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred. The image in front of her displayed what had happened in the treasure land earlier. It's him, it's really him. Damn it, because of the King of Blade and Sword, I lost that clone. Although it wasn't my main Mother Empress body, at my level, how many resources does it take to gestate a clone? And all the treasures that clone carried now belong to the human race. Empress Jemeng could determine that the one who went to the Elder God cult was indeed Shen Chen just by looking at the image. She could clearly remember Shen Chen's soul aura. However, the King of Blade and Sword now needed careful planning within the Elder God cult. The 3 Elder Gods of the Elder God cult are not to be trifled with. Empress Jemeng thought to herself. Meanwhile, the automaton race and the monster race had the same thoughts. Since they couldn't be sure that the champion who appeared in the treasure land was the King of Blade and Sword, they still had to make a plan. Just when Shen Chen caused a sensation, in the outside territory battlefield. Shen Chengzhou was currently in a combat zone, having hunted down an alien marquee-level immortal. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou had a life gene level of 100 times, a body amplitude of 16 times, and a soul amplitude of 8 times. He held a heavy treasure of mental attack type, 9 heavens. He also had a close combat heavy treasure, Thunder Spirit Sword. His soul was guarded by a soul heavy treasure. He also wore a heavy treasure armor. However, Shen Chengzhou was still very smart, he didn't take out all his heavy treasures. If he ran into an undying who knew their worth, it would be a disaster. Therefore, whenever he used a heavy treasure, he had to ensure he could kill the alien in front of him. Father has already made a name for himself as the King of Blade and Sword on the outside territory battlefield. His combat power has even reached the level of an invincible king. I have the 4 heavy treasures given by Father, and my comprehension of the law is equally heaven-defying. I can also win the champion title. By then, I will be the 2nd champion in our Shen family. Shen Chengzhou thought to himself, after all, the conditions he possessed were far better than those members of the primitive mystical region. Since he had obtained so many good conditions, Shen Chengzhou had already decided that he would not tarnish the reputation of the Shen family. Chapter 134, 3000x Life Gene Level for Human Original Body. Universe Exalt Level Star Vine. Gamu Secret Region. Shen Chen's human original body had already returned here. He left his temporal Thunder Hu clone and the Thunder Hu magic armor in the palace of the Elder God cult. He let the temporal Thunder Hu clone cultivate the beast god transformation there. If the monster race, insect race, and automaton race knew about this, they would probably be angered to death. Nowadays, even if they drove powerhouses to take action in the inheritance land, they could at most kill the temporal Thunder Hu clone. Dad. Old ancestor. In the Gamu secret region, the 2 special geniuses of the Shen family immediately paid their respects upon seeing Shen Chen's human original body. Shen Chongyun and Shen Chuyang stood respectfully before Shen Chen. Is it time to relocate? After all, the Gamu secret region is a place used by teacher to cultivate geniuses. Shen Chen looked at the void realm around the Gamu secret region and thought to himself. Moreover, he was very clear that once his Lihuo mountain clone reached the undying level, the Gamu secret region would likely be occupied by who knows how much. By then, the geniuses within the Gamu secret region would also be affected. Therefore, Shen Chen decided to put the relocation on the agenda. Chongyun, if you have any questions about treasure refining, you can ask me. My Lihuo mountain clone has already refined many heavy treasures. Chuyang, if you have any problems with cultivating tamed beasts, you can also consult me. If you lack any resources, you can also tell me. However, matters like relocation required a period of observation, so at this moment, Shen Chen turned his gaze back to Shen Chongyun and Shen Chuyang. Seeing Shen Chen's concern, Shen Chongyun and Shen Chuyang's faces were filled with happiness. After all, being able to receive Shen Chen's concern was truly a rare thing in the Shen family. Shen Chongyun was one thing, but Shen Chuyang's feelings were completely different. As a branch of a branch, being able to be promoted to the first sequence by Shen Chen made him cherish Shen Chen's concern even more. Chungyun, one can refine heavy treasures at the World Lord rank stage. It's just that it requires divine power comparable to an undying and heaven-defying law perception, only then can you imprint secret engravings into the heavy treasure. Otherwise, you can only refine pseudo-heavy treasures. In the central fire vein of Lihuo Mountain, the fire incarnation looked at Shen Chungyun and said. After hearing what the fire incarnation said, Shen Chungyun nodded seriously. Currently, he only had 10 times life gene level, and he lacked even more in terms of law perception. Give Chungyun the same conditions as Cheng Zhou, first raise his life gene level to 100 times. Then let him cultivate the body amplitude secret technique, and then give him a few black demon crystal cores. Giving to Chungyun is giving to Chuyang is also giving. Might as well give to both. There are still quite a few black demon crystal cores left. Let's do it like this. 10 years passed just like that. The inheritors from the insect race, monster race, and automaton race in the elder god cult secret realm were numb from watching. But Shen Chen had not stepped out of his palace at all. Damn coward, just came out once to pretend and intimidate Venerable Beishan, then hid inside like a turtle. Is this the king of blade and sword? Normal, anyone who meets your 3 peak races would probably hide, right? HMPH, still a coward, only knowing how to intimidate those weak races. At this moment, those inheritors began to discuss. Among them, the existences from the monster race, automaton race, and insect race hated him the most. And Venerable Beishan was equally angry at this moment. He even suspected whether the Shen Chen from before was just intimidating him in front of him. Venerable Beishan had already decided that the next time he met that guy Shen Chen, he would definitely give him a piece of his mind. And 10 years passed. The speed of progress of Shen Chungyun and Shen Chuyang far exceeded the estimates of others. Shen Chungyun and Shen Chuyang, their life gene levels had already been raised to 100 times by Shen Chen. Earlier, Shen Chen used treasure points to buy those treasures. When raising to 100 times, Shen Chen used true treasure points. But fortunately, these investments of Shen Chen also had returns. Although nearly 20 true treasure points worth of treasures were consumed, contributed the remaining 8 enlightenment star cores. But Shen Chen obtained several heaven-defying treasures used to increase life gene level. And the black demon crystal cores were bestowed twice per person, obtaining 4 enlightenment star cores. And those few treasures were all used by Shen Chen's human original body. 10 years had passed, and now Shen Chen's human original body's life gene level had reached 3,000 times. The further you go, the more difficult it is to improve, and the higher the level of treasures required. But fortunately, his human original body's life gene level had caught up with Lihuo Mountain. Nowadays, the speed at which I perceive the law is simply too fast. Exactly, just as Lord Chungyun said. At this moment, Shen Chungyun and Shen Chuyang were in front of Shen Chen, their faces full of exclamation. After all, this was 100 times life gene level. Even high-level universe venerables did not have such a high life gene level. Your foundations are already complete. What aspect do you need to perfect this year? After hearing what the two said, Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction and then asked directly. Dad, I still want to try refining heavy treasures. After thinking for a while, Shen Chungyun decided to refine heavy treasures. Old ancestor, my plant-type life form needs a kind of treasure. However, that kind of treasure is a bit too precious, but it can allow my plant-type life form to directly break through to undying. This plant-type life form of mine was cultivated according to the highest specifications. Once it breaks through to the undying level, it will be comparable to a limit champion powerhouse. Shen Chuyang was very concerned about his plant-type life form, which was also the strongest plant-type life form he had cultivated during this period according to the true explanation of beast controlling. Regarding the two's requests, Shen Chen nodded, having no intention of refusing at all. Invest in Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chungyun. Heavy treasure refining experience, 1,000-fold return, top-tier heavy treasure refining experience. Invest in Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chuyang. Qingyuan fruit, 1,000-fold return, wither prosper god fruit. Subsequently, Shen Chen's fire incarnation took Shen Chungyun by the hand and refined an ordinary heavy treasure. As for Shen Chen gave him a Qingyuan fruit containing endless life force. Teaching Chungyun has given me a large amount of heavy treasure refining experience. If the Lihuo mountain clone's life gene level is much higher, and the law perception is also improved a lot, I will be able to refine top-tier heavy treasures. Refining top-tier heavy treasures at the World Lord rank stage, ha ha ha. As for the Wither Prosper God fruit, the value is equally heaven-defying, and it should be calculated in true treasure points. After all, the Qingyuan fruit is worth 20 treasure points, capable of restoring a universe exalt's divine body in a short time. As for the Wither Prosper God fruit, the life force it contains is even more heaven-defying. Should I try to cultivate a universe exalt level plant life form? Shen Chen was extremely happy at this moment. As long as his Lihuo mountain clone was improved, he would be able to refine top-tier heavy treasures. The Wither Prosper God fruit was also equally heaven-defying. Action followed thought. Shen Chen ordered a star vine according to the requirements on the true explanation of beast controlling. Then he spent many points in the Virtual Universe Corporation, starting to buy resources continuously to make this star vine stronger. Shen Chen's current wealth far exceeded the estimates of ordinary universe exalts. It was simply too easy to obtain those resources. However, Shen Chen was cultivating it according to the highest specifications, and although he had the guidance of the universe exalt from the true explanation of beast controlling, he still failed once. The second star vine Shen Chen bought successfully broke through to the undying level. A 10,000 star vine, once it broke through to the undying level, its massive divine body seemed to be able to cover the entire starry sky, and its combat power was comparable to an invincible king. If ordinary champions obtained this undying life form, they would probably be overjoyed to the point of not knowing what to do. But in Shen Chen's eyes, it was not enough. After all, his Chronos Thunder Beast already had the combat power of a low-level universe exalt. 10,000 star vine, whether you can cross over to the universe exalt stage depends on you. According to my authorization, I also learned about the 3 universe exalt level plant life forms cultivated by my Virtual Universe Corporation. Although there is the step-by-step guidance of the true explanation of beast controlling, it is very likely that one thought of yours will affect the breakthrough. After all, the transformation from undying to universe exalt stage is simply too difficult. This Wither Prosper God fruit is something I have prepared for you. Tell me whenever you want to break through, Shen Chen said to the 10,000 star vine in his internal world. Master, I know. Since the 10,000 star vine had already recognized Shen Chen as its master, it was extremely respectful to Shen Chen. Even if the 10,000 star vine really broke through to the universe exalt stage, it would not betray Shen Chen. After all, the soul enslavement secret technique recorded in the true explanation of beast controlling had been laying the foundation from the very beginning. Master, I am ready. 3 years later, the 10,000 star vine raised its state to the absolute peak, looking at Shen Chen with a serious face. Shen Chen had nothing to say, directly throwing the green and brown Wither Prosper God fruit in his hand to the 10,000 star vine. In an instant, endless vitality and endless aura of decay alternated on the 10,000 star vine. Subsequently, Shen Chen also guided the 10,000 star vine on how to use that vast life force according to the secret technique recorded in the true explanation of beast controlling. The terrifying aura gradually expanded. And after a wave of terrible rotting aura, what followed was an explosion of life force filled with the vitality of all things. The aura of the 10,000 star vine was undergoing a transformation at this moment. Shen Chen hurriedly expelled the 10,000 star vine from his internal world. Black Demon Secret Realm, a small secret realm that Shen Chen found for the Black Demon clan. At this moment, in the small secret realm, waves of terrifying origin law aura descended. Subsequently, a passageway arrived from the place of the universe origin. After the 10,000 star vine broke through to universe exalt, it could also absorb vast divine power from the sea of laws. However, unlike the undying level stage where the primordial universe could let you finish the transformation, at the universe exalt stage, the divine power that could be absorbed was different from the undying stage. Master, I have broken through. My divine body is simply too big, it only increased my divine power storage to 50%. At this moment, the 10,000 star vine that broke through seemed to occupy half of the space of this small secret realm. However, its consciousness was still the same as before. Good, good, good. My plant life form has actually broken through to Universe Exalt a step ahead of me. After successfully breaking through, you will no longer be the previous 10,000 star vine. You are a Universe Exalt level star vine. Shen Chen's face was full of smiles at this moment, looking at the star vine in front of him. Now that he went to the Elder God cult again, he would have no more scruples. Plant-type life forms with vassal attributes can be taken out in the inheritance land. Original work. It's time to go to 9 Nether space-time to try to get the 9 Nether Bloodsea clone. Subsequently, Shen Chen's figure also disappeared from the Black Demon secret realm immediately. Chapter 135, The Astonishing Wealth of Shen Chen. The Greedy King Feijing. Ancestral God Secret Region. Inside the palace where Shen Chen resided on Bahini Island, Shen Chen arrived here via God Kingdom teleportation. At this moment, he fixed his gaze upon his temporal Thunder Hu clone, which had shrunk its divine body and was resting peacefully inside the palace. The temporal Thunder Hu clone was currently radiating auras of fusion law, clearly indicating that he had comprehended the Thunder Time fusion law to a certain degree. The speed at which the Chronos Thunder Beast cultivated the Thunder Time Beast God Dao was far beyond anyone's imagination. However, in order to accelerate the speed of comprehending the fusion law, Shen Chen had directly left an Enlightenment Star Core for his temporal Thunder Hu clone. Afterward, Shen Chen's figure departed from his palace. He's out, he's out. The human race's King of Blade and Sword actually came out. That guy had been staying in the palace all along, I really thought he wouldn't come out. The monster race, automaton race, and insect race will probably make a move, right? However, as soon as Shen Chen appeared, he discovered the gazes of too many inheritors. Some of these inheritors were just watching the spectacle, while others were greedy, they wanted to obtain the true treasures on Shen Chen. However, the races behind them were somewhat weak and could not compare to the other peak races. Therefore, they wanted to see if there was an opportunity to pick up scraps. Shen Chen's brows furrowed at this moment. He had thought he would attract attention, but he had not expected to attract this much attention. King of Blade and Sword. Die. Just at this moment, a terrifying aura surged from afar. A terrifying alien beast with the aura of a Universe Exalt erupted. After its divine body burned, the surrounding void realm seemed unable to withstand it. The surrounding inheritors were stunned. Isn't that demon? Spirit Exalt. It's an Universe Exalt from the Zerg Alliance. They actually made the first move, I just don't know if they can kill the King of Blade and Sword. Soon, those inheritors recognized the identity of the inheritor who had made the move. However, at this moment, Shen Chen did not give Demon Spirit Exalt any chance to act and directly self-destructed. What? Demon Spirit Exalt was completely dumbfounded at this moment, clearly not having expected Shen Chen to be so decisive. The surrounding inheritors were dazzled. Just at this moment, the 5-colored aurora lake above Bahinia Island directly caused a tremor. Beams of aurora erupted directly, striking Demon Spirit Exalt's body. Even though he was an Universe Exalt, he would be killed by the erupting 5-colored aurora lake. After seeing this scene, the surrounding inheritors were somewhat emotional. An Universe Exalt going all out was crushed to death just like that. However, just at this moment, Shen Chen's figure walked out of his palace again. Shen Chen had already anticipated that the insect race, automaton race, and monster race would absolutely not let him go. Especially the insect race, because he had caused the fall of one of their top-tier universe overlords, as well as a clone of a universe lord. The human race and the insect race already had deep-seated hatred, so among the 3 peak races, the insect race definitely wanted him dead the most. Therefore, after leaving everything with his temporal Thunder Hu clone, he walked out alone. Currently, although Shen Chen's human original body was at the 3000 times life gene level, even if he self-destructed, the original core could easily allow his human original body to be reborn. Damn it, I should have known. If such a genius didn't have the ability to create a clone, how could the human race possibly feel at ease letting him come out? Doesn't that mean it would be extremely difficult for the other three major races to kill the king of blade and sword? Nonsense, the geniuses of the human race aren't fools either. After seeing this scene, the inheritors from other races shook their heads. Everyone, listen clearly. According to the confirmed information obtained by Empress Jameng of the Zerg Alliance, this inheritor is indeed the king of blade and sword, and he even has a soul true treasure in the depths of his soul as proof. Plus the ceiling type true treasure he obtained from the outside territory battlefield, and the treasure from the 100th high mountain peak obtained in the treasure land. In other words, if you kill him, you are guaranteed to obtain 3 true treasures. And he is only at the World Lord rank. Moreover, Her Majesty the Empress is very certain that he has not yet reached the undying level. Even if he has a soul true treasure to mask his aura. Just at this moment, an inheritor at the high-level universe exalt rank stood out and pointed at Shen Chen, speaking loudly. The other inheritors looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a high-level universe exalt from the Zerg Alliance. When they heard what this high-level universe exalt said, their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Shen Chen. Because the true treasures that Shen Chen obtained basically had traceable origins. Furthermore, they did not believe that the high-level officials of the human race would snatch the true treasures from a peerless genius like Shen Chen. In other words, in their eyes now, as long as they killed Shen Chen, they would have a chance to obtain 3 true treasures. Whoever can kill the king of blade and sword, not only will my Zerg Alliance not take the true treasures on him. Empress Jameng will also additionally bestow 1 ordinary true treasure. Then, Exalt Yulei shouted again. In an instant, the surrounding inheritors were all shocked by what Exalt Yulei said. The looks they gave Shen Chen were now filled with greed. You must know that some high-level universe exalts basically have no true treasures at all. True treasures are something that only figures at the universe overlord rank can have as standard equipment. Thinking of this, not only those king-level immortals, but even the eyes of those universe exalts turned red. That was extreme greed. Insect race. Shen Chen also fixed his gaze upon Exalt Yulei. Regarding this, he did not feel it was strange. However, at this moment, Shen Chen did not have the slightest fear and still walked step by step toward the plaza. Afterward, he directly entered the fountain water curtain and headed to the ancestral god secret region. During this process, no one attacked Shen Chen. Because they could not guarantee whether Shen Chen, who was heading to the secret realm, was actually carrying the true treasures. Moreover, an universe exalt had just died in front of them. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended here. An universe exalt assassinating the king of blade and sword. You dare to openly defy the orders of my elder god cult. Even if demon spirit exalt is resurrected in the future, my elder god cult will hunt him down. The voice of the Bohemia Island master boomed at this moment, and that monstrous aura made all the inheritors change color. This is the terror of a guardian beast god. Others are afraid, but I am not. I want to see just how powerful the human race's king of blade and sword actually is. Moreover, now that he has gone to the secret realm, if he dies in the secret realm, it won't be blamed on me. At this moment, a piercing voice rang out from within the crowd. It was an alien powerhouse who was hunched over, with hands and feet shaped like sharp claws, his whole body covered in scales with golden secret engravings, and golden mane on his face. King Feijing, a famous champion within the Elder God cult, even among the hundreds of millions of undying inheritors, he could rank in the top 10. Chapter 136, Starvine erupts. Let's rename you King of Barking. The shocked inheritors. King Feijing was a unique special life form, with a life gene level reaching a terrifying 2,000 times. He possessed 1 supreme treasure and a set of heavy treasure for protection. In terms of combat power, he was enough to rival many universe exalts. Clearly, at this moment, he had set his sights on Shen Chen, ignoring the gazes of others, and entered the secret realm directly. That is King Feijing. He actually caught up to the King of Blade and Sword. After an inheritor recognized King Feijing, their face was filled with astonishment. That's perfectly normal. This King Feijing is famous for being crazy, ruthless, and greedy. It's just that I don't know if King Feijing can truly take down the King of Blade and Sword. As a special life form, King Feijing has a life gene level of 2000 times, and his combat power has reached that of an ordinary universe exalt. The King of Blade and Sword is only at the World Lord rank, even though he possesses 3 supreme treasures. True, it is estimated that the King of Blade and Sword might really fall at the hands of King Feijing. The expressions of many inheritors changed at this moment. After all, if King Feijing really killed the King of Blade and Sword, there would be a spectacle to watch. Meanwhile, several universe exalts also followed, heading toward the secret realm. At this time, in a certain void realm, Shen Chen walked out from the spring water. He looked at his surroundings, his face filled with excitement. After all, he would soon be able to obtain the 9 Nether Blood Sea and then create his 5th clone. Subsequently, Shen Chen's figure vanished, and he used teleportation to leave this place. Shen Chen's current comprehension of the origin law of space had long since allowed him to use teleportation. However, the ancestral god's secret region was fraught with danger, with some perilous areas present. Even Shen Chen dared not use teleportation. Just after Shen Chen left, King Feijing's figure walked out from that spring water. King of Blade and Sword, the others heading to the secret realm cannot catch up to you, but I am different. Ha 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 ha. King Feijing laughed heartily, and then he directly unleashed his innate secret technique, Universe Mirror. In an instant, a terrifying power reflected across the surrounding 1 billion kilometers. This detection-type innate secret technique of King Feijing was incomparably heaven-defying. Found you. After King Feijing finished speaking, his fangs were exposed, and his entire body exuded a sense of greed. The next moment, he flew off into the distance. At this moment, Shen Chen was still staying inside his Black Demon Tower. When King Feijing's innate secret technique, Universe Mirror, swept over Shen Chen's Black Demon Tower, the Black Demon Tower immediately reacted. It could only be said that King Feijing's innate secret technique could deceive those detectors, but for some heavy treasures and supreme treasures, it was nothing. It could be sensed very quickly. The Black Demon Tower has reacted, a powerhouse has detected me and is catching up. Shen Chen stood inside the Black Demon Tower, frowning as he looked toward the rear. He saw a powerful aura suppressing this void realm, a special life form resembling a werewolf, with golden mane on its face and secret engravings on its body, had arrived before Shen Chen. King Feijing. Shen Chen only glanced at King Feijing once and immediately recognized this guy. After all, a special life form like him was still quite heaven-defying. Over these years, although Shen Chen's human original body had not stayed within the Elder God cult, he had traded for various information regarding the Elder God cult and the ancestral God secret region through many powerhouses in the Grand Mist. Therefore, relying solely on his current World Lord rank self, he was simply no match for him. Ha ha ha, King of Blade and Sword, I did not expect you to actually have a palace-type heavy treasure. Others fear your human race, but I, the Northern Border Alliance, do not. Hand over your supreme treasure, and I will spare your life. I, King Feijing, am famous for tracking, don't even think about escaping. Even if this body of yours is a clone, being able to obtain a palace-type heavy treasure upon attacking is worth it. At this moment, King Feijing looked at Shen Chen before him, revealing a ferocious appearance, with the greed in his eyes already exposed. Want to rob me? Just you, this dog. King of insect chasing, saying such things in front of me is one thing, but relying on you. Yes, your title is King Feijing, but since you are famous for tracking, I might as well call you King of Barking from now on. Shen Chen looked at King Feijing before him and said directly, with disdain on his face. He knew that in the original work, after Luo Feng self-destructed while fighting King Feijing, everyone believed Luo Feng possessed combat power at the intermediate universe exalt level. Original work. King Feijing possessed an ordinary supreme treasure armor and could be crushed by Luo Feng, who had intermediate universe exalt level combat power just after his breakthrough. According to Shen Chen's estimate, he only possessed primary universe exalt combat power. You are courting death. King Feijing was a special life form with 2000 times life gene level, and on top of that, he had defected to the Northern Border Alliance and held a position within the Elder God cult. Therefore, he was accustomed to being arrogant, and he didn't even look down upon some universe exalts. So when he was mocked by Shen Chen, one could imagine to what extent he would be enraged given his personality. It is just right to let you test out the star vine. At this moment, Shen Chen's eyes lit up. After all, he had just cultivated the star vine to the primary universe exalt level. He also wanted to test the combat power of the star vine. At this moment, King Feijing didn't want to pay any attention to some bullshit star vine. His aura surged violently, and he had already begun to burn his divine power body. Subsequently, a monstrous divine power sought to suppress the Black Demon Tower. After all, only by suppressing Shen Chen's Black Demon Tower could he trample over Shen Chen. However, just at this moment, behind the Black Demon Tower, a terrifying plant-type life form that covered 100 million kilometers of the Void Realm appeared. Just by appearing, the aura of a universe exalt level permeated the area. Damn it! King Feijing's divine power was directly neutralized by the divine power of the star vine. Even King Feijing, caught off guard, was whipped away by a vine of the star vine that was 10 kilometers in diameter. A universe exalt level plant-type life form, the human race is really willing to spend a fortune. After King Feijing, who had been whipped away, finally managed to stop his momentum, his face immediately turned gloomy when he realized the situation. One must know that he was a special life form. The Northern Border Alliance had only bestowed upon him one supreme treasure and one set of heavy treasure. However, the genius of the human race before him, the King of Blade and Sword, actually possessed 3 supreme treasures, 1 palace-type heavy treasure, and even had a universe exalt level life form as a personal bodyguard. Star Vine, take care of him for me. At this moment, Shen Chen immediately gave the order to the Star Vine. At this moment, the Star Vine, which covered 100 million kilometers and resembled a starry sky, also erupted. On its vines, specks of starlight flickered, and following an eruption, it directly entangled King Feijing. The characteristics of a plant-type life form were toughness and entanglement strength, which were incomparably terrifying. Its vitality also far exceeded that of other life forms. Under the full eruption of the star vine, King Feijing was directly suppressed by it. Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, King Feijing, under the entanglement of the star vine, continuously let out roars. Just as the name Shen Chen had given him, King of Barking. This is a universe exalt level plant-type life form. King Feijing has been suppressed. Is that the King of Blade and Sword's plant-type life form? The human race is really willing to spend a fortune. It's over, King Feijing has lost all face this time. At this moment, those inheritors who had originally followed, after detecting the commotion, also rushed over in a hurry. After seeing this scene, they also let out exclamations. However, they still felt some joy in their hearts. After all, King Feijing had offended quite a few people within the Elder God cult. King of Blade and Sword, you just wait for me, I will definitely come back to take care of you. Chapter 137, Universe Exalt Level Life Form sets off the universe. The 3 races unite to kill Shen Chen. At this moment, King Feijing, who was entangled by the star vine, opened his mouth wide. He began to unleash his other innate secret technique. King Feijing's second innate secret technique was capable of attacking the soul. Although it had no effect on Shen Chen, who was guarded by a soul-type true treasure. But it was somewhat useful against the star vine. He kept breaking through the vines and hurriedly fled the scene. King Feijing was somewhat afraid. Before he could even say many harsh words, he used a secret technique to escape. Master, I am sorry, I did not manage to trap him completely. At this moment, the star vine's apology rang out in Shen Chen's mind. It is fine. You have only just broken through to the primary universe exalt level. To be able to trap King Feijing, whose divine body possesses 200 million times the power of a world lord, I am already very satisfied. I will find a way to upgrade you in the future. At this time, Shen Chen patted one of the star vine's vines and said happily. After all, now that he had the star vine, he could freely travel to some dangerous universe secret realms. At this moment, Shen Chen glanced at the other inheritors. Then, he put away the star vine and hurriedly drove the black demon tower to teleport away. A universe exalt level plant life form, killing it is too difficult. Ordinary universe exalts cannot even dream of killing the king of blade and sword. Do the three peak races have the courage to send a universe overlord to kill the king of blade and sword? Besides, the king of blade and sword has a clone. After watching the black demon tower leave, those inheritors had no intention of pursuing. After all, universe exalt level plant life forms are famous for being troublesome, so they gave up on the plan to hunt down Shen Chen. Some inheritors from the monster race, automaton race, and insect race had ugly expressions and hurriedly sent out the information. Soon, news that the king of blade and sword possessed a plant life form spread throughout the entire elder god cult. After all, this time Shen Chen had made a name for himself by stepping on King Feijing. King Feijing had been arrogant for too long. Of course, some universe exalts who couldn't stand King Feijing spoke up to mock him. The human actually escaped. King of insect chasing, a special life form with 5,000 times the life gene level, sighed after learning this news. He had heard that King Feijing had caught up to the king of blade and sword and had responded to the requests of several human friends to go protect the king of blade and sword. But clearly, the human race is a peak race after all. They didn't need him at all. Where do the human race get so many plant life forms? Yeah, that's right. In the last 100 or 200 years, it seems the human race has produced quite a few universe exalt level existences. Do you guys know the reason? Who knows? Even the universe exalts of the human race don't know much about this. Clearly, that universe exalt level plant life form possessed by the king of blade and sword is a result of the human race's efforts. However, as time passed, these inheritors suddenly discovered another strange thing. That is, in recent years, there seem to be many more universe exalt level existences within the human race. One must know that it takes a long time for a universe exalt to emerge. In this period, the human race has produced too many universe exalts. However, the ones most worried were not the other races, but the Monster Alliance, Zerg Alliance, and Machine Race Alliance. After all, the stronger the human race becomes, the more it encroaches upon their living space. We must unite to deal with the human race. We don't know where their plant life form and energy life form universe exalts came from. Then we will target their genius, the King of Blade and Sword, first. Yes, that's correct. The King of Blade and Sword is only at the World Lord rank. We absolutely cannot let him break through to the Undying level, or it will be even harder to kill him then. After the three peak races consulted with each other, they reached a definitive conclusion: kill the King of Blade and Sword first. Just as the three peak races were discussing how to kill Shen Chen, and many inheritors were surprised that Shen Chen had a universe exalt level plant life form as a guard. Shen Chen had already let the star vine drive the origin law of space, taking him away via teleportation. For plant life forms like the star vine, once they break through to the Undying level and universe exalt level, they don't need to comprehend the laws of the primordial universe. The primordial universe's origin will bestow them with the corresponding law comprehension. However, it is extremely difficult for plant life forms to increase their realm. It is only because of the true explanation of beast controlling that Shen Chen obtained that he can bypass such limitations and break through to the universe exalt level step by step. And the star vine's teleportation was far superior to Shen Chen's. Not long after, Shen Chen appeared in front of a space-time. 9 nether space-time, Shen Chen muttered. In this space-time before him, seawater churned, forming an endless, vast ocean. Then, without any hesitation, Shen Chen vanished into thin air and entered the 9 nether space-time via teleportation. Desolate Rock Island, a safe place within the 9 nether space-time. For many inheritors, this is basically their first stop. Standing on Desolate Rock Island, Shen Chen could clearly see that endless ocean. Others might not know, but Shen Chen was very clear that the vast ocean before him was the Sea of 9 Nethers. And the Sea of 9 Nethers was the true body of the Lord of 9 Nether. The Lord of 9 Nether is different from others. Staying within the ancestral god secret region, even the great axe founder would not dare to trespass here. If I want to obtain that blood sea water, I probably need teacher to put in a word. Shen Chen looked at the vast, boundless ocean and thought to himself. Then, he directly went to the Chaos Temple through the virtual universe. Currently, Shen Chen was in the Elder God cult. To avoid Shen Chen encountering a crisis he couldn't solve. So, Shen Chen did not need any permission to come to his temple now. Teacher, the treasure I need is within the Sea of Nine Nethers. So I have come to the Nine Nether space-time, but with my clearance, I have learned the secrets within the Nine Nether space-time. I know this is the lair of the Lord of Nine Nether. Now I have no other choice but to come and ask for teacher's help. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him, rubbed his head, and seemed to find it difficult to speak. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen, who was acting like this, and smiled. However, he was also somewhat puzzled in his heart. Why did Shen Chen want to go to the Sea of Nine Nethers? What treasure was in that Sea of Nine Nethers that Shen Chen actually needed? Thinking about how Shen Chen's fifth clone was still empty, the primordial Chaos City Lord immediately thought of a possibility. If you really go there, once you encounter an emergency, shout out, Lord of Nine Nether, Chaos has matters to discuss. The Lord of Nine Nether has teamed up with me many times before, and he still owes me a favor. Of course, if you can handle it yourself. There is no need to waste this favor, as a favor from an existence like the Lord of Nine Nether is still very precious. However, you can also tell me what treasure you need. If it is really necessary, I can expend this favor. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and said directly. Although the news that the King of Blade and Sword was his disciple had spread throughout the universe. But within the ancestral god's secret region, his name could only get the Lord of Nine Nether to hold back. It could only prevent special situations. After hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen did not immediately say that he wanted the Blood Sea water. After all, the offspring that the Lord of Nine Nether created himself are an absolute secret. If the primordial Chaos City Lord went to ask the Lord of Nine Nether, that would truly be a big deal. Teacher, just say that I am going there for training. The treasure I need is strictly confidential. Please forgive this disciple for not being able to answer teacher. After hearing Shen Chen's somewhat apologetic words, the primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and shook his head. It was just letting his disciple go to the Nine Nether world for training. The Lord of Nine Nether would not care about anything. Chapter 138, 138, The Attention of the Lord of Nine Nether. Recognition of the Prince. Special Life Aura. The primordial Chaos City Lord did not dwell on Shen Chen's question at all. Since what you need is a secret, it is not convenient for me to bring it up with the Lord of Nine Nether. If he becomes aware of it, it will likely affect the relationship between him and me. However, based on my estimation, given the Lord of Nine Nether's personality, as long as you do not cause any major trouble, he will likely be too lazy to bother with you. Once there is a special situation, I will also contact the Lord of Nine Nether through special means. The primordial Chaos City Lord said. After obtaining the primordial Chaos City Lord's assurance, Shen Chen then retreated from the Chaos Temple. Watching Shen Chen's retreating figure, the primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. As Shen Chen grew, he found that he was increasingly unable to see through this disciple of his. But that was also fine. After Shen Chen grew up, he would mostly deal with those alien races. Making the alien races have headaches was better than making the human race have headaches. At this moment, in the Nine Nether space-time, Shen Chen cast his gaze toward the Sea of Nine Nethers below. He knew very clearly that beneath the Sea of Nine Nethers, there was a world. In that world, there was the World Lord rank Blood Sea water that Shen Chen needed. However, to sneak into that world, one needed to pass through a Nine Nether whirlpool. If one were to force their way down through the seawater, it would take an unknown amount of time. Therefore, at this moment, Shen Chen was piloting the Black Demon Tower, wandering above the Sea of Nine Nethers, searching for a Nine Nether whirlpool. King of Blade and Sword, a peerless genius of the human race, disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord. With nothing to do, why are you wandering around in my Sea of Nine Nethers? However, this is also good, it just happens to give me an opportunity to recruit him. The previous king of insect chasing was snatched away by that guy Feng Tian, so this king of blade and sword should also join my lineage. I must let him accidentally take away a treasure, then I will appear and scare him. That way, it will be only natural to take him under my command. However, what Shen Chen did not know was that the Lord of Nine Nether had already placed his attention on him. One must know that he was also an outer member of the Elder God cult, so he naturally learned of the news that had previously caused a sensation in the Elder God cult. A gigantic head appeared in the Sea of Nine Nethers. He looked at Shen Chen above, and a smile appeared on his face. A genuine world lord rank, with battle power comparable to an invincible king. And a universe exalt level plant-type life form. It is time to show those little brats of mine some color. Lest they stay in the Nine Nether world all day long, looking down on this and looking down on that. The Lord of Nine Nether looked down again, at those subjects of his. He immediately had an idea. Meanwhile, in the sky above the Sea of Nine Nethers, Shen Chen, who had been wandering for an unknown amount of time, felt a bit bored. Just at this moment, a violent whirlpool erupted on the Sea of Nine Nethers below. And within that whirlpool, there was an incomparable suction force. Even with Shen Chen piloting the Black Demon Tower, he could not resist it. However, going to the Nine Nether Blood Sea was exactly what Shen Chen wanted. He did not resist at all and entered directly through the Black Demon Tower. It could only be said that the Black Demon Tower was indeed a palace-type heavy treasure. Even the incomparable tearing force of the Nine Nether Whirlpool could not severely damage the Black Demon Tower. Let alone Shen Chen who was inside it. However, when Shen Chen's Black Demon Tower returned to calm, Shen Chen also observed the outside world. Through the Black Demon Tower. Alien. But just at this moment, a stern shout rang out. One by one, powerhouses with robust blood-red bodies and blood-colored curved horns on their heads charged toward Shen Chen. And each of these figures exuded an undying level aura, with the leader even being an invincible king. However, at this time, Shen Chen did not want to pay any attention to these, driving the Black Demon Tower to continuously leave. Shen Chen was not a fool. He knew very clearly that in this world, the Lord of Nine Nether was absolutely watching him at all times. Regarding the Lord of Nine Nether allowing him to be in this world, Shen Chen did not have much feeling about it. However, when more and more undying level warriors wanted to encircle and annihilate Shen Chen also put away his Black Demon Tower. He somewhat understood what the Lord of Nine Nether wanted to do. Seeing this, those Blood Clan warriors also stopped. According to the order received previously, apart from Universe Exalt level, all Undying had the qualification to challenge the alien. As long as one could win against this alien in a duel, one could obtain generous rewards. Shen Chen stood in the sky at this moment, the silver moon void-breaking sword and golden radiance soul-severing blade appearing in his hands. Using me as a whetstone. Aren't you afraid the blade will be ruined? After Shen Chen finished speaking, he held the silver moon void-breaking sword and golden radiance soul-severing blade and charged straight up. No Undying could withstand the current Shen Chen. One must know that the current Shen Chen had a 3000 times life gene level. Body amplitude 100 times, soul amplitude 100 times. Coupled with the Thunder Dragon heavy armor he wore, he had absolute invincible king battle power. And the Undying spiritual god level ultimate secret technique he had comprehended. Even an invincible king of the Blood Clan was not Shen Chen's match. Too strong, this alien is too strong. Even the captain is no match for the alien. What should we do? What should we do? At the Undying stage, is there really no way to compare to this alien? His Highness the Prince is here, it's His Highness the Prince. Just as Shen Chen defeated another invincible king-level team captain, and those blood servant warriors fell into despair, a figure arrived here. Behind him were two Universe Exalt Blood Clan members. His Highness the Prince. It's a pity he is not World Lord rank. Does the Lord of Nine Nether want me to hone them? Then come on. Shen Chen looked at His Highness the Prince in front of him, who was handsome, had blood-colored secret engravings on his face, and was wearing golden battle armor. His eyes were full of battle intent. Even though this prince was wearing a supreme treasure armor, he was still no match for Shen Chen. After all, although this prince was undying level, he had no way to fully drive this supreme treasure armor. Alien, I admit that you are my friend. After the great battle, Yulin looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said, panting. A bit interesting. Seeing this, Shen Chen also put away the blade and sword in his hands. My imperial father told me that your strength is very strong. Before, I did not admit it, but now it seems that it is indeed the case. Let's go, the aliens who have obtained my recognition are all our friends. Seeing this, Yulin also leaned in front of Shen Chen. Subsequently, Yulin, acting as if they were old friends, directly put his arm around Shen Chen's shoulder. Shen Chen shook his head upon seeing this and followed Yulin toward the city where they were located. Just when Shen Chen was still working hard for his 9 Nether Blood Sea clone. Purple Sea Star, a life planet controlled by the Shen family. What is this fluctuation? How terrifying. A figure who looked somewhat young but exuded a territory lord rank aura all over his body arrived above the sea surface. His name was Shen Longhai, a genius of the Shen family who was being paid attention to. Although he was not as good as the clansman with purple aptitude, he also had hope of breaking through to the World Lord rank. And just at this moment, waves of space fluctuation spread out. A space passage formed in front of Shen Longhai, and then an incomparably huge suction force directly sucked in Shen Longhai, this territory lord rank 9th level martial artist. And within that space passage, an incomparable special aura was exuded, making the entire Purple Sea Star tremble. If a successor who often stayed at the Elder God cult were here, they would likely be able to instantly realize that this special aura represented a special life form. Chapter 139, 3 Ultimate Secret Techniques. The prince is amazed. 9 Nether demands. At the same time Shen Longhai disappeared, Shen Chen received courteous treatment within the 9 Nether world. There was no helping it, those Blood Clan warriors in the 9 Nether world revered the strong. And the combat power Shen Chen displayed made them completely convinced. Coupled with the protection of Prince Yulin, Shen Chen lived quite comfortably in the 9 Nether world. King of Blade and Sword, I heard you are a famous powerhouse from the outside world. When Father Emperor told me about it before, I didn't believe it. But now it seems it is indeed true, at World Lord rank, you can rival an invincible king. The handsome-looking spirit sat next to Shen Chen, looking at him as he spoke, his eyes filled with admiration. Even with his life gene level, he could not achieve combat power comparable to Shen Chen at the World Lord rank stage. Although he could immediately see that Shen Chen relied on that armor-type heavy treasure to possess powerful World Lord strength. But the undying spiritual god-level ultimate secret technique that Shen Chen displayed could not be faked. That was an ultimate secret technique, after all. It's nothing much. Shen Chen waved his hand dismissively, not caring at all. It's a pity. If I want to go to the outside world, I need to reach the venerable rank. Otherwise, Father Emperor won't let me go out at all. Prince Yulin said from the side, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. He had been longing for the outside world for a long time. He was truly tired of staying in the 9 Nether world. Usually, those Blood Clan warriors just flattered him, and although there was competition between him and his brothers, he was tired of fighting too. So when he met Shen Chen, the joy in his heart could not be concealed. Because he knew very well that a genius like Shen Chen would absolutely not hold back against him. Moreover, he could learn a lot about the outside world from Shen Chen. After all, his 3 brothers who had reached the venerable rank, and his father Emperor, would not tell him that much. Under the warm invitation of Yulin, Shen Chen could only obediently stay in the 9 Nether world. After all, he also needed to find a suitable opportunity to secure that blood sea water. He stayed for 10 years. However, Shen Chen did not do nothing during these 10 years. His temporal thunder Hu clone had already cultivated the beast god transformation to the 4th volume. The Tao of the Thunder Time Beast God had obviously reached the 4th stage as well. The credit, of course, belonged to that Enlightenment Star Core. And his human original body had also used 3 Enlightenment Star Cores to create 3 undying spiritual God ultimate secret techniques. After all, there were many powerful Blood Clan warriors in the 9 Nether world, and there were also quite a few venerable rank Blood Clan generals. These Blood Clan warriors born from the Sea of Nine Nethers and the Imperial Seas were very suitable for sparring with Shen Chen. These three undying spiritual god ultimate secret techniques were, respectively, a movement technique, a soul defense secret technique, and an ultimate secret technique of fusion blade and sword, which was far more powerful than the previous second form of the blade and sword dual mastery, judgment of time and space. This meant that Shen Chen currently possessed 4 undying spiritual god ultimate secret techniques. Many veteran invincible kings had not comprehended as many undying spiritual god ultimate secret techniques as Shen Chen. Too strong. Shen Chen, the secret techniques you possess are truly too strong. Prince Yulin stood beside Shen Chen, his face filled with admiration. Beside the two, there were several other world lord rank and undying level princes. In recent years, Shen Chen had been staying in the Nine Nether world, and the other princes had obviously learned the news about the outsider. At first, they were very confident, thinking that it was just that Yulin's strength was insufficient. But after being taught a lesson by Shen Chen, they were extremely impressed by him. Yulin, I am preparing to leave here. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. Just then, Shen Chen looked at Prince Yulin beside him and said directly. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, Prince Yulin's brows furrowed. He had not expected Shen Chen to leave so soon. After all, 10 years was far too short for someone at the undying level like him. I have a request. At this moment, Shen Chen fixed his gaze on Prince Yulin. What request? Speak. After Prince Yulin heard what Shen Chen said, his eyes lit up. He knew that he had received his father Emperor's order before. Although his father Emperor had not come to see Shen Chen in person over these 10 years, he had given him an order to make sure that Shen Chen would develop a desire for some things in their Nine Nether world. Although Prince Yulin did not understand why the Lord of Nine Nether had given this order, he still chose to strictly follow the Lord of Nine Nether's command. Therefore, during this period, Prince Yulin had taken Shen Chen to wander around the Nine Nether world, visiting the scenery, and from time to time revealing the supreme treasures on his person, as well as the heavy treasures on those squad leaders and Blood Clan warriors, and so on. However, it was a pity that Shen Chen had absolutely no interest in these things. I want some World Lord rank blood sea water. Shen Chen spoke bluntly. After all, having been taken by Yulin to tour the 108 Imperial Seas, which were the core of the Nine Nether world, they were naturally a place Shen Chen had to pass through. He had also witnessed those blood seas. World Lord rank blood sea water. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, Prince Yulin's brows furrowed again. He had not expected that what Shen Chen wanted was actually blood sea water. He knew that the Nine Nether world had long had strict orders. Even fighting was forbidden around the blood seas, let alone taking away blood sea water. Even if he were a prince, he absolutely could not make such a decision. Therefore, at this moment, Prince Yulin could only look towards the horizon, his face full of pleading. Boom! At this moment, a supreme aura descended directly here, and a huge head appeared. Its eyes were cold as it looked at Shen Chen in front of it. The Lord of Nine Nether had arrived in person. Greetings, Lord of Nine Nether. At this moment, Shen Chen looked respectfully at the huge head and performed a salute. After all, the Lord of Nine Nether was different from other universe lords. You have stayed in the Nine Nether world for 10 years, you must have figured out what the 108 Imperial Seas are, right? What are you doing with the World Lord rank blood sea water? The Lord of Nine Nether fixed his gaze on Shen Chen. Lord of Nine Nether, I have research on the life materials of special life forms. This is also one of the main purposes of my coming to the Elder God cult. Shen Chen said directly in response. A coldness was revealed in the eyes of the Lord of Nine Nether. He had thought that Shen Chen would want something, but he had not expected that Shen Chen would actually want blood sea water. However, the Lord of Nine Nether actually had nothing to care about. The life gene level of a World Lord rank blood sea was only 300 times. In the Elder God cult, there were many special life form inheritors whose life gene levels were higher than that of a World Lord rank blood sea. Even within his Nine Nether space-time, there were also many special life forms stronger than a World Lord rank blood sea. For example, that World Lord rank world tree. I can give you a portion of the blood sea water, but I also have a request. At this moment, the head of the Lord of Nine Nether looked down at Shen Chen and said. Directly. After Shen Chen heard what the Lord of Nine Nether said, his eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 140, Finally obtaining the seawater. A red aptitude clansman with clone talent. Shen Chen is excited. For the Lord of Nine Nether, the Nine Nether world was a space-time under his control. He could clearly perceive that the life gene level of Shen Chen's human original body had actually reached an incredibly terrifying 3,000 times. One must know that Shen Chen was only at the World Lord rank right now, yet he was far stronger than those special life forms within his Elder God cult. Even the life gene level of King Feijing could not compare to King of Blade and Sword. Once King of Blade and Sword achieved a breakthrough to the Undying level, he would truly be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with many universe exalts. Therefore, over these past 10 years, the Lord of Nine Nether had increasingly wanted to recruit Shen Chen under his command. After seeing this clearly, the Lord of Nine Nether was even more certain that Shen Chen taking the blood sea seawater was indeed for research purposes. Although the Lord of Nine Nether was well aware that Shen Chen possessed the ability of cloning, so what if Shen Chen really managed to gestate a blood sea clone? Just knowing how to expand the blood sea was fraught with difficulties. After all, if it were truly that simple, the 108 princes he had cultivated would not only have 3 who had reached the universe exalt rank by now. And his own sea of 9 nethers had taken endless years to reach 12 light years. What requirement? Shen Chen felt happy in his heart. He knew very well that this matter was already a done deal. Moreover, Shen Chen also knew exactly what the Lord of Nine Nether wanted to do. Shen Chen understood very well. A blood sea at the World Lord rank was actually not comparable to a world tree at the World Lord rank. The reason it appeared so heaven-defying in the late stage was entirely because the blood sea happened to be a flesh and blood life form, happened to encounter Luo Feng, and possess the 9-volume secret manual. It also happened that Luo Feng researched a method to expand the blood sea. I am a guardian god lord within the peripheral organization of the Elder God cult. You are a powerhouse that the Elder God cult has been focusing on during this period. The Elder God cult is divided into official members and peripheral members, and I want you to join my command. Become a guardian envoy of my 9 nether lineage. As your strength grows stronger, you can serve as a guardian exalt or guardian exalt lord in the future. The Lord of Nine Nether looked at Shen Chen, and he also understood that this matter could truly be settled. According to the estimation of the Lord of Nine Nether, a heaven-defying world lord like King of Blade and Sword would definitely achieve a breakthrough to Undying in the future. At that time, he would have 1 more guardian exalt under his command. Just at this moment, I agree. After hearing what the Lord of Nine Nether said, Shen Chen secretly thought to himself, as expected, and then he directly nodded and agreed. After all, it was just a peripheral organization, it was really no big deal. A smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Nine Nether, and he then handed a main god token to Shen Chen. Shen Chen also accepted the Elder God token. Subsequently, another world ring was tossed to Shen Chen by the Lord of Nine Nether. After Shen Chen's world power probed the world ring, he discovered that in that world within the world ring, there was a pool-sized amount of blood sea seawater. However, even if it was just a pool-sized amount of blood sea seawater, for those world lord rank blood seas, it would have absolutely no impact at all. Many thanks, Lord of Nine Nether. Afterward, Shen Chen expressed his gratitude once again. The Lord of Nine Nether looked at Shen Chen below, feeling extremely satisfied. Subsequently, an invisible force directly enveloped Shen Chen and moved him out of the Nine Nether world. Are you still arrogant now? A world lord rank suppressed a whole bunch of you at the Undying level. Cultivate honestly. Once you achieve a breakthrough to the exalt rank, I can also take you to the outside world. Subsequently, the Lord of Nine Nether cast his gaze upon his princes. Facing the gaze of the Lord of Nine Nether, those princes lowered their heads one by one. After all, they had been taught a lesson by Shen Chen a few times during this period, and they were thoroughly convinced. Above the sea of 9 nethers, Shen Chen appeared abruptly. Looking at the sea of 9 nethers below, Shen Chen nodded, then immediately took out the Black Demon Tower, preparing to leave this place. A brand new Red Aptitude clansman has been born in the Shen family. However, just as Shen Chen was preparing to leave, a notification sound came from the Creation Treasure Tree. Another Red Aptitude clansman. A trace of doubt flashed across Shen Chen's face. He wondered if those few original Purple Aptitude clansmen had obtained some particularly great opportunity. After all, Purple Aptitude clansmen were especially rare, and his Shen family population had already reached tens of thousands. There were only a dozen or so Purple Aptitude clansmen, and only 3 Red Aptitude clansmen. Now that there was one more Red Aptitude clansman, it was indeed a good thing for his Shen family. Open black lens bracket name, Shen Longhai close black lens bracket open black lens bracket rank, Red Aptitude close black lens bracket open black lens bracket strength, World Lord rank, 9th stage close black lens bracket open black lens bracket return, 1000 times close black lens bracket open black lens bracket talent, clone close black lens bracket. Subsequently, Shen Chen brought up the panel of this Red Aptitude clansman, but a trace of doubt flashed across Shen Chen's face because he actually hadn't heard of Shen Longhai. However, what made Shen Chen feel incredibly shocked was that Shen Longhai's talent was actually clone. How is this possible? For humans to master cloning, they basically have to carry out possession on those special life forms that possess the clone talent secret. Technique. Could it be? Thinking of this, a conjecture formed in Shen Chen's eyes. Could it be that Shen Longhai carried out possession on some special life form that had the clone technique? Subsequently, Shen Chen set his gaze upon the world ring that the Lord of 9 Nether had given him. If Shen Longhai still has a slot for a clone, then I will bestow the Blood Sea Seawater upon him. As Shen Chen spoke, excitement flashed across his face. The life gene level of a World Lord rank Blood Sea was already 300 times, who knew how high it could reach after the investment return. Subsequently, he directly contacted Shen Chengfeng through the virtual universe. As the current actual manager of the Shen family, Shen Chengfeng could contact many clansmen. Although Shen Chengfeng felt confused that Shen Chen wanted to find a clansman named Shen Longhai, he still strictly followed Shen Chen's instructions and carried them out. Dad, the previous Shen Longhai was indeed a genius of my Shen family. He was originally at the Territory Lord rank, 9th stage, but for some unknown reason, after disappearing for 10 years, he reached the World Lord rank, 1st stage when he appeared again. Shen Chengfeng quickly handled everything and informed Shen Chen of the basic information about Shen Longhai. Tell Shen Longhai not to make any moves, I will be back immediately, and I have something to tell him. Shen Chen directly issued the order. Of course, Shen Chengfeng chose to comply with Shen Chen's order. After handling this matter, an excited look appeared on Shen Chen's face. He couldn't wait to know what special life forms life materials the World Lord rank Blood Sea Seawater could return to him. Rumble. However, just at this moment, a monstrous surge of divine power blasted over from a distance. That was an attack that reached the Exalt rank. Even though Shen Chen was staying inside the Black Demon Tower at this moment, the Black Demon Tower was still knocked flying. Far away, the Black Demon Tower trembled at this moment. Shen Chen had anticipated that if this attack were just one level stronger, even though the Black Demon Tower was a palace-type heavy treasure, it would still suffer damage. Ha ha ha, King of Blade and Sword. You really aren't dead, having stayed in the Sea of 9 Nethers all this time. We've finally found you. A figure appeared before Shen Chen. It was Yumo Exalt of the Zerg Alliance. During this period, the Zerg Alliance, the Monster Alliance, and the Machine Race Alliance had all issued orders to kill King of Blade and Sword at all costs. Countless Exalt rank existences, along with those special life forms coveting Shen Chen's supreme treasures, were all searching for traces of Shen Chen within the secret realm. You damn guys. Shen Chen's expression was extremely ugly at this moment, but he didn't waste any time with this guy at all, directly driving the Black Demon Tower away. Chapter 141, Encirclement of Shen Chen. Human Race Reward. 500 True Treasure Points. Don't even think about leaving. After seeing this scene, Lord Yumo immediately took action. Unlike the others, he was a mid-level universe exalt from the Zerg Alliance. He had originally just been wandering above the Sea of Nine Nethers, but he hadn't expected to actually run into the King of Blade and Sword. However, what made Lord Yumo feel furious was that the guy, the King of Blade and Sword, was relying on his palace-type heavy treasure and that plant life form of his at the Universe Exalt level. He was frequently resisting his attacks. His attacks simply couldn't harm Shen Chen, who was hiding inside the Black Demon Tower. Furthermore, that Universe Exalt level plant life form was using teleportation above the Sea of Nine Nethers. Its speed was simply too fast. With no other options, he could only broadcast the message. Those Universe Exalts who were already searching for the King of Blade and Sword in the Secret Realm, along with some heaven-defying champions, immediately headed toward the Sea of Nine Nethers. But just at this moment, a Nine Nether vortex appeared before Lord Yumo. Why is my luck so bad? Lord Yumo's expression became incredibly ugly at this moment, because a Universe Exalt level Blood Clan general had rushed out from that Nine Nether vortex and intercepted him. I'll give you a hand. After all, I just recruited you under my command. If you were killed by these guys, where would my face as the Lord of Nine Nether go? Deep within the Sea of Nine Nethers at this moment, the Lord of Nine Nether thought to himself. After seeing this scene, Shen Chen nodded toward the Sea of Nine Nethers. He then had the Star Vine carry him and hurriedly left this area. However, the Sea of Nine Nethers was simply too vast, and during the process, quite a few Universe Exalts from the Three-Race Alliance had already caught up to Shen Chen. But they were all intercepted by the Universe Exalt level Blood Clan generals sent out by the Lord of Nine Nether. This allowed Shen Chen to safely leave the Nine Nether space-time. You guys just wait for me. My third clone is already sorted out. Once I reach Undying, I will let you know that provoking me today was your biggest mistake. After leaving the Nine Nether space-time, Shen Chen turned back to look at that vast, boundless Sea of Nine Nethers and said viciously. This time, the Star Vine had continuously helped him deflect those Universe Exalt level attacks, so it had sustained quite a bit of damage. Although Shen Chen's net worth was very high and the resources to repair the Star Vine were a piece of cake for him, but after all, those guys had taken the initiative to attack him, so Shen Chen was naturally incredibly furious. After leaving the Nine Nether space-time, Shen Chen quickly returned to Zijing Island. When the inheritors saw Shen Chen's figure, they all wore expressions of shock. They had learned the news that the Universe Exalts of the Three-Race Alliance were encircling Shen Chen above the Sea of Nine Nethers, but they had not expected that Shen Chen would actually manage to escape. However, Shen Chen had no intention of paying attention to these guys at this moment. He returned to his palace and left the place via God Kingdom teleportation. It seems you are in good condition. I had already issued an order for the inheritors within the Grand Mist to go to the Sea of Nine Nethers to help you. I didn't expect you to have actually escaped on your own. After returning to the primordial universe, just when he was preparing to meet the brand new genius of the Shen family, the primordial Chaos City Lord contacted Shen Chen. Thank you, teacher. It seems the Lord of Nine Nether sent those Universe Exalt level generals under his command to help me intercept those alien Universe Exalts. Shen Chen recounted his experience in the Sea of Nine Nethers. I heard you say before that the Lord of Nine Nether recruited you under his Nine Nether lineage to become a guardian envoy. As a guardian deity, it is his responsibility to protect you. You don't need to worry too much about this. Besides, it didn't use up the favor he owed me. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded in satisfaction at this. However, I called you here this time because there is another matter to tell you. It is the reward the human race has prepared for you after deliberation. The primordial Chaos City Lord continued, speaking to Shen Chen. What reward? Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him with a blank expression. He had no idea what he had done recently. He hadn't contributed any secret techniques, nor had he contributed any treasures. What was the human race rewarding him for? It's still about that beast-taming secret technique of yours. We all underestimated the beast-taming secret technique you contributed. Originally, we only thought this secret technique could allow us to cultivate Universe Exalt level exotic beasts to explore Universe secret realms or use for combat. But we didn't expect that after one of the descendants of the Lord of Void Gold performed possession on a special life form, he had an empty clone slot. He chose a wind-chasing wolf from the 12 beast-taming paths for that clone. Under the resource supply of the Lord of Void Gold, his wind-chasing wolf clone directly broke through to Universe Exalt. It received the endowment from the origin of the primordial universe and was directly infused with an entire origin law of time. Although a Universe Exalt who breaks through this way is very weak, they are still a Universe Exalt nonetheless. The primordial Chaos City Lord clarified the reason to Shen Chen at this moment. Ah, someone chose a beast from the beast-taming paths as a clone. I hadn't thought of this before. The person who thought of this method is indeed a genius. Shen Chen understood at this moment why those alien races were saying that the number of Universe Exalts in their human race had suddenly increased. That's right. The beast-taming secret technique you provided is truly a heaven-defying powerhouse legacy. By following the steps and consuming resources, one can break through to Universe Exalt, although the combat power is low. But so what? Combat power can also be slowly improved through resources, combat, and creating secret techniques. During this period, our human race has added 50 new Universe Exalts thanks to the secret technique you provided. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and continued. There was an expression of lament on his face. One must know that over endless years, their human race only had a few thousand Universe Exalts. Therefore, the Great Axe Founder has also returned to the primordial universe to sit in command of the human race to prevent any accidents. After deliberation, the high-level leadership of our human race has decided to give you 500 true treasure points. Although 500 true treasure points is a lot, equivalent to a rather top-tier high-level soul-type true treasure, compared to a legacy that allows one to break through to the Universe Exalt level under cultivation, it still seems insignificant. After all, as long as the number of Universe Exalts is large enough, the larger the base, the more hope there is for our human race to produce a Universe Lord. And you have also walked out of the Sea of Nine Nethers, your clone must also be sorted out. These 500 true treasure points are for you, so you can exchange them for resources in the race's treasure vault to improve your strength. The primordial Chaos City Lord said, looking at Shen Chen below. 500 true treasure points. Originally, some of the other Universe Lords had been somewhat opposed to this. But under the Great Axe Founder's insistence, those Universe Lords had chosen to agree. After all, they also had descendants under their command. If clones could work, then possession could also work. If they were reluctant to lose their human appearance, that was also fine, as there were 3 energy-type lifeforms among those 12 paths. I didn't expect the high-level leadership of the human race to actually give me 500 true treasure points. Coincidentally, I only had 5 true treasure points left before. Originally 1 point, 8 Enlightenment Star Cores cost 24, spent 20 to upgrade Shen Chengfeng and Chuyang 20. I was still wondering what to use to improve the life gene level of my human original body in Lihuo Mountain. This is just perfect. But the most urgent matter is to go see Shen Longhai first. My 5th clone is ready, and undying is not far off. Chapter 142, Special Life, Heart-Eating Worm. Return. Yuanming Nether Sea. Thinking of this, Shen Chen was very excited. Soon, inside the Black Demon secret realm, the Black Demon King looked at Shen Chen before him respectfully. During this period, with Shen Chen's strong support, the population of his Black Demon clan had increased significantly. Subsequently, he handed over the Black Demon crystal cores that his Black Demon clan had cultivated during this time to Shen Chen. A total of 50. Black Demon crystal cores could only be gestated by undying level existences within their Black Demon clan. With the resources bestowed by Shen Chen, the number of undying existences in his Black Demon clan had also increased significantly. Resources alone were not enough, but the Supreme Treasure Demon Star left behind by the Black Demon Star Lord contained all the legacy of his Black Demon clan. These legacies were useless to Shen Chen, so Shen Chen had bestowed them down. Not bad. And looking at you, it seems your origin law of space is about to have a breakthrough, right? You have also used the Purgatory Blood Crystal, and your life gene level has reached 10 times. Once you have a breakthrough to the Universe Exalt level, you will be slightly stronger than ordinary primary Universe Exalts. After Shen Chen took the 50 Black Demon Crystal cores, he nodded as well. However, he could also see the Black Demon King's current state. Your Highness, even if I have a breakthrough to Universe Exalt, I am still your subordinate. The Black Demon clan will be forever loyal to you. However, to Shen Chen's surprise, the Black Demon King seemed to have misunderstood something and hurriedly knelt in fear before Shen Chen. It is nothing, just a Universe Exalt. If you have a breakthrough, then so be it, it does not matter. The stronger the Black Demon clan is, the stronger the Black Demon crystal cores they cultivate will be. I would be too happy for that. Shen Chen smiled at this. And behind him, the star vine appeared. After the Black Demon King saw this scene, his heart was filled with both fear and excitement. But in the end, all emotions turned into respect, and he looked respectfully at Shen Chen before him. All right, your Black Demon clan has hope of recovering to its peak period in the future. I will not take advantage of you for nothing. In the future, I can bestow upon you Purgatory Blood Crystals. The Purgatory Blood Crystal is originally a special supreme treasure converted after the Demon Star in the Black Demon Star Lord's hands absorbed universe energy, which is especially suitable for your Black Demon clan. There are records within the Demon Star. 10 Purgatory Blood Crystals can only raise other universe life forms, excluding the Black Demon clan, to 10 times, which is already the limit. But it is different for the Black Demon clan. Using 1000 Purgatory Blood Crystals can allow the Black Demon clan to reach a 100 times life gene level. At this moment, Shen Chen made a promise to the Black Demon King. After the Black Demon King heard these words from Shen Chen, he became even more excited. Apparently, the Black Demon King also knew the effect of the Purgatory Blood Crystal on his Black Demon clan. His life gene level being able to reach 10 times was also because he had received a bestowal from the Black Demon Star Lord long ago. At this time, Shen Chengfeng also brought Shen Longhai before Shen Chen. Currently, Shen Chengfeng had already reached the peak of the World Lord rank. He was just one step away from the origin law of Earth, and he had also comprehended quite a bit of the origin law of space. However, Shen Chen had asked Shen Chengfeng to wait until his origin law of space reached the champion level before having a breakthrough. After all, comprehending origin laws at the World Lord rank stage is the fastest. Shen Chen also intended to raise Shen Chengfeng's life gene level to 100 times as well. Greetings to the old ancestor. Although Shen Longhai was a genius from a branch of the Shen family, he did not possess the purple aptitude that would allow him to be received by Shen Chen individually. Shen Longhai. And when Shen Chen read Shen Longhai's name and cast his gaze upon him, Shen Longhai felt as if he had been seen through in an instant. Interesting. A special life. Shen Chen immediately saw a small bug staying in Shen Longhai's mind. After that small bug felt Shen Chen's gaze, it began to tremble, seemingly very afraid. Old ancestor, its name is Xiaoshui. I disappeared for 10 years before because I was in that special space, and this is the result after I fused my soul with it. After Shen Longhai heard what Shen Chen said, he knelt on the ground in fear. After Shen Chengfeng heard this, he also cast a strange look at Shen Longhai. He had not expected that a genius of his Shen family could actually fuse his soul with a special life. At this time, that small bug also appeared before Shen Chen in a soul state. It does not matter, being able to fuse your soul with a special life is your opportunity. I want to know, what can this special life bestow upon you? Shen Chen cast his gaze on Shen Longhai and said with a smile on his face. Looking at the happy Shen Chen, Shen Longhai finally set his mind at ease. After all, in the eyes of their Shen family members, Shen Chen had long become a figure like a saint ancestor. With Shen Chen's power, how could he possibly covet his opportunity? Old ancestor, Xiaoshui's name is Heart-Eating Worm. It has 2 innate secret techniques. One is called Heart Devouring, which is an incredibly powerful soul attack. One is clone. Because I have fused my soul with Xiaoshui, I also possess 2 clone slots. I originally wanted to ask the family to inquire about which powerful races there are, but unfortunately, I was summoned by you, old ancestor, shortly after walking out of that void space. Facing Shen Chen's inquiry, Shen Longhai did not hesitate in the slightest and spoke directly. After hearing what Shen Longhai said, Shen Chen also nodded. He understood that this opportunity of Shen Longhai's was truly heaven-defying. Because he could see that Shen Longhai's current life gene level had already reached 100 times. Apparently, the heart-eating worm had not only fused its soul with Shen Longhai, but even its special life force had fused into Shen Longhai's body. 100 times life gene level, it is even stronger than the royal family of the monster race, and also stronger than those peak-level space beasts. No wonder it could be rated as a red aptitude clansman by the creation treasure tree. In the future, you will be like Cheng Zhou, becoming a core powerhouse of my Shen family. Shen Chen patted Shen Longhai's shoulder and said, I dare not compare myself to ancestor Cheng Zhou. Shen Longhai was actually a descendant of that lineage of Shen Chengzhou. Of course, he understood Shen Chengzhou's power, so he dared not compare himself to Cheng Zhou. All right. You were lucky, I just obtained some life materials from a universe secret realm that are especially suitable for you. After waving his hand, Shen Chen did not mention this issue anymore and turned to speak to Shen Longhai. Life materials that the old ancestor personally obtained from a universe secret realm. They must be stronger than the space beasts I know of, right? It could only be said that Shen Longhai was previously just a territory lord rank 9th stage Shen family genius. His clearance level did not allow him to understand so-called life gene levels or special life forms. He only knew that he was very strong now, and the energy contained in his body reached 100 times the power of a first-stage World Lord. This is World Lord rank Blood Sea Water, with a life gene level reaching 300 times. The divine body is incredibly massive, I fear that even at the World Lord rank stage. By using special means, the Blood Sea can reach a diameter of 80 million kilometers. After Shen Chen explained to Shen Longhai what a life gene level is and what a special life is, he also distributed a portion of the Blood Sea Water to him. Although Shen Longhai did not have the 9 Tribulations secret canon, in the future, Shen Chen could also help him raise the life gene level of the Blood Sea by spending resources. Many thanks, old ancestor. After Shen Longhai took the Blood Sea Water, he was also full of joy. After all, how could the life materials he had access to through his channels compare to what the old ancestor gave? Invested in red aptitude clansman Shen Longhai with 9 nether Blood Sea Water, 1000 times return, obtained Yuanming nether sea water. After hearing the notification sound in his mind, a smile also appeared on Shen Chen's face. Chapter 143, Shen Chen's Planning. Golden Aptitude. Shen Chen's Status. Shen Chen knew that this matter was definitely feasible. After all, Luo Feng's golden horned beast was able to gestate a 9 nether Blood Sea clone. There was no reason why Shen Longhai could not gestate one. Soon, the creation treasure tree also transmitted the basic information regarding the Yuanming nether sea water. The foundation of the Yuanming nether sea alone reached 10,081 times the life gene level. As expected, to break through to the perfect life gene level, a 1000-fold return is still not enough. Or perhaps, the primordial universe does not allow it. After receiving this information, Shen Chen looked up at the starry sky. However, he did not say anything more. After all, the Yuanming nether sea was far more terrifying than the 9 nether Blood Sea, and Shen Chen did not need to spend resources to cultivate it. However, what Shen Chen found a pity was that only 1 drop of the Yuanming nether sea water was returned. It could only be used by Shen Chen himself. Otherwise, Shen Chen would have wanted to let Shen Longhai's heart-eating worm clone try it to see if it could also gestate a Yuanming Yuhai clone. But thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. After all, the heart-eating worm was only at 100 times the life gene level, while the Yuanming nether sea reached 10,081 times. However, it was already good enough that Shen Longhai could possess a 9 nether Blood Sea clone. Many powerful existences within the human race did not have such a high life gene multiplier. After you gestate this 9 nether Blood Sea clone, I will bestow upon you some Chronos Thunder Beast life materials that have reached 1000 times the life gene level. Just when Shen Longhai was still rejoicing, Shen Chen continued to look at Shen Longhai and said, That's right, Shen Chen intended to bestow his Chronos Thunder Beast life materials upon Shen Longhai, allowing Shen Longhai to also gestate a Chronos Thunder Beast clone. 1000 times. Shen Longhai opened his mouth wide at this moment, his face full of disbelief. I didn't expect that you, father, would actually bestow the Chronos Thunder Beast materials upon Longhai. Shen Chengfeng was also watching Shen Chen with a surprised expression from the side. He was very clear about the Chronos Thunder Beast clone. It doesn't matter. After all, this can allow my Shen family to have one more peerless genius. Shen Chen waved his hand at this, not caring at all. The life gene level of the Chronos Thunder Beast reached 1,000 times, but the heart-eating worm also had 100 times. It was only a 10-fold difference, so presumably, it should be able to be gestated. As for life materials of other special life forms with high multipliers, Shen Chen did not know where to get them. Moreover, Shen Chen had blood river crystals. Shen Chen had already verified that if the Chronos Thunder Beast clone used blood river crystals to reach its tolerance limit, it could reach 8,000 times the life gene level. Even in the human race treasury, there were no special life materials with such a high multiplier. The Elder God cult probably didn't have them either. Many thanks, old ancestor. At this moment, Shen Longhai knelt directly on the ground. He did not expect that he had only been sucked into that special void space, yet he was able to obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity. Moreover, he could hear the care for him in Shen Chen's words. Coupled with the fact that he had grown up under the Shen family's genius cultivation system since he was young, he now admired Shen Chen even more. Come find me after you have gestated the 9 nether blood sea. Shen Chen smiled, then waved his hand at him. After Shen Longhai nodded, he immediately took his leave. He was full of determination at this moment. He must gestate the 9 nether blood sea clone. And then gestate the Chronos Thunder Beast clone that the old ancestor spoke of. Dad, I didn't expect that there would be another genius in our Shen family who could obtain such an opportunity. You must know that when the heart-eating worm he mentioned was gestated, it absorbed the starlight energy of that entire galaxy. A full 10 years. The commotion was truly too great. If that area hadn't been the Shen family's territory, it probably would have attracted other undying spiritual gods to investigate. Shen Chengfeng stood in front of Shen Chen at this moment, speaking respectfully. Indeed, every time a special life form is gestated, it requires strong support from the primordial universe will. Shen Chen nodded at this, watching Shen Longhai's departing back. This time was merely his attempt. He wanted to see if Shen Longhai possessed 100 times the life gene level, plus the 300 times life gene level 9 nether blood sea, plus the 1000 times life gene level Chronos Thunder Beast clone. Could it allow him to reach the level of golden aptitude? If that were the case, it would be possible to get a 10,000-fold return. Chengfeng, your strength and law comprehension should also be improved. Subsequently, Shen Chen turned his gaze onto Shen Chengfeng again. Facing Shen Chen's gaze, Shen Chengfeng only lowered his head. He was very clear that his talent was truly inferior to his third brother's. He didn't have special talents either. He could only manage the family while cultivating the strong ones of the Earth lineage. Fortunately, during this period, those descendants of universe lords who went to Earth to have children all had to pay him resources for the Earth lineage. Therefore, the Earth lineage had also given birth to quite a few strong ones over these years. Shen Chen looked at his eldest son, Shen Chengfeng, in front of him, and did not speak again. It was just that his talent was insufficient. In the future, Shen Chen could pile up resources to push him up. After this matter was concluded, Shen Chen's human original body also quickly arrived within his internal world. Subsequently, he took out 1 drop of the Yuanming Nether Sea water. When Shen Chen tossed this drop of Yuanming Nether Sea water into the air, a special force directly enveloped the Yuanming Nether Sea. In an instant, the internal world trembled continuously. The terrifying scene made even Shen Chen somewhat afraid. It wouldn't work. The golden horned beast, which was 1,000 times the life gene level at birth, could not compare with the Yuanming Yuhai clone. This was all Shen Chen's apprehension. Soon, a giant egg 100,000 kilometers high appeared in front of Shen Chen. Through the message transmitted from the internal world, it could be known that gestating the Yuanming Yuhai clone required 100 years. The time required far exceeded that of the previous Lihuo Mountain and Chronos Thunder Beast clone. 100 years is just right. It can allow me to use the time to improve the life gene level of my human original body, Lihuo Mountain, and the Chronos Thunder Beast. By then, after breaking through to undying, the resources needed to improve the life gene level would increase again. Moreover, I also need to prepare in advance the things needed for breaking through to undying. Although my will is stronger than some undying spiritual gods, in reality, it has not reached the venerable level. I only have 2 forms of ultimate attack type secret techniques. In order to prevent being unable to break the original core, I also need to improve a bit more. Then there is the matter of cultivating the geniuses of my Shen family. The more geniuses, the better. After Shen Chen finished speaking, his whole person immediately disappeared within the Black Demon secret realm. Soon, his figure arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Who is this? As soon as he arrives, we don't need to wait and can go directly to the primal universe. You don't even know the King of Blade and Sword. He is the King of Blade and Sword. In the passageway leading to the primal universe, those world lords and undying ones who were originally riding the spaceship preparing to head to the primal universe discussed among themselves one after another after seeing Shen Chen. And those members of the Virtual Universe Corporation responsible for piloting the spaceship also lowered their heads in front of Shen Chen. There was no help for it. Nowadays, within the human race, the most famous person was Shen Chen. Chapter 144, 144, Crazy Spending of True Treasure Points. 3 True Treasures. Poor Teacher Ganwu. Added to the fact that Shen Chen is the personal disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, the person in charge of the Virtual Universe Corporation. These members had to be even more respectful. Shen Chen had nothing to say about the respectful attitude of these people. After all, they were probably used to it. Soon, Shen Chen's figure appeared in primordial Chaos City. Soon, Shen Chen arrived at the side hall of the City Lord's mansion. After entering the side hall, Shen Chen familiarly walked up to the stone disc. 505 True Treasure Points. Such wealth rivals some of the weaker universe lords. It's enough to exchange for a high-grade true treasure of the soul type. Looking at the 505 true treasure points in his account, Shen Chen sighed. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen immediately turned his gaze to the special resources category. As for true treasures, Shen Chen actually did not lack any. What Shen Chen needed were the 2 types of treasures that could enhance willpower and improve his life gene level. Fortunately, what made Shen Chen happy was that there were still many special resources in the human race treasury. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen immediately began spending. He prepared some treasures to improve the life gene level for the clansmen of the Shen family with purple aptitude. Although the return multiplier for clansmen with purple aptitude was only 100 times, it was still better than nothing. There were also the treasures needed to improve the life gene level for Shen Longhai after he gestated the 9 Nether Blood Sea and the Chronos Thunder Beast. Next were 100 Heart Intention Fruits, with a total value of 100 true treasure points, which could be used to improve willpower. I want to create stronger secret techniques. In that case, a treasure like the time chamber that can alter the flow of time becomes especially important. Shen Chen searched through the special resources and found a treasure called the time chamber. He knew very well that in the Great Axe Founder's miniature universe, time could be accelerated up to 10,000 times. But besides that, there were other treasures that could increase the flow of time, and the time chamber was one of them. After all, universe lords could control space-time, so it was nothing strange to create such treasures. However, the time chamber was extremely precious. And the restrictions were also particularly great. The time chamber Shen Chen had his eye on could accelerate time by 1,000 times for the undying level, 100 times for the universe exalt level, but only 10 times for a universe lord. Of course, it wasn't fixed. For example, if the divine body of some top-tier universe overlords was powerful, it could also only accelerate to 10 times. But even so, such a time chamber was worth 100 true treasure points. However, to Shen Chen, it wasn't that important at all. After all, after he finished using this time chamber in the future, it could still be bestowed upon the geniuses in his Shen family. By then, it might even return some treasures to him. Therefore, Shen Chen had absolutely no reservations and directly spent 100 true treasure points to acquire 100 true treasure point time chamber, 100 true treasure points for heart intention fruits, 200 true treasure points for various treasures to improve the life gene level. Now I have 105 true treasure points left. Now that I have so many more true treasure points, Teacher Ganwu can already rival a high-grade universe exalt even in his basic state. I wonder if Teacher's amplitude secret technique and life gene level have reached their limit. I should prepare a high-grade true treasure battle blade and a high-grade true treasure armor for Teacher. And another ordinary flying palace type true treasure. Anyway, after I bestow the treasures, the 100-fold return will allow my wealth to instantly rival that of a powerful universe lord. Spending 105 true treasure points to prepare some true treasures for Teacher Ganwu is nothing important at all. Shen Chen would not forget the outcome of Teacher Ganwu risking his life to go deep into the blood spirit secret realm for him. Even after dying, he still entrusted someone to bring back the beast god skeleton for him, raising his golden horned beast clone to the perfect life gene level. Shen Chen knew very well who was good to him, so he had absolutely no hesitation. A high-grade true treasure battle blade called the Void-Splitting Heaven-Breaking Blade cost 18 true treasure points. A high-grade true treasure armor called the Tyrant Emperor Prison Ruling Armor cost 22 true treasure points. A common flying palace type true treasure called the Fu Hai Ling Yun Palace cost 65 true treasure points. Those two high-grade true treasures were basically considered quite good. That common flying palace type true treasure called the Fu Hai Ling Yun Palace was an extremely high-quality existence among all common flying palace type true treasures. After all, the best common flying palace type true treasure in the human race treasury was only 80 true treasure points. Shen Chen had also spent all of his remaining 105 true treasure points. After finishing his selection and confirming the exchange, the stone disc in front of Shen Chen slowly cracked open, and one treasure after another flew out from it. And Shen Chen successively stored them into his world ring. Subsequently, Shen Chen left Primordial Chaos City. Shen Chen not only spent all of his true treasure points, but he also exchanged for 2 high-grade true treasures and 1 common flying palace type true treasure. He is only at the World Lord rank, he can't possibly use so many true treasures. Moreover, these true treasures basically all belong to the type that can be used by experts of the space law. Could it be Primordial Chaos City? Lord watched Shen Chen's departing back, thinking in his heart. Previously, Shen Chen had paid off all of Lord of Ganwu's debts. However, Primordial Chaos City Lord did not stop Shen Chen. After all, these true treasure points belonged to Shen Chen himself, and he could use them however he wanted. Moreover, if the true treasures he purchased were really given to Teacher Ganwu, it could be considered enhancing the strength of his virtual universe corporation lineage. Before, Shen Chen told me that his last clone was already gestating. And this time, he spent so many true treasure points to purchase treasures to improve his life gene level. Once Shen Chen breaks through to the undying level, how strong will his strength be? At this moment, Primordial Chaos City Lord thought in his heart, and the more he thought, the happier he became. After all, during the period of Shen Chen's rise, his human race had also gained quite a lot. However, recently, other universe lords have been saying that some resources for cultivating those 12 paths of beast taming have been exhausted. If we want to obtain some critical resources, we have to seize them in the cosmic secret realms. This is good too. It is time to let other peak races witness the development of my human race during this period. Some universe exalts, after cultivating the Time Ruins Tribulation body, spent quite a price to raise their body amplitude to 100 times. Primordial Chaos City Lord thought of other things in his heart at this moment. After all, having cultivated 50 universe exalts in a short period of time, some critical resources had indeed been used up. Ganwu Secret Region. Venerable Biming, are you all going to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm again? It's a pity, Primordial Chaos City Lord advised me to honestly cultivate geniuses. This time, you should go by yourselves. Lord of Ganwu looked at the several universe exalts in front of him and said. One of them was Venerable Biming, who was very close to him. The beast god skeleton from last time, which could be calculated in price by true treasure points, was also brought back by him entrusting Venerable Biming. We heard that the King of Blade and Sword has paid off all the debts you owed, so we came to find you again. Before, when we looked for you in the virtual universe, you kept making excuses. We thought if we came to persuade you in person, you would change your mind. After hearing what Lord of Ganwu said, Venerable Biming shook his head, but he could also understand. The other 3 universe exalts were a bit regretful. After all, although Lord of Ganwu did not have any true treasures on him, he was still a high-grade universe exalt. Joining their team could also enhance their safety. Right now, I don't even have a single ordinary heavy treasure on me. Originally, I had kept a few ordinary heavy treasures, but in the end, I mortgaged them all to exchange for those 2 top-tier heavy treasures for my disciple. Lord of Ganwu said with a wry smile on his face at this moment. Teacher. At this moment, a voice came over. Chapter 145, The Bewildered Lord of Ganwu. The Wealthy Lord of Ganwu. After Shen Chen's voice traveled over, Lord of Ganwu looked toward Shen Chen, and joy immediately appeared on his face. For Lord of Ganwu, the thing that made him feel most fortunate was taking in Shen Chen as his personal disciple. At this moment, Venerable Biming and the other 3 universe exalts also fixed their gazes on Shen Chen. This must be the King of Blade and Sword, right? Teacher Ganwu, your luck is truly not bad. The King of Blade and Sword actually paid off all your debts. After looking at Shen Chen, the 4 universe exalts turned their gazes to Teacher Ganwu and teased. A smile appeared on Teacher Ganwu's face. After all, they were praising both him and Shen Chen. Shen Chen, come over. These few are all my good friends. This is Venerable Biming, and he is the one who brought back the beast god skeleton. This is Venerable Guling. This is Venerable Wansu. This is Venerable Luyu. Previously, their strength was on par with mine. Of course, they are much stronger than me now. A long time ago, we often formed teams to go on adventures in various universe secret realms. Lord of Ganwu introduced them to Shen Chen one by one. After all, in his eyes, his connections were Shen Chen's connections. Greetings to all you universe exalts. Shen Chen didn't have much to say. Those who could form a team with Lord of Ganwu, a high-level universe venerable, should basically be high-level universe venerables as well. Every high-level universe venerable held a very high status within the human race. The 4 universe exalts looked at Shen Chen, and they also had intentions of befriending him. After all, as high-level members of the human race, they knew a few secrets. For instance, Shen Chen's current status within the human race could not simply be summarized by the term, peerless genius. Teacher, I came to find you this time to bring you treasure. I know that you, teacher, lost quite a few treasures previously. As one of the oldest batches of universe exalts in our human race, how could you not have a true treasure on you? At this moment, Shen Chen directly stated the purpose of his visit. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Lord of Ganwu looked at Shen Chen with a face full of shock. The other 4 universe exalts didn't even need to be mentioned. One must know that not every high-level universe venerable necessarily possesses a true treasure. Most high-level universe venerables are not qualified to possess a true treasure. That is an item that is standard equipment only for a universe overlord. But now, the King of Blade and Sword, who is only at World Lord rank, actually said he wanted to give his teacher, Teacher Ganwu, a true treasure. No matter how one heard it, it felt somewhat absurd. However, thinking carefully, it seemed Shen Chen indeed had this qualification. After all, just from the revealed information, the King of Blade and Sword possessed 3 true treasures. Even for them, these high-level universe venerables, they would be jealous. Shen Chen, those few true treasures of yours were all obtained through great hardship, don't give them to me. My potential is just like this, for so many years, there has been no sign of a breakthrough. It is better to follow the City Lord's orders and honestly cultivate geniuses for our human race. However, at this moment, Lord of Ganwu waved his hand, as if he had let go, ready at all times to cultivate geniuses for the human race. Shen Chen smiled and shook his head at this. Subsequently, he directly took out the Liaxu Potian blade, the Bawang Chengyu armor, and the Fu Hai Ling Yun palace. When these three true treasures appeared, the law secret engravings covering the true treasures dazzled the 5 universe exalts present. They looked at the 3 true treasures in Shen Chen's hands with faces full of disbelief. They could feel that these were 2 high-grade true treasures, and 1 ordinary flying palace-type true treasure. These 3 true treasures, even if they worked for the human race for hundreds of millions of years, they would not be able to obtain them. Shen Chen, you, Lord of Ganwu, was also looking at the 3 true treasures in Shen Chen's hands in disbelief at this moment. One must know, even in his peak period, he would not dare touch treasures of this rank. Those were high-grade true treasures. And there was also an ordinary flying palace-type true treasure. Teacher, the true treasure points consumed for purchasing these 3 true treasures were gifted to me by the high-level members of the human race. So, do not worry. I selected these 3 true treasures, and they are all true treasures that a space universe exalt can use. Teacher, I heard you say before that you are a high-level universe venerable. Even without the support of other true treasures, you are still a high-level universe venerable. I do not know if you, teacher, have not reached the threshold of a universe overlord in terms of amplification secret techniques, life gene level, or in creating secret techniques. Regarding these 3 true treasures I am gifting you, take a look. If you can sell them to exchange for resources, that is also fine. In any case, I am giving them to you. After all, if I were to contribute them to the race treasury, I would lose 10% of the true treasure points. Shen Chen directly placed these 3 true treasures into Lord of Ganwu's arms. Lord of Ganwu looked at the 3 true treasures in his hands. He somewhat did not understand why Shen Chen was able to possess so many true treasure points. Teacher, goodbye. Subsequently, Shen Chen did not give Lord of Ganwu any chance to refuse and directly left this place. At this moment, Venerable Biming beside Lord of Ganwu, and the other 3 universe exalts, had their mouths wide open, staring at the 3 true treasures in Lord of Ganwu's hands. They had never thought it would actually be true. Lord of Ganwu, who originally couldn't even take out a single heavy treasure, now suddenly possessed 2 high-grade true treasures and 1 palace-type true treasure that was even more expensive than a high-grade true treasure. Teacher Ganwu, this time, it seems you can really reach the Universe Overlord rank. After taking a deep breath, Venerable Biming asked, looking at Teacher Ganwu with a complex expression. The other 3 universe exalts were in a similar state as Venerable Biming. Although wealth moves people's hearts, how many years of friendship did they have with Teacher Ganwu? Moreover, they were very clear that since Shen Chen could take out so many true treasures in front of them, he was clearly not afraid of them seizing them. You all know that I have lived for too long. My physical amplification secret technique has long since reached 100 times. As for secret techniques, I have also touched the Universe Overlord rank. But the only thing lacking is the life gene level that requires consuming resources to improve. My current life gene level is only 40 times. Lord of Ganwu stated his shortcoming at this moment. After the other few universe exalts looked at each other, they nodded. It was widely acknowledged that Lord of Ganwu had originally owed a huge pile of debts and had no resources to improve his life gene level. Teacher Ganwu, your connections are not bad. Use 1 true treasure to exchange for a slightly inferior true treasure, and then exchange for some treasures to improve your life gene level. Raise your life gene level to 100 times. Then you will be able to reach the Universe Overlord rank. By then, our trip to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm will be much safer. Do not worry about the King of Blade and Sword's true treasure points. His net worth is even higher than some universe lords. The only female universe exalt, Venerable Luyu, spoke up. Upon hearing what Venerable Luyu said, the other universe exalts were even more surprised. Venerable Luyu was an old person from the same era as Lord of Ganwu. She was core high-level management of the Great Axe Battleground and knew a little bit more information than them. It seems I really will be benefiting from my disciple. Teacher Ganwu thought to himself at this moment. Once I reach the Universe Overlord rank, I will go to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm to find more Beast God skeletons for Shen Chen. Chapter 146, Human Race Universe Exalts Jealous. Lord of Ganwu becomes Universe Overlord. Universe Exalt Willpower. Crazy investment. Very quickly, a piece of news spread among the universe exalts of the human race. It was that Lord of Ganwu, one of the oldest universe exalts in the human race who had lived for an unknown number of years. His combat power had reached the level of a universe overlord, and he had also obtained 3 heaven-defying true treasures. Such news stimulated an unknown number of universe exalts. Even some universe lords of the human race had heard about this matter. Those universe exalts were indescribably jealous. Even the universe overlords were the same. After all, in their view, compared to Lord of Ganwu, they were more qualified to obtain such true treasures. However, once the high-level figures of the human race spoke up, these voices immediately disappeared. Soon, gossip spread that all the true treasures obtained by Lord of Ganwu were given to him by his disciple, King of Blade and Sword. However, this news was even more explosive. King of Blade and Sword, King of Blade and Sword, it was said to be a champion title. Who didn't know that the current King of Blade and Sword was only a world lord? Originally, he already had 3 true treasures. However, because he was the personal disciple of Primordial Chaos City Lord and an unprecedented genius to appear in the human race, they endured it. But the fact that King of Blade and Sword could now bring out so many true treasures naturally attracted the attention of a large portion of people. Keep your people in check. However, regarding these matters, Great Axe founder only said this one sentence during the Universe Lord meeting. But it was precisely this one sentence that caused all the Universe Lords to take action. For a time, whether it was those jealous, envious, or resentful Universe Overlords or Universe Exalts, they all quieted down. After all, for the human race, what Great Axe founder said was simply too effective. After all, a large portion of the human race's true treasures were contributed to the race by Great Axe founder for free. If they angered Great Axe founder, that would be truly terrible. These universe exalts, might not even have a chance to be resurrected. However, although Great Axe founder stopped the actions of those people, the thoughts in their minds did not stop. Ultimately, it was because the current Shen Chen was only at the World Lord rank, and his combat power at best was only that of an invincible king. They still believed that the Universe Lords and Great Axe founder were too biased. Teacher, there is no need for this. Don't listen to the nonsense of those guys. I can use my own true treasure points on whoever I want. In the Ganwu secret region, Shen Chen looked at the somewhat uneasy Lord of Ganwu before him, waved his hand, and spoke directly. After all, in Shen Chen's future plans, he was prepared to give Lord of Ganwu even better things. If those guys can't accept this now, what will they do in the future? That may be so, but Shen Chen, my life gene level has already reached 100 times. Even without using true treasures, I have barely reached the threshold of an overlord. You should take these true treasures back. Lord of Ganwu was still somewhat hesitant. He felt that the current Shen Chen was at a critical period for improving his strength. It would be far better for Shen Chen to use the true treasure points to improve than for an old guy like him. All right, teacher, hurry up and improve your strength. In the future, I will give you even more and better true treasures. However, what Shen Chen said next gave Lord of Ganwu an even greater shock. Lord of Ganwu didn't know what to say at this moment. Since you have said so, I can only bask in the reflected glory of my disciple. However, I cannot just take your true treasures and do nothing. Recently, our race has had a big event. We are sending a group of universe exalts to occupy the Blood Spirit Secret Realm and bring the Blood Spirit Secret Realm under our human race. It is said that this is because some resources unique to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm are very useful to the human race. I seem to have heard that they can be used to cultivate some kind of flesh and blood-tamed beasts. Other races will definitely not be willing to let us have the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. I am preparing to go to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Lord of Ganwu, the hot blood in his heart had returned. Lord of Ganwu was inherently a person who loved adventure and gambling very much. Because of his debts, he had been silent in the Ganwu universe country for hundreds of millions of years. To say he didn't want to take risks would be a lie. Previously, going to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm to find the Beast God skeleton for Shen Chen had reignited his passion. Teacher, be careful. Shen Chen had nothing else to say and could only offer a word of caution. Rest assured, with the Fu Hai Ling Yun Palace you gave me, powerhouses from other races, even top-tier universe overlords, cannot do anything to me. Unless they have stronger true treasures. Lord of Gamu stated proudly, and in the end, he directly contacted Venerable Biming, and they headed towards the Blood Spirit secret realm together. Watching Lord of Gamu leave, Shen Chen smiled and shook his head. Let the people on the list go to the Lingshu secret realm. For the next 100 years, they will follow me, and I will take time to teach them. Soon, Shen Chen turned his attention to the members of his Shen family with purple aptitude and red aptitude. He was going to start causing trouble. And the Lingshu secret realm was a brand new secret realm that Shen Chen had chosen during this period. The Laotian clone also officially took over the Lingshu secret realm. Invest in purple aptitude clansman, heart intent fruit, 100-fold return, heart refining. Fruit. Invest in purple aptitude clansman, heart intent fruit, 100-fold return, heart refining fruit. Invest in red aptitude clansman Shen Chengyun, heart intent fruit, 1000-fold return, myriad spirit heart refining fruit. Invest in red aptitude clansman Shen Chuyang, heart intent fruit, 1000-fold return, myriad spirit heart refining fruit. At the beginning, Shen Chen first bestowed the heart intent fruit, which cost 1 true treasure point each and could be used to improve mental willpower. What was returned to Shen Chen was a treasure called the heart refining fruit. And what was returned from investing in red aptitude clansman was the myriad spirit heart refining fruit. Just a single heart refining fruit allowed Shen Chen's willpower to reach the limit of an undying spiritual god. Subsequently, another heart refining fruit directly allowed Shen Chen's willpower to break through, reaching the universe exalt level. And the heart refining fruit could produce a unique force that constantly stirred Shen Chen's willpower and honed his mind. And a myriad spirit heart refining fruit was even more terrifying. When he consumed a myriad spirit heart refining fruit, his mental willpower felt as if it were battling against 10,000 terrifying mental wills. After resisting those 10,000 terrifying mental wills, Shen Chen's willpower directly sublimated. If the gap between Universe Exalt level and Universe Lord level willpower was 1 to 100, then after using that myriad spirit heart refining fruit, Shen Chen was still 70 away from Universe Lord level willpower. Although it looked like a 70 gap, the final 1% was a world of difference. Such treasures that can improve mental willpower are truly too precious. If I get a few more myriad spirit heart refining fruits, how strong will my willpower become? However, it is a pity that there are only 3 clansmen with red aptitude, and Chengzhou is far away in the outside territory battlefield and cannot come back. It is also time to spend energy to improve their life gene level. I have spent 200 true treasure points to purchase a large batch of treasures that can increase the range from 1 to 100 times. In terms of willpower, Shen Chen felt that there was nothing more for him to improve at the moment. Therefore, it was also time to improve the life gene level of each of his clones. After all, the opportunity to fill the divine body only occurs once at the undying level. Shen Chen certainly had to seize it well. In the following period, those geniuses of the Shen family witnessed what it meant to be wealthy and imposing. One treasure after another dazzled them to the point where they couldn't open their eyes. And hard work pays off. Even the current clansmen of the Shen family with purple aptitude were raised by Shen Chen to a 100-fold life gene level. Shen Chen also got his wish and obtained an unknown number of treasures. Chapter 147, Crazy Improvement. Human original body and clones all reach perfect life gene level. Only the Yuanming Nether Sea is left. Lava Heart, Waststone Crystal Core, Thunder Prison Crystal Core, Purple Heaven Chi, Life Origin Crystal, Azure Spirit Heart Marrow. These 6 types of treasures can all improve the life gene level of my human original body and my clones. Lava Heart and Waststone Crystal Core are suitable for the Laotian clone. Thunder Prison Crystal Core and Purple Heaven Chi are suitable for the Temporal Thunder Who clone. Life Origin Crystal and Azure Spirit Heart Marrow are suitable for the human original body. It's a pity there are only 20 of each treasure. This is the result of 30 years of my hard work. After all, some clan members still need to go into seclusion. Previously, it took 10 years to bestow the heart intent fruit upon them, and there are still 60 years left before my Yuanming Yuhai clone can be gestated. At this moment, within the internal world of Shen Chen's original nucleus, 120 types of various treasures filled with life aura appeared before him. Just the aura radiating from them alone gave Shen Chen a feeling of joy. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen's human original body began to use the life origin crystal and the azure spirit heart marrow. The special life energy contained within these two treasures entered Shen Chen's human original body. And Shen Chen's human original body's aura also became increasingly terrifying at this moment. His life gene level was constantly improving at this moment. 3,100, 3,600, 4,600, 5,000, 6,000. The life gene level of Shen Chen's human original body was rising continuously. Very quickly, the life gene level of Shen Chen's human original body reached 6,000 times. 40 special treasures had increased the life gene level by 3,000 times. It's a pity, on average, not even 100 times per piece. However, the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes to improve. I should have expected this. However, my Chronos Thunder Beast has already reached 9,000 times life gene level. The Thunder Prison Crystal Core and the Purple Heaven Chi shouldn't be used much. After Shen Chen finished speaking, the Temporal Thunder Hu clone was also roaring continuously at this moment. That's right, in order to improve the life gene level this time, Shen Chen even recalled the Temporal Thunder Hu clone from the Elder God cult. However, what made Shen Chen's expression look ugly was that the further he went, the more resources were consumed. It only increased by 1081 times. It consumed all of Shen Chen's Thunder Prison Crystal Cores and Purple Heaven Chi. But fortunately, my second major clone has also reached the perfect life gene level. Next is the Laotian clone. Shen Chen followed his plan and executed it step by step. Just like the human original body, after using 20 lava hearts and 20 waststone crystal cores, the life gene level of the Laotian clone reached 6,000 times. Nowadays, both his human original body and the Laotian clone were still 4,000 times away. If what Shen Chen did today were to spread, those universe overlords, and even weaker universe lords, would probably be scared to tears. But for Shen Chen, it was actually not enough. He wanted to raise his current human original body and his 3 major clones all to the perfect life gene level. As for the Yuanming Nether Sea, he didn't need to worry, as the Yuanming Nether Sea was born with a perfect life gene level. Shen Chen was a perfectionist. He wanted his 1 original body and 4 clones to all cross into the undying state with a perfect life gene level. I can only say fortunately I still have quite a few treasures. Shen Longhai's Blood Sea clone had already been gestated. Shen Chen felt some relief in his heart at this moment. After all, those clan members of his Shen family who could be invested in had already been bestowed with treasures by him. Those who could be improved had been improved. For example, Shen Chuyang and Shen Chongyun, their life gene levels had already reached the 100-fold limit long ago. No matter how much he bestowed, they wouldn't return any treasures to Shen Chen. But Shen Longhai was different. His Nether Sea clone was only at 300 times life gene level. The Nether Sea clone was also a flesh and blood life form, so it was still very simple to improve the life gene level of the Nether Sea clone. Therefore, Shen Chen didn't hesitate at all. After guiding Shen Longhai on how to open up the Blood Sea, Shen Chen also began to bestow. One by one, treasures capable of improving the life gene level were bestowed upon Shen Longhai by Shen Chen. In the end, the life gene level of Shen Longhai's Blood Sea clone was raised to 2,000 times. Invest in Red Aptitude clan member Shen Longhai with Blood Demon Heart, 1,000-fold return, Demon God Heart. Investing in Shen Longhai, what Shen Chen obtained was a treasure called the Demon God Heart. And this Demon God Heart was extraordinary. After Shen Chen's human original body used 1, the life gene level also soared by 200 times instantly. However, at that time, Shen Chen had only exchanged 5 blood demon hearts from the human treasury. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to improve, so Shen Longhai could get 1,700 with 5, while Shen Chen's 5 demon god hearts could only increase by 1,000. After this investment, using 5 demon god hearts, Shen Chen's human original body only increased from 6,000 times to 7,000 times. But now his resources were also exhausted. So without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen started making moves again. Those Purple Aptitude clan members of the Shen family could only be said to be too happy during this period. Not only did Shen Chen improve their life gene levels, but he also helped them improve their willpower, and then bestowed upon them black demon crystal cores that could improve comprehension ability. Next, Shen Chen went to the side hall of primordial chaos city again. He contributed 50 enlightenment star cores to the race at once. It wasn't that Shen Chen didn't want more enlightenment star cores, it was entirely because the Black Demon King only gave Shen Chen 50 black demon crystal cores. This way, Shen Chen obtained another 150 true treasure points. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen directly took the remaining 30 blood demon hearts. Calculating that it wasn't enough, Shen Chen sold a few heart refining fruits. He obtained 100 true treasure points. With these 100 true treasure points, Shen Chen took 10 other treasures that were even stronger than the blood demon heart. And Shen Chen only left 2 myriad spirit heart refining fruits for himself. The whole person walked out of primordial chaos city penniless. Shen Chen, what exactly are you doing? You have exchanged so many of the resources from the human race treasury for treasures to improve life gene levels. However, the treasures you contributed are also very important to human powerhouses. One improves comprehension ability, and one improves willpower. It seems we will have to mobilize those universe exalts to rob various secret realms in the universe for treasures to improve life gene levels in the future. Or have our universe lords go rob them in the universe sea. Primordial Chaos City Lord was thinking in his heart at this moment. Lingshu Secret Realm. After bestowing 30 blood demon hearts and 10 special treasures for improving life gene levels upon Shen Longhai, Shen Chen obtained 30 demon god hearts and 10 special treasures even stronger than the demon god heart. Among them, Shen Chen only used 25 of the 30 demon god hearts to raise his human original body to the perfect life gene level. After using those 10 special treasures, the Laotian clone also reached the perfect life gene level. Finally done. All in all, the treasures I exchanged from the human race treasury just to improve the life gene level were worth hundreds of true treasure points. The value of the treasures returned by the creation treasure tree that I used in the human race treasury is probably worth tens of thousands of true treasure points, right? After all, I have improved my life gene level to perfect a full 3 times. If these treasures were given to Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord, I could probably get a peak true treasure, right? After Shen Chen finished speaking, his face was full of emotion. Willpower at Universe Exalt level, Secret Technique has also reached the ultimate level of an undying spiritual god. The life gene levels of my clones and human original body have all reached perfect life. Everything is ready, only the Yuanming Nether Sea is left. Shen Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said slowly. 60 years later, an incomparably terrifying fluctuation came from within Shen Chen's internal world. Chapter 148, Yuanming Nether Sea Gestation. Ruling all things. Undying. Undying. Massive commotion. At this moment, within Shen Chen's internal world, Shen Chen's human original body, Temporal Thunderhu clone, Laotian clone, and Golden Horned Beast clone were all gathered here at this moment. They looked up at the golden egg in the sky, which possessed blood-colored stripes. The golden egg itself was extraordinary, but those blood-colored stripes were even more heaven-defying. Even with Shen Chen's current strength, he could feel pressure emanating from these blood-colored stripes. It had nothing to do with anything else, it was pressure coming from the life gene level. And this egg was 100,000 kilometers tall. Crack, crack. As the blood-colored secret engravings on the golden egg merged into it, the golden egg slowly began to crack open. A figure with a perfectly formed body stood there, 100,000 kilometers tall. Its entire skin surface was blood red, resembling a blood prison. Just by standing there, it possessed an incomparable pressure. The Yuanming Yuhai clone had finally been gestated. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at the body before him, his face filled with excitement. Actually, once his human original body reached the 10,081 life gene level, he could also expand his body size to over 90,000 kilometers. It was just that Shen Chen was already used to his previous appearance. Subsequently, Shen Chen's human original body arrived on the shoulder of the Yuanming Nether Sea and began to study it. Open black lens bracket Yuanming Nether Sea close black lens bracket. Perfect life gene level. It possessed 3 innate secret techniques. Innate secret technique 1, analysis. It could analyze all materials with a lower life gene level than the Yuanming Nether Sea, generating their life blueprints. Innate secret technique 2, creation. It could utilize the energy within the Yuanming Nether Sea water to condense life based on the analyzed life blueprints. It could also design life itself. The created races would forever submit to the Yuanming Yuhai clone. Innate secret technique 3, ocean transformation. The Yuanming Nether Sea could instantly transform into an ocean with a diameter of approximately 10 million kilometers. After transforming into an ocean, it could control the surrounding space-time. It was favored by the primordial universe. Damn, this is completely an enhanced version of the 9 Nether Blood Sea. Analysis and creation are perfect preparations for walking the divine power path. As for ocean transformation, it goes without saying, its foundation is stronger than the 9 Nether Blood Sea, and it is favored by the primordial universe. Does this mean that after my Yuanming Nether Sea performs ocean transformation, as long as I consume resources, I can easily exceed the 12 light years of the 9 Nether Blood Sea? Shen Chen was full of excitement at this moment. Subsequently, the Yuanming Yuhai clone directly unleashed the innate secret technique, ocean transformation. In an instant, inside Shen Chen's internal world, a Yuanming Nether Sea with a diameter of 10 million kilometers appeared. One must know that those World Lord rank princes, even after using special methods, only reached a limit of 80 million kilometers. Shen Chen had only just performed ocean transformation, and he could already reach 10 million kilometers. And after transforming into an ocean, the Yuanming Nether Sea could also split off a new incarnation. The foundation of this incarnation also reached the 1000-fold life gene level. Just as a world lord, it could rival a champion. And since it was only an incarnation, it could be perfectly used for self-detonation. However, let's leave self-detonation for the future. I need to hurry and increase the volume of the Yuanming Nether Sea, then break through to the undying level. I want to test if I can unleash the innate secret technique, final divine punishment. If I were to unleash it at the World Lord rank, even my strongest Laotian clone would burn through all its energy in an instant. I will wait for the undying level Yuanming Yuhai clone to take shape. Previously, Shen Chen had guided Shen Longhai on how to expand his 9 Nether Blood Sea clone. The innate secret technique of the Yuanming Yuhai clone was even stronger than the 9 Nether Blood Sea. Therefore, when Shen Chen studied it, there were absolutely no obstacles. Subsequently, Shen Chen directly began to expand the Yuanming Nether Sea. Currently, the length, width, and height of Shen Chen's internal world all reached 1 trillion kilometers. The world power contained within such a massive world was, of course, incredibly terrifying. However, Shen Chen did not need to consume the world power within his own body. Instead, he used massive amounts of universe crystals. For Shen Chen, universe crystals were nothing. Very quickly, under Shen Chen's support, the Yuanming Nether Sea continuously expanded. A few months later, even for his currently massive internal world, the area occupied by the Yuanming Nether Sea was still very large. Currently, the diameter of Shen Chen's Yuanming Nether Sea reached 100 billion kilometers. It even exceeded those universe exalt-level imperial seas that Shen Chen had seen in the 9 Nether world. It could only be said that the Yuanming Nether Sea not only suppressed the 9 Nether Blood Sea in terms of life gene level, but even its innate secret techniques were completely suppressed as well. Everything is ready now. Once I break through to the undying level, with the terrifying combat power of my Yuanming Nether Sea, plus my human original body and my 2 major combat clones, along with my strongest innate secret technique, final divine punishment. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The more Shen Chen calculated, the happier he became. Even with his current level of composure, he was like this. One could imagine just how terrifying he was now. Inside the internal origin core, Shen Chen's figure appeared. With Shen Chen's current insights, he had long since fully comprehended the origin law of gold and the origin law of thunder. He had even obtained the recognition of the two great supreme origin laws. However, his origin core was incredibly sturdy. Even with such powerful insights into the laws, it was not enough for him to break open the origin core. Shen Chen understood very well why this was. Therefore, he had always been preparing to break open the origin core. For example, his universe exalt level will, and two offensive type undying spiritual god ultimate secret techniques. Once I break through to undying, the Shen family will become even stronger. The human race will also benefit from this. As for those alien legacy inheritors who hunted me down before, it is time for you to die. Inside the origin core, Shen Chen opened his eyes, and a terrifying will erupted from his gaze. Currently, Shen Chen's will was stronger than the vast majority of universe exalts. Blade and sword mastery, ruling time and space. Ruling time and space was an ultimate secret technique that Shen Chen had combined from the origin law of time and the origin law of space, then unleashed with a blade and a sword. The blade and sword in his hands seemed as if they could truly sever space. A terrifying aura erupted directly, striking the inner wall of the origin core. However, what left Shen Chen speechless was that the wall merely trembled. His second move of blade and sword mastery, ruling time and space, had not shattered the origin core at all. Blade and sword mastery, ruling all things. However, Shen Chen still had a third move. The third move was also an undying spiritual god ultimate secret technique, and it was far stronger than the second move. It was formed by the fusion of the two undying spiritual god ultimate secret techniques of the blade and the sword. In an instant, time and space intertwined at the intersection of Shen Chen's blade and sword. An incomparable, terrifying light appeared. All things were destined to perish under this strike of the blade and sword. It encompassed everything. Rumble. When this terrifying attack landed on the inner wall of the origin core, a terrifying roar echoed in all directions. Under Shen Chen's gaze, the origin core directly turned into powder. This was the terrifying power of the fusion ultimate secret technique. At this moment, Shen Chen broke the shackles of the origin core. After the shackles of the origin core were gone, the terrifying ocean of laws from the place of the universe origin poured down directly. In an instant, endless divine power poured continuously into all of Shen Chen's clones. With Shen Chen's current insights into the laws, once he broke through, he was at the peak king level. Every one of his clones, including his human original body, would now possess over 1 billion times the power of a world lord. And the total amount of divine power was even more terrifying. The divine power storage of the Yuanming Yuhai clone alone far exceeded that of all his other clones by hundreds of millions of times. Even the Laotian clone could not be mentioned in the same breath as the Yuanming Yuhai clone. The commotion caused by Shen Chen stepping into the undying level was truly too vast and majestic. The momentum far exceeded that of ordinary newly promoted undying, and even crushed the phenomena when a universe exalt breaks through. It was even more heaven-defying than the commotion caused by some special life forms with extremely high life gene level multiples when they broke through to the universe exalt level. My God! The group of Shen family geniuses stationed in the Lingshu secret realm witnessed with their own eyes the origin law of gold and the origin law of thunder falling from the sky. Feeling that overwhelming, incomparable, and terrifying might, everyone's pupils contracted, filled with shock. Chapter 149, The Terror of Yuanming. Building the Divine Kingdom. Teacher Ganwu is happy. Chaos's arrangement. The Lingshu secret realm was just an undeveloped universe secret realm within the Ganwu universe country. It was specifically used by Shen Chen to house his Laotian clone. Nowadays, the Lingshu secret realm is treated by Shen Chen as his core secret realm. Only the most elite members of the Shen family can go there to receive training from Shen Chen. After all, the Laotian clone is still very important. What is happening? What's wrong? Is this the descent of the origin law? Could it be that one of our old ancestors has broken through to undying? At this moment, those Shen family members, after seeing this scene, also let out exclamations one after another. The origin law descending from the sky filled them with shock. Its father. Old ancestor has broken through. That's great, old ancestor has broken through to undying. At this time, Shen Chengfeng, Shen Chengyun, Shen Chuyang, and Shen Longhai knew very clearly. Because during this period, they had watched with their own eyes as Shen Chen's aura became increasingly terrifying. And they also knew what Shen Chen's breakthrough to undying meant. It meant that his Shen family's status within the human race would become higher and higher. At this moment, Shen Chen's human original body, Temporal Thunder Hu clone, Golden Horned Beast clone, Laotian clone, and Yuanming Yuhai clone were constantly receiving irrigation from the endless ocean of divine power, which entered his body. Too strong. My human original body alone possesses 1 billion times the strength of a world lord. Far exceeding ordinary universe exalts. The other clones, the Temporal Thunder Hu clone, Golden Horned Beast clone, and Laotian clone, are all about the same. The most important one has to be the Yuanming Yuhai clone. Shen Chen clenched his fists at this moment, feeling his own power, and was extremely satisfied. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the Yuanming Nether Sea. The diameter of the Yuanming Nether Sea had reached 100 billion kilometers, even larger than the oceans of those universe exalt-level descendants of the Lord of Nine Nether. However, what Shen Chen was currently receiving was the irrigation of divine power from the entire ocean of the origin law of gold and the origin law of thunder within the primitive mystical region. A moment later, the entire sea of blood was completely transformed. Under the explosion of the endless total divine power, the surrounding space-time was also affected by the Yuanming Nether Sea. Now, even if I were to casually self-destruct the Yuanming Yuhai clone, I could easily recover, right? My Yuanming Yuhai clone alone is probably comparable to a top-tier true treasure. I have now successfully broken through to undying. Even a top-tier universe overlord would absolutely have no way to deal with me. Ha ha ha. Even Shen Chen's willpower could not suppress the joy in his heart at this moment. Afterward, Shen Chen used his sea transformation talent to begin expanding the Yuanming Yuhai clone. However, what he found regrettable was that the speed of expansion was simply too slow. I will find a way to expand the Yuanming Yuhai clone in the future. Now, I will first go to the space interlayer to build my divine kingdom, and finally, I will notify my teacher. After that, I will go to the human race treasury to select true treasures for my main combat clones. Shen Chen currently still had 5 demon god hearts and 2 myriad spirit heart refining fruits on him. These 2 types of treasures were returned to him 1,000-fold by the creation treasure tree. Their specific value in true treasure points would have to be appraised by the human race treasury when the time came. Subsequently, Shen Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone. Dad. Old ancestor. Master. At this moment, all the elite members of the Shen family in the Lingshu secret realm had come before Shen Chen. There were also 200 king-level immortals stationed in the Lingshu secret realm. They looked at the Shen Chen before them, their faces full of excitement. Because they knew very clearly that once Shen Chen broke through, their Shen family's status would climb once again. They would also be able to obtain too many benefits because of this. At this time, Shen Chen looked at them, nodded, gave a few simple instructions to Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyu not to let the news spread, and then left the place. Gamu Universe Country. On a desolate planet, Shen Chen directly tore through space and stepped into the space interlayer. As he went deeper, pieces of space fragments constantly appeared before Shen Chen. However, those space fragments with diameters of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of kilometers were nothing in Shen Chen's eyes now. Subsequently, Shen Chen continued to head towards the depths of the space interlayer. Gradually, space fragments with diameters of trillions of kilometers appeared before Shen Chen. Soon, under Shen Chen's investigation, a space fragment with a maximum diameter of 8 trillion kilometers and a minimum diameter of 3 trillion kilometers appeared before him. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Chen chose to establish his divine kingdom. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from within Shen Chen's internal world, directly anchoring itself to that huge space fragment. Under Shen Chen's control, the space fragment and Shen Chen's internal world continuously fused. Rumble. A series of terrifying roars resounded throughout the space interlayer, and other space fragments, due to this huge fluctuation, moved away one after another. A real world appeared before Shen Chen. That was Shen Chen's divine kingdom. The divine kingdom that belonged solely to Shen Chen had absolutely no rejection towards him. Shen Chen's divine kingdom was still expanding, and even the Yuanming Yuhai clone, which had reached a diameter of over 100 billion kilometers, seemed a bit small within it. However, in the future, both the divine kingdom and the Yuanming Nether Sea could expand. Under the control of Shen Chen's consciousness, a divine temple appeared here, and then the divine kingdom began to evolve continuously, turning into a real world. This world contained natural landscapes such as mountain peaks, grasslands, marshes, deserts, oases, oceans, islands, and caves. How terrifying was Shen Chen's divine kingdom! With the terror of Shen Chen's current divine kingdom, even a high-level universe venerable entering it would be killed by Shen Chen. Of course, no high-level universe venerable would be stupid enough to actively break into such a terrifying divine kingdom. The divine kingdom is particularly important. Once the divine kingdom is destroyed, one's strength will never be able to improve again. Therefore, Shen Chen directly placed the Yuanming Yuhai clone within the divine kingdom. It is time to see my teacher and then go exchange for some true treasures. Then it will be time to deal with the alien races. Shen Chen said slowly, with killing intent in his eyes. He had never forgotten how those alien inheritors hunted him down in the ancestral God-secret region before. However, this matter still needed to be planned, so that more alien powerhouses could be killed. Subsequently, Shen Chen sent the news of his breakthrough to Undying to the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Lord of Ganwu. The Lord of Ganwu was undoubtedly very excited, even while in the Blood Spirit secret realm. After learning this news, he met Shen Chen in the virtual universe. After meeting, the Lord of Ganwu did not delay and went back to fighting with other alien venerables. As for the primordial Chaos City Lord, he only had one sentence for Shen Chen, that was to have Shen Chen meet him in the Chaos Temple. At the peak of Thunder Island, in the Chaos Temple, Shen Chen's figure appeared directly here. You have truly broken through to Undying. As the person in charge of the virtual universe, even though Shen Chen's real body did not appear before him, through the virtual universe, the primordial Chaos City Lord could clearly detect Shen Chen's divine power aura. You first come to the primitive mystical region. After I evaluate your strength, I will arrange a palace for you. After thinking for a while, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and continued to speak. Shen Chen had nothing to say about this and went directly to the primitive mystical region. Chapter 150, Venerable's Dissatisfaction. Overlord Will. Treasure Value. The primitive mystical region is the place where the Virtual Universe Corporation trains its geniuses. It gathers the peerless geniuses of this generation of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Although the radiance of all the peerless geniuses of this generation has been overshadowed by one person, it is undeniable that they are also geniuses of the human race. However, just today, a vast divine might suddenly descended upon this place. That terrifying divine might caused everyone to change color. Even those king-level immortal who were giving lectures in the primitive mystical region, as well as the universe country leaders, were the same. What terrifying divine power! Which universe overlord is this? Or is it a high-level universe venerable? After several universe country leaders exchanged views, they were filled with confusion. However, this divine might disappeared very quickly. It was simply because Shen Chen had just had his breakthrough, and his chi had not yet been fully restrained by him. At this moment, Shen Chen had also arrived at the palace of the primordial Chaos City Lord. The palace of the primordial Chaos City Lord still had universe exalts and undying spiritual gods serving as attendants. When they sensed the terrifying aura on Shen Chen and saw his appearance, their mouths hung wide open, and they looked at Shen Chen with disbelief. How could they not recognize Shen Chen? That was the personal disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord. He had previously earned the reputation of the King of Blade and Sword, but everyone knew clearly that he was only a world lord. But the aura emanating from Shen Chen today was far more terrifying than that of a champion. Could it be that Shen Chen had already broken through to become an Undying? However, Shen Chen had no intention of explaining to them at all and went straight into the Chaos Temple. Very strong. Your human original body alone has over 1 billion times the power of a world lord, and the life gene level of your human original body has also increased to 10,000 times. Shen Chen, I underestimated you after all. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said with a sigh. As the great steward of the human race, the primordial Chaos City Lord naturally hoped that many powerhouses would emerge from the human race, especially since Shen Chen was no ordinary powerhouse. As of now, the aura revealed by his human original body was already so terrifying. Not to mention Shen Chen's other main combat clones. Moreover, the primordial Chaos City Lord knew better than others that Shen Chen's fifth clone was the Nine Nether Blood Sea. The primordial Chaos City Lord actually did not know that Shen Chen's fifth clone was the Yuanming Nether Sea, assuming Shen Chen's clone was the Nine Nether Blood Sea. With that endless Nine Nether Blood Sea providing divine power to Shen Chen, who else could kill him? As long as Shen Chen broke through to the Universe Exalt level, he would instantly become a top-tier Universe Overlord. It should be known that the disciples taught by the primordial Chaos City Lord were at most at the Universe Overlord level. A top-tier Universe Overlord is something that is hard to come by. Every top-tier Universe Overlord, such as Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, or the Demon Lord Xing Yu, possessed a clone divine body with a very high life gene level. In his human race, there are many at the Universe Overlord level, but the top-tier Universe Overlords cannot compare to other races. After all, the foundation of humans is truly a bit poor. Assess it yourself, what level has your current strength reached? The primordial Chaos City Lord knew that Shen Chen had many secrets now, so it was difficult for him to evaluate Shen Chen's current combat power. Teacher, my current human original body's combat power should have reached the high-level Universe Venerable level, capable of killing a mid-level Universe Venerable. Shen Chen's current human original body was stronger than Luo Feng, who had just broken through to become an Undying. And after Luo Feng killed King Feijing, the evaluation he received from many Universe Exalts was that Luo Feng had the combat power of a mid-level Universe Venerable. Of course, Luo Feng could improve later on, and Shen Chen could do the same. A high-level Universe Venerable. And that is just your human original body. Even I underestimated you. Come to the virtual universe. After the primordial Chaos City Lord heard what Shen Chen said, he did not refute it. He knew very well that Shen Chen had his own judgment. Virtual universe. On Thunder Island, all the Undying of my virtual universe corporation reside here. Universe Exalts live on the mountainside of the central mountain range of Thunder Island, while Universe Lords and some extremely powerful Universe Overlords live in the palaces on the summit. You can now also choose a location on the mountainside to build a palace. And I will also open up some permissions of a Universe Exalt for you. For instance, a virtual plane that belongs exclusively to you. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and said. Shen Chen gazed at the vast Thunder Island and nodded, having no intention of refusing. After all, his strength was sufficient for him to settle on the mountainside. Your strength is what you told me, although I also believe you have the combat power of a high-level Universe Venerable, it will inevitably cause controversy once you settle on the mountainside. Hurry up and demonstrate your combat power. When that time comes, the controversy will end instantly. This even includes the controversy caused by the treasures you gave to Teacher Ganwu previously. And once you demonstrate your true strength, the human race will also acknowledge it. It will allow you to join the highest council of the human race. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him and exhorted him. Rest assured, teacher. Soon, I will let everyone in the entire universe know the name of Shen Chen. Shen Chen raised his head at this moment, looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him, and revealed a smile. Looking at the smile on Shen Chen's face, the primordial Chaos City Lord also smiled. He knew clearly that once Shen Chen went on a rampage, it would be those alien races who would have a headache. Shen Chen had now completely grown up, and those other alien races had no way to take action against him. Soon, Shen Chen built his palace on the mountainside of the central mountain range of Thunder Island. And when the news of him building the palace spread, it caused a sensation among the circle of Universe Exalts of the entire human race in an instant. It should be known that building a palace on the mountainside is the privilege of their Universe Exalts. And Shen Chen, even if he had broken through to become an Undying, should not be so arrogant. Even if he was the disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, so what? Previously, Shen Chen had contributed 2 high-grade true treasures and 1 flying palace-type true treasure. Many universe lords had taken action to suppress the criticisms of these universe exalts. Coupled with the matter of Shen Chen moving into the mountainside of Thunder Island today, it instantly ignited all the criticisms. Isn't the city lord too doting on this disciple of his? That's right, that's right. We accepted the previous true treasure points. After all, that was the theory set by the great axe founder. But why this time? In the end, he is only an undying. Even if he became a champion upon breakthrough, so what? At this moment, many universe exalts gathered together to discuss. As they discussed, it evolved into dissatisfaction with Shen Chen. Those universe exalts in the Virtual Universe Corporation, are not satisfied. Do you want to? In the Great Axe battleground, several familiar universe exalts gathered together. One of the universe exalts looked at Shihuo beside him and said, trying to stir up trouble. He has broken through to become an undying. Forget it. It won't be long before you hear the name of Shen Chen. What made the other universe exalts feel strange was that after Shihuo simply said this sentence, he left the place. Just when all the universe exalts were dissatisfied, Shen Chen did not know what had happened at all. He was already choosing treasures in Primordial Chaos City. A demon god heart is actually worth 100 true treasure points. A myriad spirit heart refining fruit is actually worth 150 true treasure points. The myriad spirit heart refining fruit is of no use to me anymore, so I will contribute it first. After all, my will has already reached the universe overlord level. It is impossible to quickly improve it again. In front of the stone disc, Shen Chen thought to himself. To explain, in the original work, during the part where Luo Feng broke through to become an undying, the divine power intensity affected his will, and Luo Feng directly broke through to the universe overlord level will. Yuanming Nether Sea is much larger than the 9 Nether Blood Sea clone that Luo Feng had at the time. Chapter 151, Spending 800 True Treasure Points. A pile of true treasures. Elder God Cult. Offering 5 Demon God Hearts to the clan will earn you 500 True Treasure Points. Offering 2 Myriad Spirit Heart Refining Fruits to the clan will earn you 300 True Treasure Points. Is Shen Chen willing to offer these treasures to the clan? At this moment, a voice transmitted from the compass into Shen Chen's mind. Yes. Shen Chen nodded in response. One must know, this was 800 true treasure points. They could be used to redeem top-tier true treasures. Shen Chen's current net worth was enough to rival a universe lord. Of course, he still couldn't compare to universe lords like his teacher, Primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, the clone that Primordial Chaos City Lord had in the Universe Sea was equipped with a full set of peak true treasures. Subsequently, the stone disc slowly opened, taking the 5 demon god hearts and the 2 myriad spirit heart refining fruits down. Shen Chen then fixed his gaze on the list of high-grade true treasures. Although Shen Chen was already capable of redeeming top-tier true treasures, he needed to equip his human original body, as well as his temporal Thunderhu clone and golden horned beast clone, with complete sets of true treasures. Although 800 true treasure points were a lot, they wouldn't be enough to redeem many top-tier true treasures. Therefore, Shen Chen focused his attention on the high-grade true treasures instead. Shen Chen then spent 200 true treasure points to redeem a high-grade true treasure battle blade and a high-grade true treasure longsword for his human original body. He also redeemed a common flight palace type true treasure and a common domain type true treasure. Together with the Earth Soul Orb, Supreme Treasure Demon Star, and Thunderhu Demon Armor that his human original body already possessed, he had completed his set. Next, Shen Chen spent 300 true treasure points to equip his golden horned beast clone with a top-quality high-grade true treasure armor and a set of claw-type common true treasures. He also added a common wing-type true treasure, a common flight palace-type true treasure, a common domain-type true treasure, and a common soul-type true treasure. The expenditure for the Chronos Thunder Beast was the same as the Golden Horned Beast clone, also 300 true treasure points. It received 1 high-grade true treasure armor. The set of claw-type common true treasures, wing-type true treasure, flight palace-type true treasure, domain-type true treasure, and soul-type true treasure were all of common grade. I spent a full 800 true treasure points. However, I can't even imagine the combat power of each of my clones now. It's time to let those guys know the consequences of offending me. Shen Chen took the spatial rings one by one. The reason Shen Chen redeemed so many true treasures was entirely because he could invest them in the top-tier members of his family once they grew up in the future. Therefore, for Shen Chen, it was not a loss at all. I still have 2 extra treasures, the 5 Spirit Disc and the Black Demon Tower. I'll return the Black Demon Tower directly to the Black Demon clan, but I must keep the Demon Star. After all, it can produce purgatory blood crystals. I'll keep the 5 Spirit Disc. I can bestow it upon my clan members in the future. After Shen Chen arranged everything, he left the side hall directly. In the Chaos Ruins, this clone of primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head helplessly as he watched Shen Chen leave with a pile of true treasures. He had anticipated that Shen Chen would redeem true treasures, but he had never imagined that Shen Chen would redeem so many at once. However, the demon god hearts and myriad spirit heart refining fruits that Shen Chen contributed to the clan are indeed worth that many true treasures. The other universe lords have likely already received news of the demon god hearts and myriad spirit heart refining fruits. I expect they will also return to spend their true treasure points to redeem demon god hearts. Primordial Chaos City Lord could easily learn about the effects of the demon god hearts and myriad spirit heart refining fruits through the virtual universe. Although he did not know how Shen Chen was able to obtain these 2 top-tier treasures, Primordial Chaos City Lord was already accustomed to it, as Shen Chen had brought out many treasures before. Having left Primordial Chaos City, Shen Chen returned to the Lingshu Secret Realm. In the Lingshu Secret Realm, the Laotian clone exuded an incomparably fierce aura of the origin law of fire. Ever since Shen Chen had reached the undying level, his Laotian clone possessed 1 billion times the power of a world lord, along with an incomparably massive divine body. Shen Chen was now qualified to refine top-tier heavy treasures. However, Shen Chen's comprehension of the law secret scripts was still insufficient. The gap was simply too large if he wanted to refine true treasures. But if there were sufficient materials, it was still possible to refine a top-tier heavy treasure of the Flight Palace type. Fanxing, from now on, you will guard the Lingshu Secret Realm. After looking at the Laotian clone before him for a few moments, Shen Chen summoned Fanxing and stationed it in the Lingshu Secret Realm. Fanxing was a Universe Exalt level plant life form that Shen Chen had cultivated using a beast-taming secret technique. Although it was only a low-level Universe Exalt, it could still have its rank improved by consuming treasures containing vast amounts of life force. However, Shen Chen had already used up his true treasure points, though it might be possible to increase Fanxing's rank in the future. Thank you, Master. Being able to break through to the rank of Exalt is already very fortunate. It's just that I am useless and cannot help you, Master. Fanxing said, feeling aggrieved, as it had only fought for Shen Chen. A few times, Shen Chen patted a vine that Fanxing extended, smiling, but he didn't say much more. After all, the king-level immortals he had enslaved previously had basically ended up with the same fate. Old Ancestor. Dad. Old Ancestor. At this moment, the 4 first sequence members of the Shen family, Shen Chengfeng, Shen Chengyun, Shen Chuyang, and Shen Longhai, arrived before Shen Chen. They looked at Shen Chen with respectful expressions. Longhai, how is the gestation of the temporal thunder who clone going? After nodding at Shen Chengfeng and the others, Shen Chen fixed his gaze on Shen Longhai. It is about to be born. Shen Longhai said with an excited expression. After all, he had never seen such a heaven-defying special life form. Even with him and Xiaoshui gestating it together, it had taken so much time. Once your temporal thunder who clone is born, notify me. I will bestow upon you treasures to enhance the temporal thunder who clone. Shen Chen then fixed his gaze on Shen Longhai. Previously, if Shen Chen's temporal thunder who clone and the blood river crystal reached their limit, they could be raised to an 8,000 times life gene level. Therefore, Shen Chen wanted to see if Shen Longhai would count as a gold aptitude clan member once his temporal thunder who clone was raised to 8,000 times. Thank you, old ancestor. Shen Longhai knelt on the ground without the slightest hesitation. Although he could be considered a genius before, he was nothing in the Shen family. It was Shen Chen who gave him the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single step, bestowing upon him so many treasures. Now, his 9 nether blood sea life gene level alone had reached 2,000 times. After Shen Chen nodded, he instructed them to ensure they raised their law comprehension to the champion rank before breaking through to undying, and then he disappeared. Shen Chen had never forgotten what he most wanted to do after breaking through to undying. Especially after he had redeemed so many true treasures. Shen Chen was now terrifying. He would not forget those foreign race inheritors who had hunted him down. Subsequently, Shen Chen's figure appeared on the plaza of Bohemia Island. In an instant, Shen Chen attracted the attention of those inheritors. Chapter 152, All Races Mobilize. Instant kill of King Feijing. The Overlord descends. Shen Chen erupts. King of Blade and Sword has actually appeared again. I heard King of Blade and Sword reached the undying level, and it even caused dissatisfaction among those universe exalts of the human race. Seems like it. I heard it's because Primordial Chaos City Lord gave King of Blade and Sword a position that didn't belong to him. The gazes of those alien inheritors looking at Shen Chen were filled with greed and curiosity. After all, they were well aware of the news that Shen Chen had achieved an undying level breakthrough. Among them, the inheritors from the monster race, automaton race, and Zerg alliance were looking at Shen Chen, each with murderous intent on their faces. They had already let Shen Chen escape once before. This time, they wouldn't let him get away no matter what. At this moment, Shen Chen cast his gaze upon those inheritors, his face showing disdain. King of Blade and Sword. Just then, a roar came from afar. Ever since learning that Shen Chen had achieved an undying level breakthrough, King Feijing had been waiting. He wanted to avenge his past humiliation. The scene where King Feijing was swatted away by King of Blade and Sword's plant-type lifeform was still vivid in his memory. Over these years, he had been mocked quite a bit. Given King Feijing's personality, he had long hated Shen Chen to the bone. Trash. However, Shen Chen looked at King Feijing and said indifferently. He left the place directly and entered the fountain corresponding to the ancestral god's secret region. Seeing this scene, the surrounding inheritors were stunned. They couldn't imagine that Shen Chen would actually dare to head to the secret realm. One must know that the ancestral god's secret region is not like Bohemia Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to join forces to besiege Shen Chen like they did before. Ha 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 ha, everyone saw it, right? King of Blade and Sword has reached the undying level, and he still dares to go to the secret realm. Now, don't say I'm bullying the weak. After King Feijing finished speaking, he immediately followed in Shen Chen's footsteps. Quick, quick, hurry, hurry, hurry. Kill King of Blade and Sword and seize the true treasures on him. Even if he has achieved an undying level breakthrough, we must kill him once. Right, right, right. At this moment, the inheritors from the 3 major peak race alliances, the Zerg Alliance, the Automaton race, and the Monster race, also reacted. They kept calling out to their friends. In an instant, every inheritor received the news. Good, good, good. He actually still dares to go to the secret realm. Does he think he can take it for granted just because he has the protection of Lord of Nine Nether? My Zerg Alliance's Universe Overlord level inheritors, go and besiege King of Blade and Sword. You must kill him and let him know the consequences of offending me. At this moment, inside a starry temple within the Zerg Alliance, Empress Zhimeng was roaring continuously, her words unable to hide her murderous intent toward Shen Chen. After receiving the order, one of her Universe Overlord level Zerg warriors hurriedly went down to relay the command. The Universe Lords of the Automaton race and Monster race, who were specifically responsible for assassinating the genius figures of hostile races, also issued the same command. They were truly too afraid of King of Blade and Sword. They were afraid that King of Blade and Sword would become like that one human from the past. Even if there was only a sliver of a possibility, they had to nip it in the bud. The inheritors from other factions in the universe also headed to the secret realm without the slightest hesitation. Especially the inheritors of the Northern Border Alliance. Those guys from the Northern Border Alliance were notorious for wanting treasures more than their own lives. What on earth is Shen Chen doing? At this moment, Venerable Zhou Feng, who had accepted the complete Divine General legacy and was a candidate Divine General, looked extremely grim. Although he possessed Universe Overlord level combat power, he had no way to deal with so many inheritors. So he could only curse Shen Chen inwardly, wondering why he had gone to the secret realm so blatantly. The inheritors within the human race's great alliance were also discussing it one by one. But what they found strange was that the higher-ups of the human race had not issued any orders to protect Shen Chen at all. Could it be that what Shen Chen sent to the secret realm was only one of his clones? After all, the news that Shen Chen possessed clones had already spread. The universe exalt-level existences within the human race all had complex expressions. Although they hated that Shen Chen possessed a status comparable to theirs while only at the undying level. Compared to them, Shen Chen was still just a junior, just a genius, still in the stage of enjoying the resources of the human race. So they didn't want to watch Shen Chen truly fall into the hands of other inheritors. Many people contacted Lord of Ganwu to ask what exactly Shen Chen wanted to do. However, Lord of Ganwu just gave a few perfunctory responses. He knew better than anyone how powerful his disciple was. Do not issue orders. Today's battle is the battle where Shen Chen will make a name for himself. The universe lords of the human race were also somewhat puzzled, but when they asked Primordial Chaos City Lord, he only said this one sentence. And this sentence also attracted the attention of those universe lords. They also wanted to see how Shen Chen, who was only at the undying level, could make Primordial Chaos City Lord say such a thing. In the ancestral god secret region, within a void realm, Shen Chen's figure appeared here. King Feijing's figure appeared here first. After all, his innate secret technique was of the detection type. Everyone is at the undying level now. If I kill you, the Elder God cult will have nothing to say. King Feijing looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said directly. King Feijing even had the mind to turn on the synchronous broadcast, so the inheritors in the glory world could all watch this battle. You want to kill me too? I already told you to change your name to Dog Barking King. Shen Chen looked at King Feijing in front of him and said directly. Before King Feijing could get angry, a blade and a sword had already appeared in Shen Chen's hands. These were two attack-type high-grade true treasures. The blade was named Heaven Burning Splitting Blade, and the sword was named Light Hope Battle Sword. Judgment of all things. After Shen Chen finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted directly from his body, and the surrounding space was torn apart as a result. How is this possible? King Feijing's face showed shock at this moment because he felt the aura erupting from Shen Chen, which completely suppressed him. One must know that he was a special life form with a 2000 times life gene level. But at this moment, Shen Chen's attack had already erupted directly. In an instant, the blade light and sword light intertwined, directly turning the surrounding space into a stream of particles. Under the attack of this ultimate secret technique, even King Feijing felt despair. In his haste, he couldn't make any reaction at all. And the attack had already landed on the true treasure armor on his body. Impossible. King Feijing let out an unwilling roar, because his divine body had actually been annihilated in an instant. One must know that he possessed a true treasure armor. Could it be that Shen Chen's attack had completely exceeded the defensive capability of the true treasure armor? But how could this be possible? If a universe exalt possessed your true treasure armor, I wouldn't be able to kill them. Unfortunately, I executed my most powerful ultimate secret technique. And you are just an undying. Shen Chen said, his face full of disdain. One must know that this strike of Shen Chen's had burned 1% of his divine body. How powerful his divine body was now, it was simply not something King Feijing could compare to. After King Feijing died, the space ring, true treasure armor, blood-colored claw gloves, and many heavy treasures he left behind were all collected by Shen Chen. At this moment, more inheritors arrived here. Those inheritors all had their mouths wide open, looking at Shen Chen in front of them. They couldn't imagine that with just one strike, King Feijing had died at the hands of Shen Chen. One must know that many of them were still just king-level immortals, preparing to come and watch the excitement. Now, well, king-level immortals simply didn't have the qualifications to provoke Shen Chen. For a time, those king-level inheritors moved away from here, leaving only the universe exalt-level inheritors behind. High-grade true treasure, the items in his hands are 2 high-grade true treasures. Kill him. However, just at this moment, a high-level universe venerable inheritor from the Zerg Alliance spoke up. His eyes were full of excitement. The other high-level universe venerables were also attracted. A look of greed flashed in their eyes. 63 high-level universe venerables, 5 universe overlords. Let your blood forge my reputation. However, Shen Chen was excited at this moment. Final divine punishment. Chapter 153. 153, Venerable Xiu's disdain. Doomsday eruption. Instant kill of a high-level venerable. In the open-air plaza of the glory world. Too many inheritors had gathered here. These inheritors gathered here, wanting to see who would win and who would lose between King Feijing and Shen Chen. After all, one was a special life with a 2000 times life gene level, and the other was a heaven-defying champion of the human race. King of insect chasing, this human is quite arrogant. Although I know you have a good relationship with the humans, if I were you, I would teach him a lesson later. Beside the king of insect chasing, a melancholic youth wearing translucent purple battle armor said with a light laugh. This melancholic youth was named Venerable Xiu, a more heaven-defying special life, with a life gene level even higher than the king of insect chasing. Back in the undying stage, he had slain quite a few universe exalts. After breaking through to become a universe exalt, he became a major combat force of the Elder God cult. Although I have a good relationship with the human race, I don't particularly like arrogant humans either. King Feijing's life gene level has reached 2000 times, after all. The king of insect chasing also shook his head at this moment, saying with a helpless expression. In his view, he also wanted to witness the strength of the king of blade and sword. But looking at it now, the king of blade and sword was merely an arrogant person. Impossible. However, just at this moment, an exclamation came from afar. Venerable Xiu and the king of insect chasing also had their attention drawn, looking towards the screen. They saw that after Shen Chen unleashed a secret technique, even though King Feijing was wearing true treasure armor, he fell under this single strike from Shen Chen. Instant kill of King Feijing. Too strong. After this human broke through to undying, he is actually this strong. No, look at his 2 treasures, they both seem to be high-grade true treasures. The human race actually gave him 2 high-grade true treasures. Many inheritors looked at Shen Chen on the screen, their faces full of astonishment. And after King Feijing died, the synchronization function he had enabled was immediately closed. However, by this time, the inheritors had already been drawn in. One could see countless inheritors exiting the glory world, one by one heading toward the secret realm. They had all seen clearly the 2 high-grade true treasures in Shen Chen's hands. Wealth moves people's hearts, let alone such heaven-defying treasures. Even overlord-level inheritors could not hold back. It seems we still underestimated this human. Just 2 high-grade true treasures. Venerable Xiu's eyes also held a fiery heat at this moment. Previously, when he was in the Elder God cult, he was famous for being arrogant. After all, his life gene level was incomparably heaven-defying. Don't provoke the human race. His teacher is the primordial Chaos City Lord, and the primordial Chaos City Lord personally slew a universe lord for him. Although the king of insect chasing was shocked, he still reminded Venerable Xiu a few words. I know. After Venerable Xiu heard what the king of insect chasing said, he also came back to his senses. The insect race, automaton race, and monster race went to slay Shen Chen entirely because they were not afraid of the human race. But he was different, he was called a powerful special life, but what did that count for in the eyes of those universe lords? Especially someone like the primordial Chaos City Lord, who is recognized by the entire universe as one of the universe lords second only to the universe strongest. Everyone, let's watch together how the human race's king of blade and sword dies. However, just at this moment, an overlord-level inheritor spoke up. Overlord-level powerhouses could easily split their consciousness to enter the glory world. Damn it, the king of blade and sword is in danger now. I don't care about the rest, the king of blade and sword has the clone technique after all. But the two high-grade true treasures in his hands might really belong to other alien races. Yeah, what is the top brass doing? They actually gave the King of Blade and Sword two high-grade true treasures. At this time, those inheritors of the human race had extremely ugly expressions. They knew very clearly that this time, too many inheritors had gone together to encircle and suppress Shen Chen. And their human race's inheritors in the Elder God cult were only a few hundred, which couldn't compare to so many other inheritors at all. Thinking of this, their expressions became extremely ugly. But what surprised them was that even at this moment, the human race's top brass had not spoken. Even the King of Blade and Sword's teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord, had not given any orders. He hadn't even asked them to go rescue Shen Chen. Just at this moment, on that high-hanging screen, a terrifying aura erupted from Shen Chen's entire body. That terrifying aura directly disturbed that piece of the universe void realm. All inheritors had their attention drawn by Shen Chen at this moment. At this moment, in the ancestral god secret region, in that piece of the universe void realm, Shen Chen looked coldly at those guys in front of him. At this moment, Shen Chen's divine body had surged to over 90,000 kilometers. One must know that before, after Shen Chen's clone reached the perfect life gene level, he had received gifts from the primordial universe. Even his human original body divine body was comparable to the golden horned beast clone and the temporal thunder hu clone. Unfortunately, it couldn't compare to the Laotian clone and the Yuanming Yuhai clone. However, in order to hide his own methods, having cultivated the Time Ruins Tribulation body, he had also recovered to the height of a normal human powerhouse's divine body. Plus, with the cover of the Soul True Treasure, those people couldn't investigate Shen Chen's specific situation at all. And having reached a supreme divine body over 90,000 kilometers tall, it was already enough for Shen Chen at the undying stage to unleash his strongest innate secret technique, Final Divine Punishment. Shen Chen nowadays, just his human original body possessed 1 billion times the strength of a world lord, plus the 100-fold amplitude of the Time Ruins Tribulation body. That was 100 billion times the strength of a world lord. It was equivalent to a universe lord with the weakest 100 times life gene level, not using true treasures, not using amplitude secret techniques. Such exuberant power was actually unleashed by Shen Chen's innate secret technique, Final Divine Punishment. One can imagine how terrifying it was. At this moment, Shen Chen's divine body was burning continuously. Shen Chen's Final Divine Punishment was still an attack-type strongest innate secret technique. The speed of divine body burning was simply too fast. Even Shen Chen's current divine body was the same. In just an instant, Shen Chen's human original body divine body had burned 90%. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying roar resounded through this piece of the universe void realm. Those venerable level inheritors and overlord level inheritors who were originally incomparably greedy were all stunned on the spot. They looked at Shen Chen at this moment with disbelief. Because the aura Shen Chen erupted with at this moment had already made the entire void realm totter. And just at this moment, tiny streams of chaos chi gathered together, forming streaks of terrifying doomsday god thunder. Wherever the doomsday god thunder went, all of the universe void realm was annihilated. This is impossible. A high-level universe venerable of the monster race, the red-scaled demon venerable, kept shouting. Because he felt a terrifying doomsday god thunder coming towards him. The reason he came to encircle and suppress Shen Chen was precisely because he didn't have a true treasure on his person, wasn't it? Having no other choice, he could only drive the heavy treasure armor on his body to defend. It was just a pity that under the eruption of the doomsday god thunder, even a heavy treasure would be annihilated. The red-scaled demon venerable, a high-level universe venerable of the monster race, had his divine body annihilated by Shen Chen just like that. And there were as many as 9 bolts of doomsday god thunder. Chapter 154, 3 Domains Envelop. Slaughtering Overlords. 532 Universe Exalts annihilated. The other 8 bolts of doomsday god thunder also erupted simultaneously. The terrifying doomsday god thunder far exceeded the imagination of those high-level universe venerables. In fact, there were also primary and intermediate universe exalts from alien races who had come to encircle and suppress Shen Chen. However, in Shen Chen's eyes, primary and intermediate universe exalts were nothing at all. Those 8 bolts of doomsday god thunder blasted the surrounding void realm into streams of ions. Under the bombardment of the 8 bolts of doomsday god thunder, not a single high-level universe venerable survived. The human original body executed the final divine punishment, wiping out 9 high-level universe venerables in one go. How is this possible? My God, what exactly is this human trying to do? Damn it, damn it. I have to run, I have to run. I don't care about the true treasure anymore, I don't care. At this moment, those alien inheritors who had originally come to encircle and suppress Shen Chen were shouting incessantly. They kept using various methods to flee the scene, for they certainly did not want to die. Don't panic. This kind of attack cannot hurt us since we have true treasure armor and true treasure palaces. As long as we can take him down, we can obtain 2 high-grade true treasures. Sect leader Xuanyu, a universe overlord level inheritor of the monster race, was also a candidate divine general. At this moment, he kept calling for the remaining high-level universe venerables and universe overlord level inheritors to stay. That's right, that's right. Exactly, he is only at the undying level. To execute such a terrifying technique, he will definitely have to pay a price. Kill him. How dare he kill the high-level universe venerables of our race? Upon hearing these words, those powerful inheritors were stunned for a moment before they reacted. However, at this very moment, the divine body of Shen Chen's human original body instantly restored to its peak state. His divine power was abundant, looking as if it had suffered no damage at all. This is impossible. Those inheritors were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Only now did they remember that Shen Chen had clones. That's right, for this battle, Shen Chen had specially brought a Yuanming Yuhai clone. The total amount of divine power within the Yuanming Yuhai clone far exceeded that of his human original body, the Golden Horned Beast clone, and the Temporal Thunder Hu clone. Replenishing it was not difficult at all. Just then, another figure appeared beside Shen Chen. It was the Temporal Thunder Hu clone, clad in the thunder-plated armor and wielding the archaic ferocious claws. Shen Chen's human original body and every one of his clones were capable of executing the final divine punishment. Without the slightest hesitation, the human original body and the Temporal Thunder Hu clone erupted directly. In an instant, 18 bolts of doomsday god thunder exploded, carrying a terrifying sense of annihilation. Everything was destined to be obliterated before the doomsday god thunder. Damn it! Damn it! Those high-level universe venerables were now completely panicked, who didn't know that a single bolt of this thunder could annihilate them. Unfortunately, their escape speed was simply no match for the doomsday god thunder. Another 18 high-level universe venerables died at the hands of Shen Chen. What made those universe overlord-level inheritors feel like collapsing was that Shen Chen's original body and the beast clone beside him had returned to a state of perfection once again. We must kill him. His beast clone possesses a true treasure set and a high-grade true treasure armor. As long as we kill him, we can obtain 4 high-grade true treasures at once. These are 4 high-grade true treasures. Venerable Wansu, a universe overlord level inheritor from the Zerg Alliance. The Zerg race undoubtedly hated Shen Chen specifically, because due to Shen Chen, their Zerg race had lost a Zerg Queen Mother clone. Furthermore, wealth moves people's hearts. That was 4 high-grade true treasures. This was also the scene he had previously broadcasted in the glory world while encircling and suppressing Shen Chen. However, at this moment, those high-level universe venerables already had thoughts of retreating. There was no helping it. These universe overlords basically all had sets of true treasures and could contend with the current Shen Chen, but they were not the same. None of you will think of leaving today. Just then, Shen Chen's cold voice drifted over. Flowing cloud phantom thunder river. Time suppressing heaven realm. Golden radiance overturning wave sea. In an instant, Shen Chen's human original body, the Temporal Thunder Hu clone, and the Golden Horned Beast clone erupted simultaneously. They immediately brought out 3 domain-type true treasures. These 3 domain-type true treasures were all exchanged by Shen Chen from the human race treasure vault. All 3 terrifying domains erupted by leveraging Shen Chen's comprehension of the law. In an instant, the entire space-time was shrouded by Shen Chen's 3 great domains. Damn it, 3-domain type true treasures. Even those 5 universe overlord level inheritors had never imagined that Shen Chen actually possessed 3-domain type true treasures. You must know, even the domain type treasures they possessed were at most top tier heavy treasures. They simply could not contend with 3-domain type true treasures. In other words, they had nowhere to go even if they wanted to leave today. Judging by the fact that one of Shen Chen's Doomsday God Thunder bolts could take away a high-level universe venerable, Shen Chen's human original body, including every one of his clones, possessed universe overlord level combat power. And they were definitely not ordinary universe overlords. Such a terrifying Shen Chen was simply not someone they could deal with. However, they spread the news that Shen Chen possessed a pile of true treasures. Even if they were to die today, they would absolutely not let Shen Chen have it easy. I don't have time to play with you all anymore. Shen Chen looked at them and shook his head. Subsequently, an incomparably massive divine body appeared in this void realm. It was a Yuanming clone differentiated from Shen Chen's Yuanming Nether Sea. After the Yuanming clone's divine body burned, its terrifying aura made the entire void realm tremble. The Yuanming clone's divine body far exceeded Shen Chen's human original body and temporal Thunder Hu clone. Impossible. Those inheritors widened their eyes. Clearly, they had never thought that Shen Chen would actually have an even more terrifying clone. Rumble. The Yuanming clone's divine body burned completely, executing the final divine technique. In an instant, a full 108 bolts of Doomsday God Thunder were generated in the void realm. They erupted, carrying an unrivaled sense of annihilation. Everything was obliterated under the attack of these 108 bolts of Doomsday God Thunder, including those Universe Overlord level inheritors. For every Universe Overlord level inheritor, Shen Chen bestowed upon them 7 bolts of Doomsday God Thunder. Even Universe Overlord level inheritors with true treasure armor fell as a result. Not a single one survived. After all, the attack of every bolt of Doomsday God Thunder exceeded 100 billion times the power of a world lord. Under the eruption of the Yuanming clone, the 532 Universe Exalt level inheritors who had come to encircle and suppress Shen Chen died at his hands. Among them were 63 high-level Universe Venerables and 5 Universe Overlords. At this moment, in this void realm, pieces of treasure were left behind. The treasures that could survive under Shen Chen's attack were all true treasures. Shen Chen thus obtained 17 true treasures, among which 3 were high-grade true treasure weapons. As for the other world rings, heavy treasures, and such, none of them remained. This battle must have hurt the 3 races, as well as those other inheritors with ulterior motives, right? And those venerables within my human race probably won't have any objections now. Shen Chen thought to himself, collected the pieces of heavy treasure, and subsequently left the scene. This time, the number of venerables from the 3 races that Shen Chen killed was the highest, accounting for at least half of the 500 venerables. As for the other inheritors from the Northern Border Alliance, there were also many. After all, the number of races in the Northern Border Alliance was the largest among all alliances, and the number of inheritors also far exceeded other groups. Venerable Ziyu, go and take care of him now. At this moment, in the open-air plaza of the Glory World, the square that had originally been incomparably noisy was now silent. Suddenly, the king of insect chasing looked at the Venerable Ziyu beside him and said with a smile, "Who would dare to go and kill him?" Venerable Ziyu twitched his mouth, cursing inwardly. King of blade and sword. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible, it is already a fact. So many Universe Exalt level inheritors have been killed. Don't forget, there were also several Universe Overlords. After the king of insect chasing spoke, the other inheritors also spoke up one after another. From their expressions and words, it was not hard to see that they were equally incomparably shocked. At the same time, they also realized that the name of the King of Blade and Sword would, from this day on, resound throughout the entire universe. Chapter 155, Killing Venerable Beishan. The Relief of Shihuo and Buc. The strongest gather. Within the ancestral god secret region at this moment. The venerable level inheritors who had originally intended to go and surround Shen Chen were now casting secret techniques like mad, or riding in palace-type heavy treasures, desperate to stay as far away from Shen Chen's location as possible. Previously, these venerable level inheritors had been somewhat helpless. After all, they had set out a bit late, and even if they truly killed Shen Chen, they probably wouldn't get any true treasures. But they never would have thought that the venerables who had first surrounded Shen Chen had all actually fallen at his hands, and even 5 overlord-level inheritors had fallen. Such a result was simply unacceptable to these venerable level inheritors. What made them feel even more terrified was that Shen Chen and his exotic beast clone were riding in palace-type true treasures, continuously hunting down these venerable level inheritors. The speed of palace-type true treasures was so fast that they simply could not escape. "Why are you running? Weren't you here to surround the King of Blade and Sword?" A venerable who had just arrived at the ancestral god secret region looked at these guys with a face full of confusion. This person was Venerable Beishan. He had originally been in seclusion and, upon learning the news that the King of Blade and Sword had gone to the ancestral god secret region and other inheritors had gone to surround him, Venerable Beishan was naturally tempted. Even if he couldn't personally kill the King of Blade and Sword, he wanted to watch others kill him. So, without even entering the glory world, he hurriedly rushed to the ancestral god secret region. As a result, upon arriving here, he actually discovered that those guys were fleeing for their lives. And chasing them were 2 palace-type true treasures. "Venerable Beishan, I didn't go looking for you. Yet you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep." Just at this moment, from within one of the palace-type true treasures, a voice familiar to Venerable Beishan came out. "King of Blade and Sword." Venerable Beishan recognized this voice immediately. Clearly, he hadn't expected that the one capable of piloting a palace-type true treasure was actually the King of Blade and Sword. But just at this moment, from the Qingfeng Guichen palace possessed by Shen Chen's human original body, a cross-shaped slash erupted. That was Shen Chen's ultimate secret technique, ruling all things. Venerable Beishan's combat power was similar to King Feijing's, and Venerable Beishan didn't even possess a true treasure armor like King Feijing did. Impossible. Facing this terrifying strike from Shen Chen, Venerable Beishan could only widen his eyes. He realized that facing the King of Blade and Sword who had achieved his breakthrough to undying, he could do nothing. Subsequently, this cross-shaped slash passed directly through Venerable Beishan's heavy treasure armor and annihilated his divine body. Poor wretch. Shen Chen looked at the empty void realm, shook his head, and then drove the Qingfeng Guichen palace to continue hunting down the other venerable level inheritors. However, these inheritors were fleeing quite fast. Those who had escaped the suppression of the true treasures within Shen Chen's domain quickly used Divine Kingdom teleportation to get far away from here. In the end, Shen Chen only killed 15 venerable level inheritors. Adding the previous 532 venerable level inheritors, a total of 547 venerable level inheritors from various races had fallen at Shen Chen's hands. And Shen Chen had thereby obtained 18 true treasures, including 3 high-grade true treasure weapons. Time to leave. Subsequently, a ray of light enveloped Shen Chen's body, and through Divine Kingdom teleportation, Shen Chen also directly left this place. The news spread very quickly. After all, in the current primordial universe, large-scale battles were still very rare. Battles between universe exalts were basically caused by treasure hunting in universe secret realms. The number of fallen universe exalts was still very small. But today, a full 547 venerable level inheritors had fallen at Shen Chen's hands. Although some of these venerable level inheritors inevitably had clones, once they fell, their beast god inheritance tokens would also disappear. For every race, this was simply unacceptable. And those who had gone to surround Shen Chen the most were the inheritors from the Northern Border Alliance, the insect race, the automaton race, and the monster race. Not only were the peak races feeling angry, but even the powerhouses of the human race were feeling astonished. Fortunately, my teacher stopped me back then. Otherwise, after Shen Chen achieved his breakthrough to undying, he probably would have used me as his first target. It's good that Yanzu will stay in the Starry Sky prison for 10,000 eras. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, in an open-air bar of the Great Alliance. This was a place where universe exalts of the Great Alliance gathered. At this moment, Shihuo was thinking in his heart, feeling somewhat relieved. One had to know that this time, over 100 high-level universe venerables had fallen at Shen Chen's hands. Each one was comparable to him, and there were even universe overlords who had died at Shen Chen's hands. Shihuo, Buc. I remember that both of you had provoked him back then, right? Just at this moment, a universe overlord from the Great Axe battleground looked at Venerable Shihuo and Venerable Buc and asked directly. The other universe exalts and overlords also turned their gazes toward Venerable Shihuo and Venerable Buc. There was relief on their faces, relief that they hadn't been as impulsive as Venerable Shihuo and Venerable Buc back then. There was no forcing at the time, and I even gave a heavy treasure as an apology afterward. Who could have imagined that after his breakthrough to undying, he would truly possess such heaven-defying combat power? And at this moment, Venerable Buc, who was sitting to the side, also shook his head. Although he had some very special means, and whenever he ventured into universe secret realms, no matter how dangerous it was, he had survived. But if he really had to face Shen Chen, who had such a battle record, he felt that he had absolutely no chance of winning. After all, his combat power was only at the level of an ordinary overlord, and the reason he made other venerables wary was entirely because his undying means were brilliant. Everyone was angry before because Shen Chen occupied a spot on the mountainside. Now, he has directly displayed top-tier overlord-level combat power. Venerable Lei Ming, a high-level universe venerable from the Virtual Universe Corporation. He was also a great master of treasure refining, and his connections within the human race were considered quite extensive. And at this moment, he was full of sighs. The universe exalts beside him had similar expressions. After all, they had almost all previously expressed their dissatisfaction with Shen Chen and the primordial Chaos City Lord. But now, the strength Shen Chen had displayed made them unable to even raise the slightest thought of resistance. After all, the strength Shen Chen was currently displaying was already equivalent to a top-tier universe overlord. Having just achieved a breakthrough to undying, he already had the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Who would dare to underestimate him? I think Shen Chen can also occupy a spot at the top of the mountain. Yes, that's right. After Shen Chen appears, we will advise him to quickly move to the top of the mountain. Yes, only then can the status of Thunder Island be reflected. Clearly, the attitude of the universe exalts at this moment was completely different. In an unknown starry sky, an incomparably terrifying intent pierced through the universe space and descended upon this starry sky. A towering figure displayed an incomparably terrifying aura. One figure was beautiful and gorgeous, filled with an endless aura of charm. An incomparably huge oval black sphere floated in the void realm. The third figure had millions of snake shadows faintly circling it, evolving into a huge silver-white snake head. These three figures were the machine race father god, the Zerg queen, and the monster race's dream monster ancestor. Each one was a strongest being. And they had gathered here for a common purpose. That was to kill the human race's king of blade and sword, Shen Chen. Chapter 156, Plotting in Blood Spirit. Human Race High-Ups Marvel. Top-tier soul-type true treasure. Yongzhen Soul Disc. I have summoned you, the monster race and the insect race, to discuss how to deal with this guy named Shen Chen who has emerged from the human race. Surely you have already learned of the events that transpired within the ancestral god secret realm. Presently, Shen Chen is merely at the undying stage, yet he is capable of slaying so many high-level universe venerables and universe overlords. The combat power he has displayed is already not inferior to a top-tier universe overlord. Therefore, we absolutely cannot allow him to continue growing like this. You must know that from the moment he first showed his edge until now, not even one era has passed. The black sphere emitted a voice, looking at the Zerg queen and dream monster ancestor before it. Upon hearing the words of the machine race father god, the Zerg queen and dream monster ancestor finally snapped to their senses. That's right, from the rise of Shen Chen until now, not even an era has passed, yet his combat power can already rival a top-tier universe overlord. If we let him continue growing like this, he might just be the next primordial Chaos City Lord. I even feel he has a sliver of hope of becoming that lunatic from the human race's past. The machine race father god continued. How is that possible? How could he possibly become that lunatic? The voices of the dream monster ancestor and the Zerg Queen Mother suddenly grew louder. They knew very well just how powerful that lunatic from the human race's past was. Once Shen Chen reached that level, their 3 allied races would forever be hidden in the shadow of the human race. Layout, a 3-race layout, we must kill him. The words of the dream monster ancestor were filled with chilling killing intent. When a peak race makes a layout, even some weak universe lords have no possibility of survival. Yet today, it was 3 races teaming up to lay a trap, solely to slay a newly emerged genius of the human race. I have an idea. I have already gathered too much intelligence on Shen Chen. He has a teacher, Lord of Ganwu. He is currently in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. We can set the layout using the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. The Zerg Queen looked at the machine race father god and the dream monster ancestor as she spoke. The 2 main parties competing in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm were the insect race and the human race. Previously, the Lord of Ganwu had fallen at the hands of an overlord of the insect race. Good, let's do it. The machine race father god expressed his agreement. Even if they only killed one of his clones, they could still obtain quite a few true treasures. Furthermore, some opportunities in the universe, once lost through death, would never be possessed again. The monster race agrees. The dream monster ancestor nodded at this moment, agreeing to it. Subsequently, the 3 towering figures disappeared directly, and this stretch of starry sky returned to tranquility. While the 3 races were conspiring, the high-ups of the human race were also gathered within the Great Axe Temple. Because the true explanation of beast-controlling secret technique contributed by Shen Chen had helped the human race give birth to dozens of universe exalts, the Great Axe founder had been staying in the primordial universe during this period and had not gone to roam the universe sea. I didn't expect that after Shen Chen broke through to Undying, he would actually possess the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. The secret technique he unleashed is of a very high level. Lord of Void Gold said with some emotion at this moment. At this moment, they had fully understood what Shen Chen had done in the ancestral god secret realm. They had also seen the alien universe exalts falling under the bombardment of those doomsday god thunders. This secret technique shouldn't be something he comprehended himself. It should have been bestowed upon him by the will of the primordial universe after he raised his life gene level. The Great Axe founder sat at the head of the table and nodded. How high was his discernment? He saw through Shen Chen's background at a glance. The other universe lords also nodded. After all, these were the words of the Great Axe founder. Chaos, do you have anything you want to say? Shen Chen is your disciple after all, and now his combat power has reached that of a top-tier universe overlord. Those guys from the monster race, insect race, and mechanical race won't let Shen Chen off so easily. After all, just the number of universe exalts their races lost is enough to make them suffer. The Great Axe founder then turned his gaze to the primordial Chaos City Lord. In a state of comfort, one cannot raise a powerhouse. However, from the rise of Shen Chen until now, not even an era has passed. It is also time to let him settle and accumulate. Shen Chen has the clone technique, so his safety has a great guarantee. However, I still want to apply to the race for a soul-type true treasure. His consciousness and will have already reached the universe overlord rank. If he is equipped with a high-level soul-type true treasure, even a universe lord proficient in soul attacks would have no way to soul enslave him. In that case, even self-destruction wouldn't affect much. After all, he has a clone with a divine body that is incomparably massive. After pondering for a while, the primordial Chaos City Lord spoke slowly. Regarding the primordial Chaos City Lord wanting to give Shen Chen a high-level soul-type true treasure, the other universe lords had absolutely no objections. After all, Shen Chen's strength had already gained their recognition. Chaos, I want to know just how massive this super-large divine body you speak of is. Just reveal a little bit. The Great Axe founder said with a chuckle at this moment. After all, the stronger the powerhouses of his human race were, the better it was for them. The other universe lords also looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord with curiosity, though they felt it inappropriate to pry too much into the status of the primordial Chaos City Lord's disciple. With the Great Axe speaking, it was just right. I can only say that when Shen Chen was at the World Lord rank, his body reached a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. Chaos looked at those universe lords and said happily. What he needed to do was to try his best to show that Shen Chen was currently exceptionally powerful and worthy of investment, so that he could have a reason to get a higher level soul defense true treasure for Shen Chen. What? 100 billion kilometers. All the universe lords stood up at this moment, looking at the chaos before them in disbelief. Even the great axe founder was the same. You must know, even if there are some special life forms in the universe with incomparably massive divine bodies, such as the World Tree, Lihuo Mountain, Ancestral Star Tree, etc., their divine bodies are only hundreds of millions of kilometers. But even so, a divine body of hundreds of millions of kilometers was enough to make all powerhouses despair. Let alone a divine body of hundreds of billions of kilometers. It seems we still underestimated your disciple. However, this is also good, such a powerful divine body is enough to give those alien races a headache. The great axe founder said with a chuckle. It looks like it won't be long before Shen Chen will be able to break through to Universe Exalt. How about this? I will pay out of my own pocket and give him a top-tier soul-type true treasure. After thinking for a while, the great axe founder looked at the chaos beside him and said. What? Great axe. Top-tier soul-type true treasure. At this moment, all the universe lords stood up, looking at the great axe founder in disbelief. You must know, an ordinary peak weapon type true treasure is only worth more than 1,000 true treasure points within the human race. And a top-tier soul-type true treasure is worth several thousand true treasure points. Just like that, given to Shen Chen. I'm not using the race's property, it's coming out of my own pocket. You are all universe lords, don't you know that the treasures Shen Chen contributed to the race during this period are already worth over 1,000 true treasure points? The great axe founder looked at these universe lords and pointed them out slightly. Huang Jian, Void Gold, Qing Dong, Peng Gong, Ice Prison, Darkness, and the other universe lords instantly fell into contemplation. Some of them had exchanged for the demon god heart and the myriad spirit heart refining fruit. Of course they knew these were treasures contributed by Shen Chen. Agreed. Subsequently, those universe lords did not say anything more. After all, the great axe founder was paying out of his own pocket. Chaos. As for your disciple, you should be the one to hand this soul-type true treasure to him. Yongzhen Soul Disc, top-tier soul-type true treasure. If valued according to the virtual universe's assessment, it should reach 3,000 true treasure points. It counts as relatively mediocre among top-tier soul-type true treasures. However, with his will, plus this Yongzhen Soul Disc, even a universe strongest would not be able to affect him. The great axe founder introduced the Yongzhen Soul Disc to Chaos briefly. Then I will thank you on behalf of Shen Chen. Chaos looked at the great axe founder before him happily at this moment. No need for that, even if future Shen Chen only reaches your current level, a top-tier soul-type true treasure is worth it. The great axe founder shook his head. On the other side, within the Great Alliance. The place where Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and Demon Lord Xing Yu gathered. Chapter 157, Tian Shi and Ancestral Tree Marvel. Star Prison Envies. Need for treasure refining. You two certainly have good fortune, you had a connection with the King of Blade and Sword previously. Demon Lord Xing Yu is a being within the human race who cultivates the Tao of the Beast God and has reached the rank of top-tier universe overlord. Just like Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree, he needs to guard an important region of the human race, and the location he guards is the entire Star Prison Cage. A demonic aura emanated from his body. Beside him, Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree shook their heads at this. Compared to other universe overlords, these three are the only top-tier universe overlords within the human race. Because they are stronger than the universe overlord rank but still below a universe lord, the three of them often meet. However, starting today, the human race will have one more new top-tier universe overlord, and that is the King of Blade and Sword. King of Blade and Sword. King of Blade and Sword. Just at this moment, inside the Great Alliance space, the figure of Shen Chen arrived. Previously, after Shen Chen reached the champion rank, he had already been invited by the Great Alliance, but he simply had no time to come here. But this time, he came to the Great Alliance specifically to find Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree. However, other universe exalts also noticed Shen Chen. And the phrase Shen Chen heard them say the most was urging him to move to the summit of Thunder Island. To this, Shen Chen shook his head. Nowadays, he could already be considered a 7-star overlord rank within the Great Alliance. His access rights had increased by more than just a little. Previously, these fellows were angry and jealous because he moved into the mountainside, but now, their change of face was truly too fast. However, Shen Chen had nothing to say about it. After all, if the strong do not care about their status and glory, what else could they care about? One must know that these universe exalts could all die for the human race. Familial affection had long since vanished in the long passage of time. Besides status and glory, they had nothing left. After chatting briefly with these universe exalts, Shen Chen's figure arrived at the place where Palace Master Tianxi and the other two were meeting. It is hard to imagine that you, who were at the Territory Lord rank back then, have now reached the same level as me. Palace Master Tianxi looked at Shen Chen before him and let out a sigh of exclamation. For beings of their rank, how long had it actually been? It was simply like taking a nap, and someone had already risen from the Territory Lord rank to the top-tier Universe Overlord rank. Venerable Ancestral Tree and Demon Lord Xingyu also had expressions of exclamation on their faces. However, they were also very fortunate. After all, the human race had gained another top-tier Universe Overlord. I came to find Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree today to repay the kindness from back then. After all, the outside territory battlefield was extremely dangerous at that time. This time, I killed over 500 inheritors and obtained 3 high-grade true treasure weapons from their hands. I have already sent people to deliver them to Tianxi Palace and the outside territory battlefield. Shen Chen looked at Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree before him and said with a smile. For Shen Chen, high-grade true treasures were no longer anything special. It was just that back then in the outside territory battlefield, Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree had indeed contributed effort. Giving them each 1 high-grade true treasure was really no big deal. The expressions of Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree immediately froze. And at this moment, Demon Lord Xingyu did not know what to say. Why hadn't he invested in Shen Chen back then? Otherwise, he might have had a hope of receiving a high-grade true treasure today. The net worth of a top-tier Universe Overlord far exceeds that of a Universe Overlord, and some powerful top-tier Universe Overlords can even possess top-tier true treasures. But even so, a high-grade true treasure could still be considered a windfall for them. Do not refuse. I have always believed in repaying kindness. Seeing the refusal on the faces of Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree, Shen Chen shook his head directly. Looking at the determined Shen Chen, Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree had no choice but to nod. Their information channels were very well informed. They knew that Shen Chen's net worth was far greater than theirs. Subsequently, the 4 of them continued to stay in the Great Alliance to chat, eat, drink, and discuss matters. Clearly, Palace Master Tianxi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and Demon Lord Xingyu had a very good impression of Shen Chen and even invited him to travel to a universe secret realm together. However, Shen Chen did not agree immediately. Come to the primitive mystical region. Just as the 4 were still discussing, an email from Primordial Chaos City Lord arrived. Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord is looking for me, so I will take my leave first. By the way, I can now refine top-tier heavy treasure. Palace type, soul type, and domain type, I can refine them all. If you have any needs, you can contact me. You can also spread the news. Shen Chen then looked at Palace Master Tianxi and the other 2 before him and said. After hearing this, the eyes of Palace Master Tianxi and the other 2 lit up. Although top-tier heavy treasures were not much to them, this could also illustrate the special nature of Shen Chen. If, in the future, Shen Chen could refine true treasures, that would be even more important for them. Rest assured, we will spread it for you. It is our good fortune that the human race has gained another great master of treasure refining. Palace Master Tianxi and the others immediately promised. After Shen Chen nodded, he disappeared. Very quickly, the news that Shen Chen could refine top-tier heavy treasures spread throughout the Great Alliance. He could even refine palace type, soul type, and domain type ones. This immediately caused an uproar within the Great Alliance. However, there were still some people who were skeptical. After all, accumulating materials for heavy treasures takes some time. But very soon, some universe exalts stood out to speak. Because back then, Shen Chen had contributed hundreds of heavy treasures to the human race treasury, and on those heavy treasures, Shen Chen's exclusive mark remained. Many universe exalts had already used Shen Chen's heavy treasures. They discovered that the quality of those heavy treasures was surprisingly good. Therefore, the news that Shen Chen could refine top-tier heavy treasures was very likely true. Is there anything he cannot do? Venerable Lei Ming is a great master of treasure refining within the Virtual Universe Corporation. When he is in a good state, he can also refine top-tier heavy treasures. Relying on this craft, he is about to reach the threshold of Universe Overlord. Therefore, no one knows the threshold for refining heavy treasures better than him. Just when those universe exalts had restless thoughts in their hearts, Shen Chen's figure appeared in the primitive mystical region. Greetings, Your Highness Shen Chen. Greetings, Your Highness Shen Chen. The Universe Exalt level guards and Undying level guards around the Chaos Temple looked at Shen Chen with respectful faces and shouted loudly. If they had expressed respect to Shen Chen before because of his status, then now, it was entirely because of Shen Chen's terrifying strength. After all, within the human race, there are only a few top-tier universe overlords. Shen Chen nodded, accepted it gladly, and walked into the temple. Shen Chen, this is a top-tier soul-type true treasure given to you by the race. It is worth 3,000 true treasure points, although it can only be considered ordinary. But for you now, it is already enough. After seeing Shen Chen, he had no intention of beating around the bush and directly took out the Yongzhen Soul Disc and handed it to Shen Chen. After all, the human race only gives 100 true treasure points to newly ascended universe lords. Chapter 158, 158, Dragon Walking Treasure Refining. Time Chamber. 1,000 years. A top-tier soul-type true treasure. 3,000 true treasure points. Teacher, you make it sound so simple. Some ordinary peak true treasure weapons only cost over 1,000 true treasure points, right? This is equivalent to 3 peak true treasure weapons. Thank you to the human race, thank you to the Great Axe founder, and thank you, teacher. As Shen Chen spoke, he took the Yongzhen Soul Disc from the hands of the primordial Chaos City Lord. The Yongzhen Soul Disc was a strange, multicolored treasure disc. It radiated an incredibly rich soul aura. According to Shen Chen's estimation, the Yongzhen Soul Disc could even nourish his soul. You guessed right, it was indeed the Great Axe founder who overcame all objections and took this soul-type true treasure out of his own pocket. Originally, I only intended to apply to the human race for a high-grade true treasure of the soul type. The primordial Chaos City Lord also explained the origin of the Yongzhen Soul Disc to Shen Chen. I owe the Great Axe founder another supreme true treasure. That makes 3 in total. As for the teacher, I will just have to equip him with a full set of supreme true treasures in the future. After hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen thought to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out the Earth Soul Orb. The Yongzhen Soul Disc quickly entered his brain lake, took its position guarding his soul, and emitted a strange aura, slowly nourishing his soul. Do not go anywhere recently. You killed so many venerable rank inheritors from the 3-Race Alliance and the Northern Border Alliance in the Ancestral God Secret region. Each resurrection of a venerable rank inheritor requires a price, and the loss of the Beast God Inheritance token also represents a cost. The lost true treasures also represent a cost. According to my estimates, they have lost resources equivalent to at least several top-tier true treasures. Coupled with the fact that you are so strong even at the undying stage, they are itching to come and kill you right now. In my opinion, it is very likely that their strongest individuals will make a move. So, try to keep a low profile during this period. The primordial Chaos City Lord continued, looking at Shen Chen with worry in his tone. After all, those are 3 peak races equivalent to the human race. If they unite, it is truly possible for Shen Chen to fall. Rest assured, teacher. I will stay in the secret realm to consolidate my strength during this time. Shen Chen nodded earnestly in agreement with what his teacher, the primordial Chaos City Lord, had said. Now that he was at the undying stage, the judgment of all things, secret technique he had created, a peak secret technique for undying spiritual gods, was no longer of much use to him. He needed to create secret techniques at the Universe Exalt level, Universe Overlord level, or even the Universe Lord level. He could not rely on the final divine punishment forever. Shen Chen had a premonition that the opponents he would face next would basically be top-tier Universe Overlords or even Universe Lords from the Three-Race Alliance. Very good. There is one more thing. You have seen them before, Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, and the Demon Lord Xing Yu. All three of them are top-tier Universe Overlords of our human race. One guards Tian Shi Palace, one guards the outside territory battlefield, and one guards the Star Prison. Now that you have also reached the top-tier Universe Overlord level, where would you like to be stationed? The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and continued. Teacher, my Temporal Thunder Hu clone, Golden Horned Beast clone, and human original body need to study secret techniques. My Ocean clone has only just reached the undying stage. I want to expand it significantly and then break through to become a Universe Exalt, at which point it will absorb even more divine power. How about this? My Laotian clone is now capable of refining top-tier heavy treasures. I wish to refine true treasures. I need a large amount of experience in refining heavy treasures, so I can lower the price at which I contribute them to the human race by another 20%. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him and said. Who was the primordial Chaos City Lord? He immediately understood Shen Chen's plan. When strong individuals contribute treasures to the human race buys them at 90% of their value, while selling them to other strong individuals at the normal price. This way, the human race earns 10% of the resources, which are used to cultivate World Lord rank geniuses and undying spiritual gods. That works too. I am aware of the speed at which you refined heavy treasures back then. If you refine enough heavy treasures, it is very possible that in the future, the treasure points our human race gives to newly promoted Universe Exalts could reach 150 or even 200 treasure points. The primordial Chaos City Lord, dressed in golden robes, walked up to Shen Chen and patted his shoulder with a look of gratification. Teacher, remember you once said that in our human race, there is an existence at the same level as you who is a treasure refiner, and he can refine true treasures. I want to know if that existence has recorded the details of refining true treasures. At this moment, Shen Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord. Your authority level is already high enough to know. In our human race, there are two individuals who can refine high-grade true treasures. As for one of them, you will find out after you break through to become a Universe Lord. The other is the veteran of our Virtual Universe Corporation, Lord Longxing. He has a manual called Dragon Walking Treasure Refining, and this secret tome records many methods for refining true treasures. However, it is a pity that our human race has never produced any other existence capable of refining true treasures from beginning to end. And Lord Longxing also spent endless years to reach this stage. However, I cannot give it to you for free, you will need to exchange it using true treasure points. You also know that even for us Universe Lords, if we want to exchange for top-tier true treasures from the race treasury, we need true treasure points. After pondering for a while, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and said. Shen Chen understood who the two existences mentioned by the primordial Chaos City Lord were. One of them was none other than the Origin Ancestor. The chapter on the human race's town guarding treasure mentioned that the Origin Ancestor could only refine high-grade true treasures. It doesn't matter, teacher. I still have plenty of true treasures. Shen Chen smiled at this. He didn't think it was difficult at all. The primordial Chaos City Lord firmly believed what Shen Chen said. The soul-type true treasure, the Earth Soul Orb, that Shen Chen had just taken out was worth much more than the soul life bead he had given Shen Chen before. Coupled with the fact that he had killed so many venerable rank inheritors in the ancestral god secret region, how could he possibly be lacking in true treasures? Go ahead. With that, the primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand and said with a smile. After Shen Chen nodded, his figure left the place and headed toward the human race treasury in primordial Chaos City. No wonder I couldn't find the authorization for this before. There are requirements for exchanging for the Dragon Walking Treasure Refining Manual. Not only must one be limited to the human race, but one must also reach the Universe Overlord level and be capable of refining top-tier heavy treasures. And the number of true treasure points required to exchange for the Dragon Walking Treasure Refining Manual is exactly 100 points. The value of one top-tier weapon-type true treasure. However, if a member of the human race really emerges who has reached the Universe Overlord level and is also capable of refining top-tier heavy treasures, it wouldn't be very difficult to exchange for the Dragon Walking Manual. After saying this, Shen Chen nodded. Subsequently, Shen Chen directly contributed his Earth Soul Orb and the remaining high-grade weapon-type true treasure to the human race. After obtaining 132 true treasure points, he immediately spent 100 true treasure points to acquire Dragon Walking Treasure Refining. The Earth Soul Orb could be considered a top-quality soul-type true treasure, and its value far exceeded that of the Soul Life Bead, reaching 111 true treasure points. Dragon Walking Treasure Refining is truly worth more than its price. It even records the refining process of several high-grade true treasures, as well as the key points for engraving secret engravings. With this manual, once I familiarize myself with refining top-tier heavy treasures, I can begin researching how to refine true treasures. Shen Chen thought to himself and soon left primordial Chaos City. As for the remaining true treasure points, he did not spend them at all. Lingshu Secret Realm. After obtaining Dragon Walking Treasure Refining, Shen Chen handed the manual directly to his Laotian clone, letting the Laotian clone study it alone. Meanwhile, his human original body, Golden Horned Beast clone, and Temporal Thunder Hu clone began to study the origin laws and secret techniques. The human original body taught the geniuses of the Shen family, covering other laws besides fire, gold, thunder, space, and time. The Golden Horned Beast clone studied the Gold Space Fusion Law, while the Temporal Thunder Hu clone studied the Thunder Time Fusion Law. While the Chronos Thunder Beast was studying the Thunder Time Fusion Law, Shen Chen also gave it a task to study the secret engravings of the final Divine Punishment innate secret technique engraved on its original core. What Shen Chen wanted to do was to research and create a secret technique unique to him through the final Divine Punishment. The Golden Horned Beast clone and the Temporal Thunder Hu clone even entered the time chamber to conduct their research. However, because their bodies were simply too massive, even the time chamber could only accelerate time by 50 times. Soon, 1,000 years of time in the primordial universe passed by slowly. And the development of the Shen family exceeded everyone's expectations. Aside from Shen Chen, the founder of the Shen family who was very famous throughout the universe. Several exceptionally heaven-defying geniuses also emerged from the Shen family. Chapter 159, Changes in the Human Race. Cheng Zhou becomes a champion. Luo Feng's appointment. 1,000 years is actually nothing for any race in the universe. But in these 1,000 years, the development of the human race has been different from the past. That is, nowadays, the human race gains a universe exalt basically every 10 years. After all, the true explanation of beast controlling records 12 different paths to reach the universe exalt rank. And these 12 paths only require consuming resources to successfully achieve a breakthrough. For a peak race, this is nothing important at all. Therefore, during this period, the top brass of the human race constantly dispatched many universe exalts and universe overlords to plunder resources in various secret realms of the universe. However, the monster race, automaton race, and insect race have vaguely united, intending to suppress the rise of the human race. Whichever secret realm the human race goes to plunder resources, they send powerhouses of the same rank to that secret realm. But for the entire human race, there is nothing to fear. After all, the current Great Axe founder is sitting in the primordial universe. During this period, our human race has gained quite a few universe exalts. Every universe exalt is given 100 treasure points by our human race. However, these universe exalts only achieved their breakthroughs by relying on the beast-taming path. They had already consumed too many resources before this. Of course, most of these universe exalts are your descendants. Since they were given 100 treasure points, it is time for them to go to various secret realms to plunder resources and repay the race. At the Great Axe meeting, the Great Axe founder looked at the universe lords below and said. Those universe lords had absolutely no intention of refuting what the Great Axe founder said. They also knew very well that universe exalts who achieved their breakthroughs by consuming resources had a world of difference in combat power compared to those who achieved their breakthroughs as invincible kings. It was only because of the secret technique, true explanation of beast controlling, that they had this, otherwise, their descendants might not even have had the qualifications to reach the universe exalt rank. After the Great Axe meeting ended, the Great Axe founder kept the primordial Chaos City Lord behind alone. According to my authorization, I learned that your disciple Shen Chen has taken away a large amount of treasure refining materials from the human race treasury. Being called a large amount by the Great Axe founder was enough to show how exaggerated Shen Chen's actions were. That's right. This time, he took away a large amount of materials capable of refining heavy treasure. For the past 1,000 years, his Laotian clone has been refining heavy treasure day and night without stopping. The primordial Chaos City Lord had nothing to hide. The primordial Chaos City Lord also knew Shen Chen's plan. He was wondering when Shen Chen would be able to refine true treasures. In these years, our human race has added more than 100 universe exalts. Each universe exalt has a consumption of 100 treasure points. That is about 10,000 treasure points, although 10,000 treasure points are only worth 3 or 4 true treasure points. However, the quantity of heavy treasure has indeed been consumed quite a bit. The Great Axe founder said slowly at this moment. He was preparing to go to the Universe Sea in a while to visit the 3 major dangerous areas to see if he could obtain a supreme true treasure. If he possessed a supreme true treasure, then even if the 3 major races secretly united, he would not be afraid at all. If there are fewer heavy treasures, let those high-level universe exalts and universe overlords go to the various secret realms to seize them. Or exchange some true treasures with other alliances for heavy treasures. For example, the Blood Spirit secret realm has been intensifying lately, and even universe overlords have fallen. It is almost about to open up another battlefield. I will send some people there. The primordial Chaos City Lord brought up another matter. The Great Axe founder nodded and handed the matter entirely over to the primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord is the chief steward of the human race. The primordial Chaos City Lord manages almost all of these matters. At this moment, in the 7th outside territory battlefield, Shen Chen held the Thunder Spirit Sword and beheaded a king-level immortal of the Zerg Alliance. Shen Chen had already been training in the outside territory battlefield for many years and had even earned the title of Thunder Sword King. After all, the Thunder Spirit Sword in Shen Chen's hand is a heavy treasure. His combat power had also reached the limit champion level. After all, his life gene level had reached 100 times, and his body amplification secret technique had also been cultivated to 100 times. Coupled with a few matching heavy treasures, it was enough to suppress those king-level immortals. Of course, he still had no power to resist when facing those pseudo-invincible champions or true invincible kings. However, so many years of training in the outside territory battlefield had also allowed him to create a peak secret technique. It can only be said that Shen Chen is suitable for bloody battles. Cheng Zhou, you have already earned a champion title. I am still in the garbage star domain, but I will come to the 7th battlefield in a while. Shen Chen, who was taking a short break at the God Spirit base, was talking to Luo Feng. After all, the two were good friends in the Earth era. After arriving in the universe, Hong and Thunder God could not keep up with Luo Feng's pace, but Shen Chen's growth speed was even a little faster than Luo Feng's. There were even quite a few universe lords who wanted to take Shen Chen as a disciple. That would be great. We killed monsters together in the Earth era, and when we arrive at the outside territory battlefield, we can also kill alien races together. Shen Chengzhou looked at Luo Feng, a smile appearing on his face, clearly a little expectant. Even though Shen Chengzhou had earned a champion title, he did not dare to underestimate Luo Feng. He knew Luo Feng's terror better than anyone else. Especially because his father, Shen Chen, thought very highly of Luo Feng. Chengzhou has already become a champion, I cannot fall behind. Luo Feng thought to himself at this moment, his face full of determination. His heart nature would not feel envious or jealous because Shen Chen gave Shen Chengzhou many treasures. The opportunity he possessed had already exceeded that of too many members of the primitive mystical region. Lingshu Secret Realm. On a fragment continent with a maximum diameter of 100 million kilometers. On this fragment continent, terrifying giant beasts were roaring at the sky. Astral rank, universe rank, and territory lord rank were nothing there. There were even undying spiritual god-level alien beasts and plant life forms, manifesting the terrifying aura on them. However, even the undying spiritual god-level alien beasts had to lower their heads in front of Shen Chuyang. Shen Chuyang, the first sequence genius of the Shen family, a red aptitude clansman, just like Shen Chengzhou, Shen Chengyun, and Shen Longhai. His talent in beast taming completely exceeded Shen Chen's estimations. If I spend a little more time, I can create a brand new universe exalt level beast taming path. Walking on this fragment continent, observing the various alien beasts, Shen Chuyang thought to himself. At this time, he had already reached the World Lord rank, and his law comprehension had reached the peak of Marquis level. He had a premonition that as long as he created a universe exalt level beast taming path, his law comprehension would improve significantly. After all, in the process of cultivating universe exalt level tamed beasts, he had to study what kind of effect various laws had on the growth of tamed beasts. And he was using the origin law of wood to pry the origin law of space. As the first sequence of the Shen family, his life gene level had also reached 100 times, and his power amplification was also 100 times. And he had a full 18 king-level immortal tamed beasts under his command. He is a true beast-taming great master. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to create a universe exalt level beast-taming path himself to possess his first universe exalt level tamed beast, with Shen Chen's support, he would have had universe exalt level tamed beasts under his command long ago. On the other side, Shen Chengyun's treasure refining progress had made quite a breakthrough. Chapter 160, Shen Chengyun Undying. Crazy investment. Lord of Ganwu being hunted. Dad, I have long been able to forge heavy treasure. However, in terms of top-tier heavy treasure, I am still lacking too much. At the location of the Laotian clone, Shen Chengyun looked respectfully at the fire incarnation before him. At this moment, the fire incarnation, because the life gene level of Lihuo Mountain had reached the perfect limit, also had a 1000-fold life gene level. Nowadays, the fire incarnation alone was capable of forging heavy treasure. By driving the eruption of Lihuo Mountain, it could forge top-tier heavy treasure. The most important thing when forging heavy treasure and true treasure is the secret engravings inscribed upon them. The reason why heavy treasure and true treasure can elevate a powerhouse's strength once more is not just about the importance of materials, the most important thing is still the secret engravings. Although your law comprehension has reached the king level immortal level, the standard requirement for top-tier heavy treasure is basically that of a universe exalt. Shen Chen's fire incarnation looked at Shen Chengyun below and said, nowadays, Shen Chengyun, like the other members of the Shen family, possessed a 100-fold life gene level. His speed in comprehending law far exceeded that of an ordinary world lord. Furthermore, with the bestowal of the Black Demon Crystal Core from Shen Chen, how fast was their speed in comprehending law? However, this guy Shen Chengyun basically used the Black Demon Crystal Core to improve his treasure forging skills. I can bestow upon you a treasure that will allow you to break the universe limit. In the future, you can continue to improve your life gene level. This way, your speed in comprehending law will increase once again. After all, the resources required to improve the life gene level at the World Lord rank stage compared to improving it after reaching the Universe Exalt level are worlds apart. Shen Chen said, looking at Shen Chengyun below. His words were not alarmist. Upon entering the undying level stage and the universe exalt stage, the divine body would undergo a leap forward improvement. Under such improvements, some ordinary treasures capable of increasing the life gene level would be of no use at all. He was thinking of letting Shen Chen reach the 1000-fold life gene level, comprehend the three great mysteries of the origin law of space, and then achieve breakthrough to undying. At that time, he would bestow the Enlightenment Star Core, allowing Shen Chen to complete a triple jump, directly comprehend the space law, and become a universe exalt. By then, he would be able to teach Shen Chen how to forge true treasure. I will follow Dad's arrangements. Shen Chen had no intention of resisting Shen Chen's arrangements. He knew that Shen Chen would not harm him. Moreover, with his authorization level, he was very clear about the importance of increasing the life gene level in the early stages. After all, Shen Chen had already been accepted as an important member by the Virtual Universe Corporation and had become a world lord of the primitive mystical region. When it came down to it, it was because the news that Shen Chen could forge heavy treasure was simply too astonishing. After Lord Longxing learned the news that Shen Chen could forge heavy treasure at the World Lord rank stage, he even wanted to take Shen Chen as his disciple. Lord Longxing did indeed take action and sent an email to Shen Chen. Naturally, Shen Chen did not refuse this. After all, he was a veteran universe lord, and Lord Longxing was also capable of forging high-grade true treasure. Consequently, over the next period of time, Shen Chen received, feeding, from Shen Chen. He had obtained a Thunder God blood crystal from the human treasury. During this time, many of the Thunder God blood crystals in the human treasury had been obtained by those powerhouses within the human race from the blood spirit secret realm. After Shen Chen bestowed a Thunder God blood crystal upon Shen Longhai, just like with Shen Chen, he received a 1000-fold return of a life source core. This life source core could help a life form break the limits of the primordial universe. After this life source core was used by Shen Chen, it also broke the primordial universe limit. After clearly knowing that the Thunder God blood crystal, through a 1000-fold return, could yield a special treasure like the life source core, Shen Chen committed the Thunder God blood crystal to memory. However, it was a pity that there were currently no Thunder God blood crystals in the human race treasury. They would have to wait for them to be developed from the blood spirit secret realm. However, there were still many other treasures capable of increasing the life gene level, and Shen Chen managed to get 10 blood demon hearts all at once. Treasures like the blood demon heart were much more abundant in the human race treasury than the Thunder God blood crystal. Shen Chen had also asked the primordial Chaos City Lord, who had said that they were treasures brought back from the Universe Sea by the Great Axe founder. Subsequently, the 10 blood demon hearts were bestowed upon Shen Chen by Shen Chen. Invest blood demon heart in red aptitude clansman Shen Chen, 1000-fold return, obtained demon god heart. After 10 years, having used 10 blood demon hearts and 1 demon god heart, Shen Chen's life gene level was also raised to 1000-fold. Following this, Shen Chen had no reservations at all and, with his Peak King level law comprehension, directly achieved breakthrough to undying. His body possessed a full 100 million times the World Lord power, and combined with his Peak King level law comprehension, he could completely be called an invincible king. Shen Chen also became the 3rd king level immortal of the Shen family. The second was Shen Chengzhou. After all, he had already obtained a king level title. However, Shen Chen estimated that it would take him some time to comprehend the entire origin law of space next. However, regarding the future investment returns for Shen Chen expressed immense anticipation. He wanted to forge higher grade true treasure. On the other side, Shen Longhai. During these 1000 years, he was constantly improving the life gene level of the 9 Nether Blood Sea and the Chronos Thunder Beast. The 9 Nether Blood Sea had long since reached 2000-fold. As for the Chronos Thunder Beast clone, under the circumstances of Shen Chen bestowing Blood River crystals, in 1000 years, it had fused a full 500 Blood River crystals. The life gene level soared to over 3,500-fold. And because of those 500 Blood River crystals, Shen Chen had obtained 500 True Blood crystal cores. The True Blood crystal core was extremely precious. Shen Chen had already experimented before, even for a Chronos Thunder Beast with an 8,000-fold life gene level, using one could increase it by 5-fold. That is to say, Shen Chen currently possessed a full 9 demon god hearts and 500 true blood crystal cores. These were all priceless treasures, even a universe lord would be envious. However, in order for the Shen family to produce its first clansman with golden blood, Shen Chen was going all out. As for why he let Shen Longhai keep using blood river crystals, it was of course to temper Shen Longhai's will. When Shen Chen cultivated family geniuses, he would at most bestow treasures. The path ahead had to be walked by them themselves, like in the case of Shen Chengzhou. After being given treasures, Shen Chengzhou could actually have stayed peacefully by Shen Chen's side, but in order to strengthen himself, Shen Chengzhou resolutely chose to enter the outside territory battlefield. Shen Longhai evidently also knew of Shen Chen's good intentions, so his human original body, carrying the heart-eating worm, also entered the outside territory battlefield. Only after bloody battles in the outside territory battlefield could one better fuse the blood river crystals. The Chronos Thunder Beast clone remained by Shen Chen's side, fusing blood river crystals according to Shen Chen's guidance. The 4 main geniuses of the Shen family were growing at an incredibly fast speed. Under Shen Chen's continuous investment, the other clansmen with purple aptitude were also growing rapidly. After all, even the clansmen with purple aptitude had been raised by Shen Chen to a 100-fold life gene level. Even if they only comprehended one lower-level law to achieve breakthrough to undying, they could instantly become king-level immortals possessing 10,000 times the world lord power. However, they also adhered to Shen Chen's idea: they must have king-level comprehension before they could achieve breakthrough. As for the other geniuses at the galaxy level, star domain level, and star sector level, Shen Chen did not restrict them. During these 1,000 years, under the supply of resources from Shen Chen, the powerhouses of the Shen family had given birth to one undying spiritual god after another. Currently, the Shen family had 9 members who had genuinely achieved breakthrough to the undying spiritual god stage. And this number would only become larger as Shen Chen continued to invest resources. In the blood spirit secret realm, Mother Empress Yuxin, must you hunt me down? At this moment, the Lord of Ganwu's face was ugly. Mother Empress Yuxin was a top-tier universe overlord of the insect race, originally just guarding the outside territory battlefield. However, after being killed by the primordial Chaos City Lord, she lost all true treasure. Additionally, the insect race had already dispatched another top-tier universe overlord to guard the outside territory battlefield. Therefore, Mother Empress Yuxin could only obey the orders of the insect races. High-level officials and come to the blood spirit secret realm to hunt down the Lord of Ganwu. You must die. Who told you to be the teacher of the King of Blade and Sword? Mother Empress Yuxin stared fixedly at the Fu Hailing Yun Palace in front. However, her face was extremely ugly at this moment because the Fu Hailing Yun Palace was a flying palace-type true treasure. Even if it was only an ordinary true treasure, it was not something she could break. After she died this time, she lost all her true treasure, and after being resurrected by the Zerg Queen, she still owed the race a huge amount of contribution points. Where would she get a powerful true treasure to blockade the Fu Hailing Yun Palace? Then come and kill me, said the Lord of Ganwu, with a face full of disdain. Subsequently, he steered the Fu Hailing Yun Palace and fled frantically. At the same time that the Lord of Ganwu was being hunted, Shen Chen's Chronos Thunder Beast clone in the Time Chamber had already completed its breakthrough. Under 50-fold time acceleration, the Chronos Thunder Beast clone had already studied the Lightning Time Fusion Law and the secret engravings of the final divine punishment in the Time Chamber for 50,000 years. It's done, a Universe Exalt level ultimate secret technique. The Lightning Time Beast God Dao has already reached the 5th level of perfection. This degree is already enough for me to forge true treasure. The Chronos Thunder Beast's massive eyes opened, revealing terrifying lightning. On the other side, the Laotian clone also learned of this. One must know that forging heavy treasure and forging true treasure are completely worlds apart. After all, one true treasure point is equal to 3,000 approximately 4,000 treasure points. From this, one can see the difference. Because of this, even the human original body and the golden horned beast clone retreated from the state of studying law and came to the location of the Laotian clone.